On SEN Test Cricket, Sri Lanka versus Australia.
It's the Tiger! It's a movie script.
Bowls to Burns. He bowled in first ball.
There will be two there. What a joyous moment for Usman Khawaja.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For Henley Homes, now solar powered and all electric. Live from Galle, Sri Lanka versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket, live from Galle for the fourth day of the second test between Sri Lanka and Australia, with thanks to Henley Homes delivering affordability. After being routed in just 22.5 overs in the second innings of the first test, expectations of what Sri Lanka could produce here were decidedly low. Well, what a comeback it has been. The hosts have comprehensively taken the honours on days 2 and 3, resuming today with a lead of 67 at 6 for 431. Dinesh Chandimal played the defining knock of the third day and will continue this morning on 118 alongside Ramesh Mendis. But Australia will know how vital an early breakthrough should be, with this the last pair of recognised batters for Sri Lanka. And Pat Cummins' men, well, they'll need to take their chances, which wasn't always the case yesterday, be it behind the stumps or in their use of the DRS. Indeed, they're all out of reviews. But if the hosts stick to their task and are still there at lunch, the options for Australia on a pitch that will surely start to turn big soon will start to diminish. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our coverage is former Victorian fast bowler and cricket.com.au journalist Louis Cameron. Louis, you come with some breaking news.
Good morning, Adam. Yes, I do. And that Sri Lankan comeback is made even more remarkable because we've just been told that Pathum Nissanka, the opener for Sri Lanka, who batted earlier in the day yesterday. Yep. He batted earlier in the day the previous day. He's come down with COVID. So it's the sixth case in 7 or 8 days for these guys. The substitute is Fidel Fernando, and I'm pretty sure he'll be the first person to ever be substituted into consecutive test matches, having replaced.
You can safely assume that, I think.
I think so, yeah. I took some liberties on that one. So, yeah, Angelo Matthews, obviously, who made a really good half-century on day 3 of this test. He was ruled out of the first test halfway through it, and Oshada came in. So, I mean, it's just the backdrop of this is remarkable because you've got now six players who all either did play or would have played who are ruled out of this test match, and they're on top of the Aussies. Yeah,
so COVID in the camp, the broader circumstances in Sri Lanka, which can't be divorced from the dressing room. I mean, where Sri Lanka have taken this test match so far, if they go on and win this, it'll be a mighty victory. And look, of the two teams at the moment, they're in the box seat. They're ahead by 67. They've got 4 wickets left in the first innings. They'll get a chance to bowl today on a pitch which is deteriorating with a fistful of spinners. I mean, they should be able to turn the screws here. It'll be about whether, I suppose, they can hold their nerve and take full advantage.
100%, yeah. And I think it's worth bearing out just these players that they're missing. I mean, Jeffrey Van der Say had a promising first test debut, we'd say, last week. Dhananjaya De Silva is one of their most important batsmen, top order players, and also contributes some handy overs with the ball. And Asitha Fernando is their best bowler. So they're doing it without all these guys. As you say, Australia don't have any reviews left in this test match, and they still got to get Dinesh Chandimal out.
I'm going to bring Bharat Sundaresan, Crick Buzz senior writer, in as well. Good morning, Bharat.
Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Louis. Yeah, and they have reviews left for the second innings, though, thankfully for Australia.
It seems like a long way off.
Yeah, it does. I think, look, just looking at the Sri Lankans, Ramesh Mendis is already bowling, but he has a crucial role to play this morning. He just needs to hang in there with Dinesh Chandimal. I expect him to come and play a lot more shots. Maybe play the way he started his innings yesterday when he went after Nathan Lyon. And Nathan Lyon had an interesting day. Just 2 overs away from having from bowling the most number of overs in an innings. It's been...
Oh, really? It's his biggest workload ever?
Yeah, exactly. So he's been up and down in this test match. I mean, the way he dominated in that first test, he used the conditions beautifully. So, yeah, it's not been easy for him, but he's hung in there. I think Niroshan Dickwella just gifted him a wicket yesterday, late last evening, and that sort of brought Australia back. But I think Mendis has done well to just hang in there. Every Mendis has done well to hang in there with Chandimal.
Yes, Kavinder Mendis was outstanding on debut yesterday, making 61. He did give one chance, Louis, and it was to Alex Carey, the wicketkeeper. I've done a couple of crosses into SEM this morning, and that's starting to be asked about his glove work. I mean, he hasn't completed the stumping at Test level. He's been tidy to the quicks, with a couple of exceptions where balls went between him and David Warner at first slip during the Ashes campaign. But broadly speaking, he's done the job commendably against the seamers. But there does reach a tipping point. If you're a spinner and your gloveman isn't completing stumpings, your confidence, that relationship between the spinner and the keeper is vital, isn't it?
You're right, and it's been 3 missed stumpings in this Test match, and I mean varying degrees of difficulty. There are a couple where Nathan Lyon spun one to an advancing right hand. I think one of them was Dinesh Chandimal, and his gloves were outside the off stump, and ball went past the leg stump. Now, is that bad keeping, or is that just really
great bowling? Yeah,
great bowling, and just a really volatile pitch that could play tricks at any moment. I don't think anyone would have been getting on his case for that, but when you stack up 3 separate instances of missed stumpings, the questions are going to be asked. I think the biggest thing and speaking Bharat to in between these tests was that the team were pretty happy with how he's going, and they certainly feel like his wicket keeping has improved a lot, and they thought he kept really well during the first test.
He did, yeah.
On a pitch that was probably harder to wicket keep on. The thing that this innings is, the extra challenge of this innings has been just the amount of time they've spent in the field, and trying to keep concentration for that long could be really difficult.
Well, they barely were in the field for an entire day in the first test. They bowled them out in 59 overs and 22.5. They've been out there for 149 already here. Yeah, but just sort of building on that point with Carey's keeping, I mean, we saw this with Nathan Lyon early in his career with Matthew Wade. A lot of stumpings went begging. It contributed to why Wade lost his spot in the Test team ahead of the 2013 Ashes. It feels like a lifetime ago, early in Lyon's career. But, I mean, Lyon spoke later publicly around that his confidence dropped, and he didn't throw Wade under the bus, by the way, but just talked about the early part of his career, and he didn't feel quite so confident, whereas when Haddon came in and subsequently, of course, Tim Payne, he's been served well by those stumpers. So, I mean, this is not for nothing, is it?
No, I mean, remember at the Gabba when Alex Carey just came into the Australian side, Nathan Lyon spent a lot of time with him, and they spoke about the relationship that they're beginning to form on and off the field, because they spend more time with each other in a way on the field than any other Australian pair, except Steve Smith and Marnus, of course. But
and you and Steve Smith.
True, yeah, and a little bit of Marnus thrown in there. It's a very vital component to how Australia play Test cricket, and if he is constantly in a position where he's not able to pull off these stumpings, and look, it's not been a great series for stumpings. Niroshan Dickwella has struggled as well. He's missed 4 as far as I can remember, and Alex Carey, I think maybe this was the second one which he could have pulled off, and it has an impact, right? And Nathan Lyon has a say on who he wants behind the stumps. He said that of all the things that were said about Tim Payne, Nathan Lyon said that he just felt safe when Tim Payne was behind the stumps.
Right.
Yes, he had a tough series against India, the one in 2020, 2021. But I think overall he just felt like, he could bowl whatever he wants to bowl because he had a wicketkeeper he could trust.
I think as well it's worth cutting him a little bit of slack, because I mean this is his first Test series keeping in these kind of conditions. I know he went to Asia, if you want to call that subcontinental conditions, but that was vastly different in terms of the job that he was required to do. He spent a lot more time keeping back to the fast bowlers. The thing that surprised me going back to last summer, Bharat, and you probably have an interesting insight into this being a South Australian Redback supporter that you are, was that some of the misses that he had to the fast bowlers where he just lost his footwork a little bit, going to his right a lot of the time. I actually thought that was one of his biggest strengths, watching him in Sheffield Shield cricket, when during the glory days of Chad Sayers and Joe Manny and Dan Worrell, when they made 2 Sheffield Shield titles in a row, he was taking some absolute hangers to those guys.
But, he spent so much time, Louis, as the heir apparent, to Tim Payne, and before Tim Payne, Brad Haddon and Matthew Wade, that he was always part of the side. He wasn't playing enough first-class cricket. I think he went through 3 or 4 seasons where, because he was also part of the white ball setup for Australia, that he didn't get to play and keep enough in Sheffield Shield cricket. So he's really gone from being a white ball keeper to a red ball keeper without having 4 days on the field, and the Redbacks do spend 4 days on the field often enough, just being on there. So I think this is challenge, like you said earlier, just the number of overs he's had to just go up and down. He's not used to. It's been a while. Like he did it in Pakistan. I thought he did really well. I thought with the in front of the stumps and behind the stumps, he was really good in Pakistan. He kind of felt like he owned Test cricket a lot more after the Ashes. There were so many more doubts about him. And this is going to be a challenge, and he just has to get used to it. In these conditions, the chances might not come often. But when they do, you just have to grab them.
Yeah, and there'll be 4 test matches in India next year where there'll be a lot of scrutiny over the wicketkeeper, I'm sure. On Sri Lanka, but Louis and I have already touched on Pathum Nissanka being taken out of the test match and Fidel Fernando replacing him as the COVID sub. Just to go back to Kamindu Mendis, though, they got that selection bang on. 23 years of age, former captain of the 19s team. Looks like he's been playing test cricket for a decade.
Yeah, I mean, they talk him up as a prodigy, and we saw why. Again, I keep going back to the third ball he faced when Mitchell Starc bowled him that bouncer, and he just ducked under it, and then immediately, jumped back into that boxer position, stared right at him, and his first scoring runs in Test cricket were a cut shot of Nathan Lyon, where he just rocked back. It wasn't that short a delivery, but he converted it into a short delivery and cut it away. There's something about him. He looks so organized, nothing flashy. Never played the cover drive. Never tried to play in the V, maybe because that's not his strength. He stuck to his strengths and played a huge hand in Dinesh Chandimal kind of settling down after that frenetic start.
Yeah, Dinesh Chandimal came down the track a number of times. There was a sort of a get-out shot at the start as well when he played at a ball foot and a half outside the off stump with no footwork to speak of himself, but he really eased into his innings. I think at one stage he'd faced 90-odd deliveries just with 2 boundaries. They came in his first, 7 balls in the middle. So he went back about 4 gears to find his groove, batting with initially Matthews and then Mendes. And he's an interesting cat, Dinesh Chandimal. He's only played 67 test matches in 13 years. You think a player of his talent, now 13 test tons, it's a lot of centuries for a player who relatively speaking, has been in and out of the team. And you watch him yesterday and you wonder, how's it been why hasn't he played 100 test matches? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And looking at his strike rate, it's only around the 50 mark. And then you watch him play at certain periods and go, this guy is a really aggressive batsman. The thing that kind of took me was the moments he chooses to attack. I mean, the one that the Aussies are going to keep coming back to is that review of Mitchell Starc when he was on 30, when they'd burnt all their reviews and he'd clearly edged one behind and they couldn't send it upstairs. The very next ball, he pumped Mitchell Starc back down the ground towards the fort for 4 runs and then did the same to him the next over with an even more aggressive shot. So he fights fire with fire, doesn't he?
And he's a veteran. He's considered a veteran, but he's never really been able to cement his place in the test side. And I think it has a lot to do with his form in the other formats. There are some who believe that he should just stick to playing Test cricket, but they keep picking him for one-day cricket and T20 cricket where, like you said, Louis, he has a lot of shots like Michael Slater, but he just hasn't really adjusted well enough to the shorter format. And as a result, he gets low scores, and it impacts his confidence, it impacts his form, and it impacts the opinion of the selectors. And they've left him out. And also his hundreds have come in chunks. He either gets hundreds or he fails. I think there is no in between with Dinesh Chandimal, even with just the way he bats.
As we make our way to a break, I'll note that the covers came on momentarily then. Our friends in blue, the ground staff, I spoke to one of them this morning. They've apparently been sitting around the corner, just behind the ground. They've had a couple of the covers on, but it looks like they're now coming off, which is a good sign. So we should be able to get underway in about 17 minutes from now on day 4 here at Galle. Our coverage is for Henley Homes, delivering affordability. We'll return with our continued build-up after the break. Sri Lanka, a reminder, they'll be resuming at 6 for 431.
SEN. This is Afternoons with Jimmy Smith.
The board. That means Sri Lanka lead by 67 runs on the first innings, and they've still got 4 wickets in hand. They've got Dinesh Chandimal, their former wicket-keeper, former captain, now middle-order bat, on 118 not out to resume. He's got Ramesh Mendes, who's a useful all-rounder who can bat, to resume with him on 7. He faced 45 balls last night, Ramesh Mendes, so did a job to make sure they got through to stumps without losing another wicket. So they will resume looking to push that lead on, and there is the possibility, Jeremy, that they could put pressure on the Australians as the day goes on if they can push that lead into 3 figures?
Yeah, it could become a little bit more tricky for Australia, depending on really, I think the direction of the game itself is largely dependent on the pitch and what happens with it. If it starts to do a little more and turn a bit more and then a bit more variable up and down, then obviously, and it deteriorates and the spinners come into the game more. They need to obviously use Surya as they did in the first innings, and Mendes. That's going to be the bulk of their bowling, isn't it? As we can expect. They perhaps could use some more forays from Tikshana coming in for little bursts of 5 overs here and there, perhaps more than he did in the first innings, and he'll be better for that, hit out in that first innings, particularly I think to new batsmen, because he has a mystery kind of component about him.
Absolutely.
And also perhaps after a break, when they come back and have to restart their innings again, that's when you might like to use him as well. And then I think there's no reason why they couldn't use Kamindu. I think he wasn't used at all in the first innings, but now with this innings behind him of 60-odd, he'll have got a bit more confidence from that, and they need to break their bowling up a little bit more. You can't just put a bowler on at the start of a session and leave him there the whole time, and that's the tendency we've seen for the Sri Lankans to ask for very long spells.
That's exactly the case now with these bowlers. So Tikshana is the mystery spinner. He bowls off breaks. He also has this carom ball that he flicks off his middle finger that spits. It can grip, it can turn the other way, turn away from a right-hander.
Or straight, can just carry on.
Or can carry on straight with that pace. And we saw Mitchell Swepson get a few balls to go through the surface and dig up puffs of dust and behave erratically, and Tikshana seems like that sort of bowler who could hit the surface hard enough to break through and get balls to jump or stay low or spit erratically. So those will be the options when Sri Lanka bowl. The trick for the Australians will be to try to push through them quickly to knock off these last 4 wickets. Yes. They had a hard day with the ball yesterday, Australia. They tried everything. It wasn't for a lack of trying. It wasn't for a lack of ideas. They tried the short ball plan. They moved their spinners around. They tried spinners from either end. They used Cameron Green. They used the short ball. They pitched up. They did everything that they could think of. They looked for a reverse swing. It wasn't there, and it just wasn't their day. They used all their reviews. They should have had Chandimal out, except he was given not out, caught behind, and then Australia had no reviews left to refer it, so that one was on their own heads. But they have to try to regroup and come out and do what Sri Lanka did early on the second morning, which is put a difficult day behind them and wrap up the tail as quickly as they can.
Well, obviously, yes, so they can get batting. But, I mean, I thought they were a little bit untidy, actually, for Australia yesterday. I mean, there was a run-out opportunity missed from Stark at the bowler's end at one stage. There were missed stumpings. There were missed catches. There was a missed caught and bowled, for example, of Swepson. They burned their reviews, as you've mentioned. They didn't review the one LBW on Matthews. It was just a bit untidy from them, I think you'd generally say. They should have got through their overs. They were a bit tardy with those overs after all the spinners had bowled. And so it's a pick that up from there, and let's just change it now right at the start of the day, and let's move on. The lead 60 is not substantial enough at the moment to make a huge part in the game, I don't think, from what we've seen of the pitch so far. If that can be extended to over 100, however, then you're starting to get to a session, and depending on the wickets and what happens, it might be just a bit more than a session. So that becomes a bit more significant at that point. Lions figures, 56 overs, one made in every 10 overs. I think really that it shows, I suppose, the condition of the pitch. Not the same as the first test pitch at all, and secondly it says that Sri Lanka played him better because of that, and so they're not flattering figures. 56 overs, 2 for 160, but there was a lot going on at various times, weren't there? There were missed stumpings. I counted sort of Kamindu was one, Chandimal was one, Mendes was missed as well as when he came down the pitch. There was that high swirling chance that Cummins didn't quite get 32. There were catches just wide of slip. There were catches just wide of bat pad. Things were happening. And on some occasions, some days, Nathan Lyon would sit down, he'd say 56 overs, 5 maidens, 160 runs, 5 wickets. That would kind of be some of the days. And you do get days like this, and he just hung in there.
A decent day's work it would have been if he'd taken 5 or 6. He'd be happy with the runs that he conceded. Another bit of news in that Fidel Fernando will play a second test in a row as a COVID substitute because Patum Nasanka, the opening bat, has been ruled out. He only made 6 in this current innings, so no great loss in terms of the scoreboard. But there'll be a second COVID sub, 2 tests in a row, Fidel Fernando coming in.
Who will open?
I'm not sure how they'll reshuffle the order. Maybe Fernando comes in and opens in the second innings, presuming we get there. In any case, Sri Lanka 6 for 431. In reply to Australia's 364. Let's take a break on SEN Test Cricket, and we'll be back with the first ball of the day.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Making SEN news this hour, Melbourne man Jason Roberts is free from prison for the first time in decades after being acquitted of the murders of 2 Victorian police officers in 1998. Sydney's wet and windy weather is expected to ease as the vast majority of displaced people in flood-affected communities begin returning to their homes to assess the damage. And one of Anthony Albanese's election campaign promises was a Jobs and Skills Summit to boost Australia's economy and workforce out of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Prime Minister's now set a date for it, with the summit to be held in Canberra on the first 2 days of September. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Melbourne defender Christian Salem is confident the Demons have the depth to cover for Clayton Oliver while the star midfielder is sidelined with a fractured thumb. Oliver suffered the injury in Thursday night's loss to the Cats and is expected to miss this Sunday's match but return the following round. And Ferrari's Charles Leclerc has won the Austrian Grand Prix overnight, beating Max Verstappen.
SEN Test Cricket.
It's the Tigers!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For Henley Homes, now solar powered and all electric. Live from Galle, Sri Lanka versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Day 4 about to begin here at Galle International Cricket Stadium. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability. Adam Collins with you on the call. At least initially, I've got Cricket Buzz Senior Writer Bharat Sundaresan with me. We have a little term that we use when you come in for a few balls when Jeremy Coney goes walkabout. We call you the Ashwell Prince of commentary. Explain it.
Well, I've been doing it since Pakistan.
Nathan Lyon, first ball of the day on the approach here. Bowling to Chandimal on 118, hard spun delivery, which is placed into the onside no run, collected by Labuschagne at short leg, the only catching man in. There are 3 men out on the leg side and a deep backward point.
Or in Pakistan it was Waqar Yunus, who used to be, Waqar Yunus before, when he would come from the TV studio to the radio broadcast, he would be stopped for selfies and autographs.
Lyon bowls Chandimal forward. Bit of interest, but no inside edge.
So I would step in and bowl 3 balls, 4 balls, like I would chip in for like 3-4 balls of every over. And there would be times when I would say that, yeah, this so-and-so bowler is getting into rhythm, and so is Waqar Yunus. As he would saunter in.
Line to the crease here. Bowls to Chandimal, sweeping, doing it well. First run of the day at the deep backward square. He's 119, 6 for 432, the lead 68. So Ashwell Prince was the South African batsman who would, any time a South African bowler had to leave the field and they'd complete the over, he'd be doing it. He'd bowl the 0.4 of an over or something like that. So you're our Ashwell Prince on SEN Test Cricket, while Jeremy Coney completes getting his cup of tea. Then he'll join us.
Yeah, I think it's a long cup of tea. He's been gone for a while.
Part of his charm, believe me. I've worked with Jeremy long enough now to know that you just got to roll with the punches with these things. He'll always pull his weight. He'll do a bit more at the end, but don't expect him to be on time. So line to Ramesh, who's on 7. Faced 45 balls last night. Did a really good job before stumps. Slipping a short leg for line. Away from us, Mendez. First ball defended. Sharply spun delivery away from the off stump. Mendez has a first-class average of 38. Has a triple ton, so he can seriously bat. He's in this team principally as an off-spinner, but has the capacity to hang around with Chandimal. And if he can, I mentioned it in the intro earlier, if these two can get not only the lead beyond 100, but keep Sri Lanka batting till lunch. Mendes faces line, goes back, round the corner, the ball goes off the thigh pad, maybe a glove as well. Marnus Labuschagne had no chance at short leg, no run. Then it's going to limit Australia's options fundamentally. On a pitch that we can already see, there's that extra turn that wasn't there on day 1 and 2. Lyon in his 57th over to complete it here. Bowls full to Mendes. Ramesh Mendes defending out to mid-wicket. End of the over, 1 run coming from it. 6 for 432 the score. Sri Lanka lead by 68. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric. 150 overs gone in this innings. Chandimal 119. Yeah, if they could still be batting at lunch, in all probability their lead will be up sort of around 130, 140, and then they're away.
And do Australia really want to make a game of this? I mean, they're ahead in the series. Would they walk out? David Warne will just play his game, but do they, as a team, walk out thinking, setting a target, or do they just go, they just bat and bat and bat?
Well, this is kind of my point about their options become limited.
Yeah.
If the other side of the coin is that if they do to Sri Lanka what Sri Lanka did to them on morning 2, where at one stage they picked up 5 for 33 to clean Australia's lower order out. If they could do something similar to that inside the first hour here, well, okay, there's more time in the game. They can think about how they set it up. They'll have the majority of day 4, and I suppose they would back themselves to bowl out Sri Lanka in 2 sessions on a wearing pitch with Lyon. I mean, although Lyon will be knackered after bowling already 57 overs and more to come presumably. So interestingly positioned test match, and yeah, excuse the cliche, but it is a huge first hour. It'll dictate how Australia can navigate their way through the last couple of days. Mitchell Starc will get the first crack from the Galle Fort end. He's bowled 19 of the 150 overs, so he's not been overused. Usually spells of 2 or 3 overs, sometimes 4. Bowled a long one off the top when he picked up Pathum Nissanka. That feels like a long time ago now. Indeed, Nissanka's not even in the team anymore.
It's been 2 days since that happened.
He's been coveted out since he was dismissed the first time around. Caught in the gully. Green still there, 1 slip as well. Starc, first ball of day 4 for him, as well outside the off stump and into the gloves of Carey. So 2 out for the short ball. Nathan Lyon and Mitch Swepson. Then conventional mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. A deep backward point, which we've seen deployed throughout the innings, really. And there's 2 catching men. Steve Smith at slip and Cameron Green at gully.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc's not happy with the landing area. Big fast bowler. Thuds into that spot with his right foot, and you could see him talk to Kumar Dharmasena about it even before the over started. I think he's signaled to the dressing room for a change of shoe.
I wonder whether they'll bring we call it the thumper, but it's not. It's called the tumper or something. The tumper, I think, is the formal name of the instrument they use. And you're right, Starc has, after 1 delivery, taken his right boot off, pulled out the insole, and they're sending out 2 extra pair of boots to try on with Josh Hazlewood. You know what? In light of that, let's take a couple of breaks on SEN Test cricket. 6 for 432 the score. Chandimal 119. Mendes on 7. The lead is 68. And our coverage is for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. So Chandimal's all good. The concussion test, which was undertaken by their team physio, former Victorian fast bowler Brett Harrop. Good to return. Yeah, not clear. It was an inside edge. Just a lot of bounce from Lyon. Bouncing to the crease here. The sweep again from Chandimal. Out to deep backward square where Mitch Swepson does the fielding. 6 for 440. Good start for Sri Lanka. Chandimal striking that sweep on 3 occasions in the over. He's 126. He's got Mendes for company on 8. This pair came together with the score on 6 for 409, and they've been together for 15 overs, Jeremy. It's proving to be quite frustrating for the visitors.
It is, and a fruitful one, fruitful partnership for Sri Lanka. And Lyon, really, if Chandimal is going to sweep everything, he's just got to vary his line. He's just got to vary his pace and where he actually, the ball pitches. change that around, whether it's very full on occasions or whether it's much slower, and just get a variety about it so it makes it harder to sweep. You just can't allow him just to keep going and not change it up a bit. I'm sure he'll be thinking of that.
The experienced Australian men, Stark and Cummins, having a chat about how they set up here before the start of the new over. Chandimal on strike for it. Looks like they're going to send Cameron Green back into a fly slip of sorts. So a very fine third man, not all the way back. So they're going to bowl short at him. That's clear. Deep fine leg, deep backward square. The other man behind square. Out on the rope. Lead 76, Stark over the wicket. First ball's full, defended out into the offside. He'll pick his moments for his 2 bounces. Pretty clear day here in Galle. When we arrived, there was a bit of precipitation in the air and the covers came out momentarily, but they got whipped off by the ground staff. I was talking to some of the ground staff this morning, Jeremy. We were pondering yesterday, where do these kids, and most of them are kids, where do they hide? We don't see them sitting in the grandstand. Well, apparently they've got a waiting bay around the back of the grandstand. So that's how they're able to race out so quickly when required. So bring out the huge sheets as they have here in Sri Lanka. Stark over 21. He's got 2 for 48. Bowls to Chandimal again. It's full and takes this down towards mid-on. Nicely played off the pads. Gets a single. 127. The lead 77. 6 for 441.
Yeah, it's a remarkably organised arrangement, isn't it? With all those, well, would there be sort of 50 or 60 of them at least?
We thought a couple of hundred yesterday.
Yeah, well,
when they were really rocking and rolling, when they thought there was going to be a thunderstorm.
Yeah.
And they do that thing we used to see at the Gabba, where they get the covers on pretty much before the rain starts falling. They know that if they cop a short, sharp storm here, and well, we experienced that on day 2 of the first test match, the rain is ferocious here and the wind too, so they need to kind of get out ahead of it. Hopefully they won't be required today.
It's quite difficult too, and with the wind, you mentioned the wind, with those big tarps that they've got everywhere. They do it very well.
Mendez on strike, so the slip comes back. Stark bowls and Mendez drives through the covers. Lovely shot. Khawaja with work to do. They'll come back for at least a third, and Khawaja out towards the long boundary, hauls it in with a couple of yards to go. Mendez into double figures. He's 11. 6 for 444 the score.
Good stroke, wasn't it, really, from a tail end? It just sort of held his shape. Ball going across him. He's a right-handed batsman. Just holding his shape nicely and not trying to overhit the ball, just placing it through that gap in the covers. 3 runs.
Yeah, it's that point that Fidel's made a couple of times. At first-class level, he plays as a batter who bowls a bit. Yet he's Sri Lanka's main spinner at the moment. It's a quirk, oddity in their selection routine here. Stark halfway through his over, bowling here short to Chandimal. It was going to come eventually with that fly slip in. He's got a first-class 100, Mendez, and a first-class batting average up above 39. So he can clearly do the job that they need here, which is hang around with Chandimal, get them beyond 100, and if they get to lunch, what a bonus.
Oh, absolutely. They'll go as far as they can and hope that this pitch deteriorates. And it's, it's the new boots situation that then starts to play for Sri Lanka as well, Yeah,
they can give Sri Lanka, they can give their team options. If they're batting at lunch, they'll be in great nick. Can Stark intervene? Bowls to Chandimal, full again on middle stump, and he pushes his out towards Patrick Cummins at mid-on. There's no single there. 1 ball left in the over. Leads 80. So it feels like the next milestone's 100. And then Chandimal, he'll be able to make a call about how he goes with 10-11. It might be that he milks the strike. It might be that he goes into white ball mode.
Yeah, well, he certainly can do either, can't he? He's played a lot of cricket. He's played a lot of formats. We've seen that he's quite happy to play the big shots as well in between. Started, in a much more rational way today.
Stark has 1 more short ball up his sleeve to finish the over if he wants it, and of course it comes. And Chandimal knows it's coming, so he gets underneath it nice and early. End of the over. Geoff Lemon will replace me for the first time today after the break with Sri Lanka 6 for 444, Chandimal 127, Mendez 11, and our coverage for SEN Test is for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash on the forehand cross course, he's done it. Ash Barty. Jalawala Chul for 3.
He's striking them pure.
listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary White and Tim Watson.
This is Trackside.
Tim Gossage.
Mornings with Ian Smith.
Bensley.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Good morning from Galle International Cricket Stadium. 6 for 444, a quadruple Nelson on the scoreboard. Dinesh Chandimal on 127. Ramesh Mendis doing the job at the other end, the all-rounder who's been used more as a bowler in this test team, even though he's more of a batting all-rounder domestically. Well, he's faced 54 balls and he's on strike now on 11. Waits for Nathan Lyon and just watches the ball go by. It turns into him, but not enough to draw a stroke as it starts wide of the off stump. Nathan Lyon needing a lot of patience. He's in his 59th over. 2 wickets, 168 runs he's conceded. He bowls to Ramesh Mendis, who gets forward in defence. Has to play at that delivery, but does it well.
That's been the difference in this match, really, that players have been able to do exactly what we saw there, Mendis. They've been able to play forward. They've been able to have a defensive game against Lyon. They couldn't do that in the first test.
Lyon to Ramesh Mendis down the pitch, hits him down the ground and hits him long. That goes for 4 over mid-on. Usman Khawaja just watches the ball bounce away and then waits for somebody down on the boundary to throw it back to him.
That's a very good shot, Geoff. I mean, just a little shimmy. There's a little puff of dirt and dust as the ball arrives, but he's onto it straight away. Always got a good piece of it. Nearly 6, wasn't it?
1 bouncer over the rope. 15 for Ramesh Mendis. 6 for 448. Here's Lyon coming forward and defending.
It's a good stroke too. Solid defence in between. He's outside the off stump, but in between those last 2, he's gone down the pitch and got a good piece of delivery that's just outside off stump. A lot of batsmen will be defending that with all the men around the bat there.
Everything a spinner doesn't want. 2 solid defensives and a hit for 4. Goes onto the back foot this time, Ramesh Mendis, as if to say, I have different ways of dealing with you, Nathan Lyon, and you can't be completely confident about what I'll do. Will I come down? Will I go back? Will I stay put? I've done all 3 so far in the over.
Very good from Labuschagne as well. He's gone with the batsman when he jumped out, and he's gone with him, so he stayed in the game.
Lyon bowls to Ramesh, who comes down and just drives it down the ground for 1 on this occasion. Not going through with an aggressive shot, but just rotating the strike. The last ball of the 154th over. Ramesh Mendis up to 16. Sri Lanka 449 for 6.
Imagine homes so well designed and luxurious, all electric and solar powered, saving up to 70% on energy bills by a builder with $7 billion in backing. Henley, tomorrow's homes today.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they stay up all day. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself.
We're number 1 down under for socks.
6 for 449 Sri Lanka. Mitchell Swepson with the ball. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, now solar powered and all electric. Mitchell Swepson with some work to do. He's bowled 32 overs in the innings so far, 2 for 90, so he could raise his ton pretty soon. Nathan Lyon's already notched 150 with his bowling figures. Tough work for spinners out there at the moment.
Yeah, they've toiled away, haven't they? It hasn't been a surface that's been quick enough or got the bounce that we saw in the test match a week or so ago. This is an entirely different surface. Maybe it will start to deteriorate though, and it will become more difficult for batting, and therefore the bowlers will come into the game a lot more as this game progresses over the next couple of days.
Well, they're working out the field. A couple in the deep. They've got a deep cover point and
Come on, lads, go lads.
a deep square leg, effectively. Just the 2 out for the big shot. If Ramesh Mendis rather, chooses to sweep. And there's that protection for the cut. Swepson drags down from the Galle forward end. He bowls to Ramesh Mendes, who comes forward in defence. The slip is the only attacking position, the only catcher. No bat pad either side of the wicket.
No.
Basically got a ring field, so aside from that, 3 on either side of the pitches.
Yep.
Swepson walks in to bowl to Ramesh Mendes. Dragged down, and he's cutting straight to cover, though. No run.
Yeah, 6 men. 6 men saving the single. Try to keep Mendes on strike. It probably says, if there's no bat pad, that there are not too many wrong-uns happening here.
Or not too much expectation of purchase. Swepson drags down again. He's cut for a single this time. And that deep cover point comes into play. Travis Head out there on the boundary rope. 1 run. Mendes goes to 17. They raise to 450 Sri Lanka, which gets a polite round of applause. I'm not sure how much of a milestone that is, the 450.
On bad pitches, I remember in Pakistan, they used to applaud 25s.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
25?
Yeah, 25s. That was so tricky.
Goodness me. So on 475, there'd be a round of applause.
That's it. Well done. Survived.
Comes into Chandimal, who gets an outside edge pass slip and takes a single, reaches for it and steered it into the ground. It wasn't a chance. Chandimal 128, 6 for 451. I saw England have started handing out special caps.
I saw that too.
For 25 test matches.
How sentimental is that? What a lot of claptrap that is.
I mean, for 100 tests, maybe you get a commemorative cap. Well done, you played 100 test matches. Even 50, you could sort of come at it. As across the line goes Ramesh Mendes for a single to mid-on, 6 for 452. But 25 test matches. There've been some pretty ordinary players who played 25 test matches.
That's right. And they some of them are averaging sort of between 20 and 23, that sort of thing.
That's right.
Well done. Well done, Bernie. It's right.
Swepson drags down, coming forward and defending is Chandimal to finish the over. 155 overs gone. Sri Lanka 6 for 452.
It's just like those ducks going up the wall.
Extraordinary. Yeah, Jack Leach got one from James Anderson. Now, a guy who's played about 170 test matches had to give a presentation and say, well done, Leachy, on reaching your 25th test match. I mean, he's not even a fixture in the team yet, Jack Leach. They still won't guarantee they'll pick him every game. And he's getting a commemorative cap for having been on a bunch of tours as a spare player who occasionally gets a game. Extraordinary scenes from England.
Yeah.
They think they're reinventing the game with some attacking batting, but they've got to get rid of that 25 test match cap nonsense. 6 for 452. I think they do it for T20s and ODIs as well. Imagine getting your 25th T20 international cap. Come off it. Nathan Lyon, he's at the broadcast end of the ground. He's coming into bowl. Down the pitch comes Ramesh Mendes. Turns it away the leg side. Khawaja tumbles across a very short, straight mid-on field. So they've brought in this position with Khawaja standing next to the non-striker. Just trying to get in his head one way or another. There's a bat pad, there's a leg slip, there's that short straight position and a short mid-wicket as Lyon bowls to Ramesh, who tickles the ball away to fine leg for a single. He goes to 19, 6 for 453.
A little bit straighter from Nathan Lyon. He's been principally outside the off stump and drawing the defensive stroke. We've seen Mendes has been able to, as I say, come down. He's already come down a couple of steps this last over. He's defended, actually. You don't normally see that. You see, if you're going down the pitch, then you're generally looking to attack. Otherwise, you might as well stay at home, is the sort of the feeling as a batsman. You're going to round the wicket now to Chandimal. Lyon changing the line.
So the field's changed as well. Lyon will try to straighten the ball, and he does, and Chandimal plays back to him down the pitch. No run. So they've just got the short leg now. The other close positions, the other 3 close positions have come out.
Yeah, so this brings the LBW into play more as the ball straightens, so a bit more difficult to sweep.
Lyon to Chandimal, who comes across his front pad to the mid-wicket. No run.
And you can see Chandamal so far in the first two deliveries has played with a straight bat. He's just leaving the sweep at the moment.
They've got 3 out for it, so they've got a long on, deep square leg, deep backward square if he wants to go big on the sweep. Lyon bowls to him, and he plays with a straight bat again and whips it behind square for a single. 6 for 454.
Yep, that's well played from Chandamal. He looks a lot more calm and certain about his stroke selection. I think it was a little bit a slapdash yesterday. I think, I mean, it's fair to say it wasn't a sort of an unflustered century.
Lyon bowls to Ramesh Mendes, who walks down the pitch and drives past the bowler but can't get a single. Cummins quick to come across from mid-off. 156 overs gone. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. The score is 6 for 454.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The V8 sleuth joined us to talk about his new book covering the history of HRT.
People sell them, they restore them, they bring them back to how they raced back with Craig Lowndes or Peter Brock or Mark Skaife or Garth Gander or any of the stars from over the years. So it never sits still. So it's, Johnson gets a run in this one somehow. I think it's the wrong colour and the wrong badge.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric. 6 for 454. So Sri Lanka extending that lead. And I'll tell you what's notable, Jeremy Coney. Australia resumed after an overnight break, 5 down, with Alex Carey batting with Steve Smith on 100, and nobody gave him any support. Sri Lanka are resuming with Chandamal on 100, and Ramesh Mendes has given him very sensible, solid support thus far.
And that's why we're seeing a partnership develop. That's the side's total extending.
Swepson bowls to Chandamal, who drives to mid-wicket but can't get through the field.
And Chandamal is valuing him too, isn't he? I mean, he's taking singles off the second or third ball of an over. He's not sort of protecting him in any way.
Confident in his batting partner. Swepson bowls, drags it short, and it's bat cut by Chandamal, but can't get past Warner at backwards point.
This is where you want your leg spinner. Once he gets into a bit of a rhythm, to start varying the pace and the delivery and the line that he starts with, get it outside the off stump more, not into leg stump quite so much as Swepson. That seems his natural kind of line of attack, seems more at leg stump, and to turn the ball across the right-hander's bat.
He's got a long on and a deep mid-wicket as he bowls to Chandamal, who's defending on the front foot. I suppose he's trying to encourage Chandamal to play across the turn of the ball and score his singles on the leg side.
It's just got to be the right length then, doesn't it? If it's a bit short, of course, you can see that turn, and you can punch it through the offside, or you can turn it into the leg side. There's a run down towards long on.
Swepson to Chandamal, low full toss as it dips on him, and he drives it down to long on. That position, 6 for 455 with the single. We saw Swepson get big turn yesterday to get rid of Kamindu Mendes, that one that pitched in the footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump and turned a long way, but he hasn't turned a lot of them very far.
That was almost a wicket, I felt, from just a little bit of drift away from the left-hander, Kamindu. Very full, wasn't it? And he thought he could actually sort of sweep it, but it was under the bat and into the sort of the inside edge and then onto the stumps.
Swepson to Ramesh Mendes, who plays on the back foot out towards point. Again, won't get through the field. Labuschagne alert there.
If Swepson could have just a little bit of Labuschagne, if I could dare put it that way, in his armoury, just as one that floats up a little bit more. Everything is very flat.
He bowls flat again and fast, and it's defended on the front foot. So they look untroubled thus far by both of Australia's spinners so far today. 157 overs gone, 6 for 455.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brown, dance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. 6 for 455. Sri Lanka lead by 91 runs. Starting to build that towards something imposing. At 3 figures in the near future at the moment. Nathan Lyon chatting to Cummins. Can't quite pick up what they're saying through the stump microphone. Now Ramesh Mendes is getting some help from umpire Michael Goff to dig out some grass from his spikes. The umpire is called upon to do all sorts of things. The umpire has Nathan Lyon's cap clipped to his belt. He's digging the grass out of the spikes. Dressing room attendants, wardrobe attendants, the umpires.
They usually have all sorts of little bits of equipment.
Lyon comes into bowl to Chandimal. He sweeps it on the pad outside the line. Nathan Lyon appeals half-heartedly, but that was never going to be given. They're sort of human Swiss Army knives, the umpires, aren't they?
They are.
If you need a stone dug out of a horse's hoof, ask an umpire.
He's got it. Yeah, that's it. A little bit of sewing, seamstress.
Pair of tweezers. Lyon bowls outside the leg stump, swept away, and this time it'll be 4 runs. Chandimal gets down low and sweeps that very fine. 6 for 459. The runs keep coming. The lead's out to 95. Nathan Lyon erring in line.
Yeah, that's too much leg side, isn't it? That was easy. That was a sort of a help yourself ball, really.
Help it on its way.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Good partnership here developing. Really good for Sri Lanka.
Lyon comes into bowl to Chandimal, sweeps again from well outside the off stump. He'll only get a single this time as he hits it squarer. Chandimal on to 135. Sri Lanka 6 for 460. The partnership's worth 51 now.
Well done, Lyon. That's a bit better. That's slower. That's only 53 miles an hour. He's been operating a bit faster than that, and you could see Chandimal almost fell over there with the stroke because the ball hadn't arrived. Those are the sorts of variations he needs, also to use the length of the ball as well.
Lyon into bowl to Ramesh Mendes, who comes across the front pad to short leg. What's 53 miles an hour? Is that about 85
Yeah,
k's?
something like that, yes.
Have to translate for our largely Australian audience. Lyon bowls to Ramesh Mendes, who steps back and plays to short leg. The trick is, if you need to do this in your head, 5 miles is 8 kilometres.
There we are. 85 is 52. 52 miles an hour, 85 kilometres an hour.
Yes, so if you can divide it by 5 and then multiply that by 8 in your head, you just need to know 2 lots of times tables. Lyon comes in and bowls. Forward defensive stroke from Ramesh Mendes. 6 for 460. So that means 60 miles an hour is 96 kilometres. There you go. I hope that's useful. 158 overs gone. You're on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. After the break, Adam Collins to join Bharat Sundaresan.
Imagine homes so well designed and luxurious, all electric and solar powered, saving up to 70% on energy bills by a builder with $7 billion in backing. Henley, tomorrow's homes today.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Just the start Sri Lanka needed this morning. Chandimal going from 118 to 135, and Mendes from 7 to 19. They lead by 96. That was 67 when we started. So 40 minutes, job well done. Can they push on with it? Mitch Swepson to start his 35th over. into Chandimal here. He's got a slip. Full toss to start. Chandimal places it out towards deep mid-wicket. He could have popped that on the moon if he saw fit to do so, but we're not quite in that mode as yet. Hello, Baz.
Hello, Adam. Very, very good start for the Sri Lankans. This is what they would have wanted. When Niroshan Dickwella got out, it felt like things could go awry for them. That they might collapse the same way Australia did on the second morning, but credit to Ramesh Mendes, like he did in the first innings of the first test. He just hung in there. He's batted like someone who knows what he's doing. You know, there's been so much talk about his first-class average and him having made a 300. Almost sounds like Ravindra Jadeja.
Yeah, I was going to draw that comparison where Jadeja, as a younger lad, if I understand it correctly, was being picked just as much for his batting as his bowling, right?
Oh, very much so. I remember a Ranji Trophy match in 2008 when Jadeja was everything. He was batter, bowler, of course, coined as a rock star by the late great Shane Warne.
So Australia have taken 2 minutes to set their field after one ball. They do not care at all about over rates. They fell well short yesterday. They'll get fined a significant portion of their match fee for that, I'm certain. And they'll probably do so again today, but that doesn't seem to affect them. They go at their own pace, the Australians. Sweeps and bowls here. Mendes digs it out, full delivery. Sweeps and collects it, he's following through. I was mystified by that late yesterday, by the way, when they were trying to build pressure on Mendes, especially, relatively new man to the crease, 1 wicket away from exposing this inexperienced Sri Lankan lower order. Sweeps and delivers, and Mendes gets forward, outside part of the bat, spits out the backward point, no run. Lead stays at 97. And there was no urgency whatsoever. I mean, they should have wanted to have bowled every ball they could have at Mendes before the close of play.
Tells you a lot about the Australian mindset. Maybe they think they're ahead in this series. Do they really have to force the issue here?
Sweeps into Mendes, full again. Just dips towards the crease line, almost yorks himself. No run when clipping to mid-wicket. Nathan Lyon does the fielding.
No, we did speak to Andrew McDonald at the end of the day, and I asked him about how, even though they haven't taken too many wickets, the Australians haven't let Sri Lanka get too far ahead. And he felt the same. He said, yeah, we control the tempo of the game.
Run rate at 2.9 across the innings. Sweeps them shorter here. Mendes goes back and plonks it with a cross bat down towards mid-on. Not the most elegant shot, but it does the job. No run. He's 19 from 76 balls now, Mendes.
Well, it's a facet of Test cricket in the subcontinent where you need to decide, when you need to know when to attack, when not to attack.
Last ball of the over. Delivers here, full, leg stump, turned into the onside. Mendes reaches 20, retains the strike. No concerns with that for Sri Lanka. The lead up to 98, the score 6 for 462. And our coverage for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
He's got it! 1,000 goals for Buddy Franklin! He cuts in onto his left foot, has a shot, it's in!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
And the right horse gets the job done!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App Stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric. Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan, and jumping into the third mic chair is former South African batsman HD Ackerman. Ackers, how are you?
Morning, gentlemen. Oh, my adopted country's under pressure, I think.
I always find it I find it difficult to introduce you. Yes, former South African batter, live in Australia. You mostly know for your broadcasting these days around the world. You live half your life in Sri Lanka because of the broadcasting you do over here. You're a man about town.
I haven't quite got my citizenship with Sri Lanka yet, though.
Live bowls to Mendes on 20. He's forward and defending out into the offside. No catcher there. Indeed, only one catcher for Mendes, and that's the short leg.
Mendes has played well this morning. He's looked more assured. He sort of came in yesterday evening and defended and looked as though he just wanted to hang around, but now he's starting to play.
No sweeper on the offside. 2-7 field. Line bowls, and Mendez takes him easily down towards long on, where there is always a single to Travis Head. Mendez 21. 6 for 463. The lead up to 99, and Jeremy Coney gesticulates behind us. Nice use of the feet getting down the track.
Just going back to Mr. Ackerman's Sri Lankan credentials. I was telling him yesterday that when he's in Sri Lanka, HT stands for Hambantota Dambola Ackerman.
Yeah, might be venturing to Hambantota during the Lankan Premier League, which will be in August. So I've still got some time here.
Oh, I've not been to that ground yet. They've cut that into the forest, haven't they, the Hambantota?
Very nice ground.
Very nice ground, but in the middle of nowhere. I remember going there during the 2011 World Cup when they just inaugurated it. You see a board called Hambantota. An hour later, there's still no stadium.
Line to Chandimal. There's a reverse sweep. Marnus Labuschagne, that is one of the more ridiculous appeals you will ever see. I mean, I can't even tell you how absurd that is. That he's hit it on the reverse sweep. He's outside the line of the off stump. Even if he didn't hit it, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. It's hit him outside the line by, it was the 7th stump, maybe the 8th stump.
He was literally off the pitch.
Bowling again his line, and Chandimal pushes into the onside. And the insistence of the appeal.
And Labuschagne was a short leg.
I mean, what game of cricket's he watching? I mean, I get that he wants to be in the game and all the rest of it, and always wants the ball and so on, and I know we can bully him a little bit in terms of his appealing, but that really is one of the worst appeals I've seen, even by his standards. Line bowls, Chandimal 136, dancing, playing down to long on for the 2nd time in the over. Travis Head gets a touch, and the lead is up to 100. 6 for 464. They have batted so well. Mendez and Chandimal with a partnership now above 50. They've done everything right across 45 minutes this morning.
You were talking a little bit about Hambantota, and it reminds me a little bit of that Kevin Costner film, Field of Dreams. You know, they build it and they'll come, because you don't think anyone's going to turn up to the ground because they're just in this forest. And then as the first ball's bowled, they appear.
Lions last ball, bowls to Mendez on 21, goes back, sharp spin, but places it out towards Patrick Cummins, moves around from mid-off to cover, end of the over. So the lead to 101, 6 for 464 the score. Chandimal 137, Mendez retaining the strike for the 2nd time in a row. He's on 22. We're here for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. I spent some time in Hambantota and Dambulla the last time I was here, and my prevailing memory of Dambulla was the final one-day international played by Tilakrat Adil Shah. It was a one-day, actually David Warner's first time captaining Australia as well, and it's a capacity of 18,000. 35,000 showed up. The grandstand we were in, I mean, it was 6 to an aisle. Every step was being sat on. It was pretty much like you're worried about the structural integrity of the building at that point. But the bit that really stood out, all the trees on the far side of the ground had people climbed into them. And I don't just mean 4 or 5 people. I'm talking 20 or 30 people in these trees. It was dangerous. It wasn't ideal. Australia won a narrow chase. I think Matthew Wade on a tough pitch got them to the finish line, and they played another game at Dambulla 3 days later. So to offset the problem, what did they do? They chopped down all the trees.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That was the solution. Chop the trees down.
Hopefully not with the people still on.
No, they'd made way by that point. Love Dambulla though, great place. Mendez facing up to Swepson, 2 for 96 his figures. They'll stay 2 for 96, a push into the onside.
And just on the way to the ground, I mean, Hambantota, it's a great place. On the way to the ground, you pass these sort of, I say game reserves, really, with elephants, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's an amazing place to go out on a sort of safari type thing, isn't it? Mendez facing Swepson, again, middle stump defending. I went to the opening of one of the big hotels in Hambantota and stayed there for a few days. So that, you know, as you do when you're a freelancer, a bit of travel. Yeah, went out on one of the back of the trucks and right up close to the elephants and other great parts of touring this part of the world. Swepson wider of the crease, full, flighted, defended by Mendez. The 3rd new ball is due in 3.4 overs, I should say. Ordinarily, it would be due after 160, but they took it in over number 84, the 2nd one, that is. So not far away again from Stark and Cummins. Swepson for now. Silly point and a slip. Neither of those two men are in action, though. He steers behind point Mendez, where David Warner does the fielding. They rotate the strike. He's 23. 6 for 465, a lead of 101.
Ominous signs for, when I say for Australia, I had a brief chat with Dinesh Chandimal before the start of play this morning, and he indicated that it wasn't a surface that you could just stand there and defend on and look to survive. You needed to be proactive. You need to look to score. You need to use your feet.
So a couple out on the leg side with Chandimal on strike. Sweeps into him here, and he drives out to the covers, but there's Marnus, no single on him.
But whether he was meaning that, or whether he was trying to get a message across to Australia to say that, look, you need to bat in a similar fashion to the way we batted in the first Test match, well, that remains to be seen.
So last ball of the over, long on drops back. They won't mind if he takes a single, evidently. Sweeps and delivers. Chandimal, full toss, and what do you know? Down to long on for a single. So Chandimal retains the strike. He's 138, the lead 103. Sri Lanka 6 for 466. Oh, make that 6 for 467 as the board just gets ahead of me. At the end of the over, we'll go to a break for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The V8 sleuth joined us to talk about his new book covering the history of HRT.
People sell them, they restore them, they bring them back to how they raced back with Craig Lowndes or Peter Brock or Mark Scaife or Garth Gander or any of the stars from over the years. So it never sits still. So it's, Johnson gets a run in this one somehow. I think it's the wrong colour and the wrong badge.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Sri Lanka in good nick this morning. They've been out there for 52 minutes and they've taken Sri Lanka's lead from 67 up to 103, with Mendes reaching 23 not out from 84 balls. And you can see why they value him in this team. He didn't bowl well in this Test match, or so far in this Test match, but albeit after getting the wicket of Khawaja, but broadly speaking was nowhere near as effective as he was last week. But he does bring that all-round offering down there at number 8. And then Chandimal, we mentioned it in our pre-game show this morning, HD. You look at a guy that's played Test cricket for 13 years and only played 67 times. It's bewildering because he's a serious cricketer.
Yeah, I think we know that in Sri Lanka there's a lot of things that can happen. You say, with the greatest of respect, you say the wrong thing in an interview and you find yourself out of a side, or you're not quite good mates with the captain, and you find yourself out the side. These are the kind of things that happen here. He's a wonderful cricketer. I know we've said from a Test match perspective he's sort of a certainty, but he's actually started to play good T20 cricket in the last few months as well. Sort of found an understanding of how he can play the game and be most effective.
Here comes Marnus Labuschagne to bowl his 5th over of the Test match. Bowled 2 brief spells yesterday. Indeed, he bowled the final over of the day. He's going to bowl from our end. The broadcast end, 1 slip, full toss to start. Chandimal, for the 3rd or 4th time today when he's had a full toss, happy just to plonk it to the sweeper. No risks from the veteran. He's 139, 6 for 468 the score, the lead 104.
I think this is just to get Australia to the 2nd new one. A 3rd new one, excuse me.
3rd new one, yeah. But I would say, I don't think he bowls enough.
No, I asked Andrew McDonald about where he is as a bowler and how the leadership group looks at him. And they still feel that he is someone who is getting better. They used him a lot in the ODIs, didn't they, HT?
So Labuschagne to Mendes, delivers here, lands this one, bit short though. Mendes gets it back to the bowler and Labuschagne does the fielding off it.
Well, that's probably how they could use him in the Test matches. I think he does all right in the one-days because of the protection that he's offered in the outfield. There's just 4 in the ring and then the rest of them are out there, whereas in a Test match you almost feel that would be too negative. But maybe he's the kind of bowler that you can have those sort of fields for.
Labuschagne bowls and Mendes, full toss again, works it through the onside, wide of Travis Head at mid-on. They get a single.
Because there's no
6 for 469 the score. Mendes up to 24.
Because there's no doubt that he lacks the consistency that I think a captain wants. So he leaks runs, but he does give the ball a rip. So I mean, he got big turn yesterday evening.
And he's been bowling a lot in county championship cricket as well, and not just like as a novelty item. He's been one of the front liners for Glamorgan. Bowls here on the back foot goes Chandimal, can't beat backward point. Bowling seam up, then bowling spin. Wanting to be always in the game, Labuschagne being Labuschagne.
Can you imagine him convincing the captain? I think this wicket suits me.
He's actually been taking wickets bowling medium pace, often coming on 2nd or 3rd change over in Wales. Bowls here to Chandy Mull on 139. Make that 140. Easy single to backward point where Mitchell Stark does the fielding. 6 for 470. One ball left in the over.
And he bowls a lot for Queensland as well. I think Usman Khawaja trusts him a lot more than what Pat Cummins seems to do. Often throws in the ball. I mean, he demands it. I think the logic is that if he has a ball in his hand, he'll be slightly quieter.
Labuschagne to finish to Mendes, flat, short, pulled, but only one. Travis Head at mid-on has, well, I said he could have an opportunity at executing a run out, but that was slightly ambitious. It was never really on. End of the over, 162 bowled. A couple until the third new ball. Sri Lanka 6 for 471. Chandy Mull 140, Mendes 25, and our coverage is for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Imagine homes so well designed and luxurious, all electric and solar powered, saving up to 70% on energy bills by a builder with $7 billion in backing. Henley, tomorrow's homes today.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks for comfort with cushioned soles that stay comfy all day long. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself.
We're number one down under for socks.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes, now solar powered and all electric. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan, HG Ackerman with me, and Sri Lanka are 107 in the black. And, well, we said in the pre-game, Bharat, that Australia needed to win the session. Haven't won a session for a while now. Got to go back to probably day one, arguably. The first day, you could argue that Sri Lanka won all three sessions on day two and all three sessions yesterday.
Yeah, also tells you how that collapse on day two has really hurt them.
Swepson to Mendes on leg stump to start. Turning to the onside towards Nathan Lyon, but Chandy Mull through comfortably. Good running, good batting. 6 for 472.
And this is when Sri Lanka's a cricketing side are at their best, when they grind runs out and they grind a lead of 150, 160, which is a substantial lead. And then suddenly their spinners seem to produce more than the opposition spinners. I mean, this surface, when Russell Arnold did the pitch report at the start of play, there's a lot of rough developing outside the line of the stumps. In line of the stumps, still pretty good, but outside the line of the stumps, and you got Jayasuriya and Mendes who can come on and bowl.
Great little stat coming up on TV. 92 times Australia have conceded a 100-run or worse first innings lead, and they've only won 3 of them, but 2 of those were in Sri Lanka. Of course, at Colombo, one of the greatest comebacks of all time in 1992, and here at Galle, a 161-run deficit in 2004 before Shane Warne and co went to work, and 3 centuries in that second innings for Australia. I think it was Martin, Lehman, and I'm looking down to Michelle, who will know, who's with us in the box today. Martin, Lehman and one other made hundreds the second time around to give Australia the chance to win the game on the final day, and as usual, Shane Warne did. But they're a long way behind here, 108 behind. Swepson, round the wicket for Chandy Mull, change of angle. It's full on middle stump, as he's been most of the time in this spell, and as a result, Chandy Mull's able to open up the angle and drive out to extra cover, taking Pat Cummins on for a single. He's 141. Sri Lanka tick the board over to 6 for 473.
Well, Lehman was a wonderful player of spin, wasn't he? The real strength.
Yeah, that was a period in 2004 when Martin and Lehman really mastered the art of playing spin off the back foot. And David Martin came to India and Anil Kumble just couldn't get him out.
Swepson delivers and Mendes comes forward and defends into the onside no run.
And it was all about playing the ball late, playing it off the back foot. They had a great series and then carried it forward to Sri Lanka.
So last over before drinks here. New ball not far away. Swepson bowls into the footmarks outside the off stump, but no movement. Straight into the gloves of Carey. He's having a better morning than he did yesterday, or yesterday afternoon, where he was struggling to glove Swepson a lot of the time. Missing an important stumping off line too. Mendes facing up Swepson, 2 for 100. Oh, run out. Caught it short leg. Activity around the bat. The game just stops for a moment. So head was turned into the onside by Mendes, and Swepson went up for the catch, and then he flicked the ball back at the stumps. We're going to go upstairs and take a look. I assume for the caught it short leg.
Yeah, the soft signal is not out. It's basically to see if it was a bump ball or it went straight into Head's hand. I mean, it did go straight into his hands, but did it go off full?
So watching it back, it pitches, yes, bump ball. No concerns there from Mendes. He'll stay in the middle. That'll be confirmed now by the third umpire. So one ball left. Kumar Dharmasena got that call right. Swepson to complete his 37th over. Last ball before drinks. Mendes on 26 goes back. Shout for leg before. Dharmasena keeps his finger down. It's missing leg stump. And Australia don't have a review anyway. They blew them about 24 hours ago. Drinks are coming out onto the field here at Galle. It's been Sri Lanka's morning. Their lead was 67. Now it's 109. They're 6 for 473. They haven't lost a wicket this morning. And Chandimal still going strong. 141 not out. There with Mendes on 26. We'll take a break with Drinks on the field. Our coverage for Henley Holmes delivering affordability. And on the other side of it, Geoff Lemon picking up commentary.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Indian Motorcycle challenge themselves every day to live up to the passion and trailblazing spirit of their founders by pushing themselves to be the driving force in what's next, with a commitment that defines American craftsmanship and produces the most beautiful motorcycles, recognized around the world. History remembers the game changers. Make the first move. Visit your nearest dealer today. Indian Motorcycle, America's first motorcycle company since 1901.
Umpire Gottman bowls and sweeps from outside the off stump, catches the call, but it lands comfortably in front of Cameron Green. Might have been a bit top edgish though.
Lyon, Ramesh Mendes down the pitch, hits him down the ground and hits him long. That goes for 4 over mid-on. Usman Khawaja just watches the ball bounce away and then waits for Lyon. Bowls outside the leg stump, swept away. And this time it'll be 4 runs. Chandimal gets down low. And sweeps that very fine. 6 for 459. Runs keep coming. The lead's out to 95. 6 for 473 in the Sri Lankan score at Galle International Cricket Stadium. They're ahead by 109, the home team. Dinesh Chandimal 141. Ramesh Mendes 26. I've got Bharat Sundaresan and HT Ackerman with me. Good morning, HT. Good morning, Bharat.
Good morning, Jeff. Good morning, Jeffrey. And yeah, everybody's taking their own sweet time. You can see the Australians are in no hurry. The Sri Lankans are in no hurry. And Russell Arnold has also taken his own sweet time to come into the commentary box, looking really nice as always.
Dapper.
Dapper.
All right.
And bright pink. Yeah.
Well, let's
just like HT.
We'll switch you out then, shall we? All right. Farewell. All right. When you say no hurry, it makes me think of nihari, which is the dish that got me extremely sick in Pakistan. So that doesn't bring back great memories. Prefer not to be reminded of that. Made that tour challenging, shall we say. Anyway, the drinks break is coming to an end. Russell Arnold has jumped in. Good morning to Russell as well.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon to all those back in Australia. It's been a good morning for Sri Lanka, in fact. 1 hour of play, not losing a wicket, 42 runs added, and that lead's growing. Moment they're able to get it up to around 150, it will be a very tricky zone for Australia.
The ground DJ blasting out Share, Believe. Oh, what a tune. This is when she brought auto-tune in, and everybody, she reinvented herself with this song. Brought dance music to the mainstream. What a moment. Good to get some respect from the local ground DJ.
There's not many that have done what she's done, eh? Won an Oscar and a Grammy.
That's true. That's true. across the genres. So what's the EGOT they call it? The Emmy, the Tony, the Oscar, and the Grammy. There've been a handful who've done it.
Really? Have they?
Yeah. Not a lot.
Jennifer Hudson.
Yep, that's right.
She done it?
She did.
There you go.
She's one of them. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And we're waiting for things to get going after the drinks break. Mitchell Swepson. No, Marnus Labuschagne's going to bowl. Okay. Well, he was bowling a bit before. And we're seeing that replay of the unreviewed. Well, I couldn't review it.
The last ball of the last over. Well, I was on comms at the other end and looking at it, I thought it was missing leg.
I'll just let you know, it's pitched on middle and leg. It's hit him on middle and leg, and it's hitting halfway up the stumps.
Oh,
it's stone dead.
Absolutely out. 3 reds had they been able to review that. It was out all day long. So the one that was turned down that they couldn't review just before the break should have been out. Not given. Australia, no reviews left. Marnus Labuschagne bowls outside the leg stump, turned away by Chandimal for a comfortable single to deep mid-wicket. 6 for 4, 7 4. Another one goes begging for the Australians.
Are you ready for the debate now about the howler? In that surely, if an umpire from upstairs can call an LBW, not an LBW, a no ball, surely he can radio down and say, listen, Kumar, that is out.
You've got that one wrong. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
I wouldn't 100%. Want to go there because if the umpire does happen to or doesn't call one immediately, the game goes on, and there are some instances.
Labuschagne bowls full, defended away.
Where we realise these type of things later on and we are unable to call it. It'll cause more of a problem from a team's point of view. Oh, you called that, you didn't call this. We're going into an unwanted territory, I'm telling you.
Labuschagne bowls outside the leg stump, forward defensive shot.
That's what's debate.
I think we had that situation in Australia in domestic cricket once. It didn't go too well. Maybe 7-8 years ago, where certain decisions.
Labuschagne bowls a big full toss and can't take toll, Ramesh Mendes. He hits it straight to mid-wicket where Warner fields.
Could have been, or the call was to come from upstairs, not from the players to review. And it didn't last too long.
Right.
I must get my head around it when it happened, but in domestic cricket it was trialled.
Labuschagne pitches the next one outside edge as it turns away. There'll be runs here for Ramesh Mendes. Down towards deep third. Starks running back, slides just inside the rope and saves the boundary. They've only taken a couple in the end. Happy to run casually. 6 for 475.
Yeah, well bowled. Bit of turn, thickish outside edge. It's quick down there as well, the outfield. I suppose that concludes the debate then.
Well, I think there's room to continue. Drops short as Labuschagne and it's pulled. And a long on. Just a single. They've got protection back there. 6 for 476 after 164 overs. But I think that the implementation, there could be arguments about how to implement it, but the idea that it has to be in the hands of the players, that doesn't work for me, because you see players using reviews tactically. You see them saying, we've got 3 reviews, so we're just going to take a punt on this one, take a punt on that one. We waste a lot of time on nonsense reviews when they're 8 wickets down and the batting side says, well, we'll just review it anyway, just in case. They're not using it at the time that they should be using it, which is when they know an incorrect decision has been made. That's why it's there, but that's not how it's used. So it doesn't work. The system, as it's set up, does not currently work.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, it was originally implemented to eradicate the howler.
Yeah.
But what it's doing at the moment is we were looking at 50-50 decisions rather than actually getting the howler correct.
That's it, all the time. And so then we still have clearly wrong decisions, like the caught behind yesterday, that don't get given. And that don't get corrected, and that doesn't help the umpires because they've still made incorrect decisions that go on to influence a match.
Yeah.
And umpires would prefer to have the decisions made correctly if they've got something wrong.
Well, particularly now when Sri Lanka have got reviews left and Australia don't.
Yes.
If you're an umpire, I would give everything out in the favour of Australia.
If it's a 50-50 one, exactly. You'd be putting the finger up because the Sri Lankans can challenge it if they want to.
Correct.
If you do it the other way around, then you're locked into your incorrect decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I don't think it would be too hard for a third umpire to not have to review everything.
Jeff? During the 2012-2013 domestic season, Cricket Australia trialled a review system in the domestic one-day competition where the third umpire could intervene and review any out or not out decision.
Okay.
The review system was unpopular among players and critics, which the Australian international 2020 captain George Bailey, who's now the selector, called the system shocking and embarrassing. The review system was dropped by Cricket Australia after 2 rounds of the competition.
Mitchell Starc bowls full, hits on the pad, and it's given out. Well, the finger goes up for Australia that time, and it will be up to Sri Lanka if they want a review. That was very full, and I don't think there will be a review there because he was smashed on the foot. So...
Well, there was no hesitation, absolutely no hesitation from the umpire. As soon as that wrapped him on the foot, the appeal wasn't even halfway to being completed, and you can understand why, because it swung in and hit him bang in front of middle stump on the full.
Third new ball, he gets a little bit of swing. That would be hitting the bottom of middle. 29 to Ramesh Mendis. He's batted a lot better than what he did yesterday, which has helped Sri Lanka's cause. Helped Dinesh Chandimal build that lead. 477 for 7.
Well, he's faced 98 deliveries, so he falls just short of his Cowan ton. 7 wickets down now, Sri Lanka for 477. They lead by 113. And Mahesh Theekshana on Test debut will walk out to the middle. No need to review a full swinging Yorker that hits you in front of middle stump. But I was still relieved that there wasn't a review. You see so many reviews for stone-dead LBWs these days, with players just hoping there might be some act of God that spares them.
Well, I think he looked across at Dinesh Chandimal, didn't he? Should I review it? You know, maybe I'm the last recognised batter. What do you think? And I think Chandimal looked at him and said, you got to go.
Don't waste my time,
We
my
may
friend.
need that a little bit later.
Exactly. And that is the case. So the 7th wicket falls, and finally something for Australia, something for Mitchell Starc. That pace, that full swinging Yorker has been his strength in white ball cricket for so long, and he can pull it out in red ball cricket with a new ball.
The pitch on the slower side, which we've seen, and hence very, very clever from Mitch Starc. Bowling it fast and full, not using the pitch at all.
That's it. Well, a lot of the time when he hits the stumps in white ball cricket, he hits them on the full. The ball swerves in the air and he'll just collect middle stump halfway up.
Great reactions from the batsman,
from Dinesh Chandimal,
especially because the face he made to indicate to Ramesh Mendis, you're better off just going away.
Well, Theekshana now has to deal with Starc. Right-hander waiting for Starc, and he's almost hit on the pad as well. Little inside edge. It rolls back down the pitch to the bowler. No run.
Now, Theekshana is usually the number 11 in white ball cricket. So I'll tell you what Sri Lanka have in the hut left.
Okay.
Now, probably it's a good technique that Theekshana is using. He's starting outside leg stump, showing all 3 stumps. Some bowlers just target your toes, don't they? So if Starc keeps doing that, it's going to be missing leg stump and not getting any LBW decisions. He'll have to change where he targets.
2 slips, Galle and a point for Mitch Starc. Left armour to a right-hander, bowling to Theekshana, who's spending and missing outside the off-stump on a length. Didn't miss his off-stump by too much, didn't miss his edge by much either.
Oh, Starc will be thinking, where was the swing with the first new ball? I've waited for 3 of these things. That's beautifully bowled.
Oh, that's hooping in.
Well, Starc has figures of 11 wickets in a test match here, isn't it, Jeff?
11 for 90.
He can get 6 here.
Yeah.
And what an achievement on a pitch like this, which you'd expect spinners to really dominate.
There's only a couple of deliveries left of the over then, and then Chandimal's got some questions to ask.
He'll have to change the game now. Yep. He can't play the same as he did with Ramesh.
Starc bowls to Theekshana, who's swishing and missing outside the off stump. There's a little noise as the bat hit the ground, I think, and no appeal. The Australians realised that wasn't out.
So how would you go about this, HD? You got Starc.
I bowl Cummins.
You'll bowl Cummins, yes.
I bowl Cummins. There's a little bit of swing here. Not that Cummins is a big swinger of the ball, but I think if you bowl spin, I think Chandimal will take it on. Yes, you could knock him over, But if he gets a big over in,
it'll be harder to take the seamer on here, isn't it?
I think so.
Cummins can swing the ball a little bit. Stark bowls full, swinging in, and he won't take a run, Tikshana, as he drives down to mid-on. Usually with Cummins, it's that slight bit of movement in the air, and then it seams.
Yeah, but Tikshana wanted the run. He got the got ball on bat, and he was away.
Yeah.
Chandimal would have just said to him, one more delivery, just one more delivery, and then let's see how I go about things.
The old Kevin Peterson Red Bull run.
Yeah.
You know, I used to call it the Morse code, dot, dash. 7-7. One ball to come in the Stark over. Charging up to bowl to Mahesh Tikshana, who bends and misses once again. Carey's appealing. Everyone's appealing. Fingers up. He's out. Outside edge. Well, he could review this. He doesn't look happy about it, Tikshana, and he's walking down to speak to Chandimal. Has he sent this upstairs? He needs to do it if he wants to. He has. They've reviewed. So he doesn't think he's hit it. And we'll take a review here on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. 7 for 477. Last ball of the 165th over. Sri Lanka leading by 113. And has Mahesh Tikshana got an edge? Well, on the replay, it doesn't look like it.
It's a minute. The TV umpire's been busier than the two standing on the ground.
Absolutely. Well, it's more argument for an overhaul of the review system. He's missed that. There's nothing on the snickometer, the audiograph technology that shows whether it picks up a sound, and Kumar Dharmasena has not had a great test match in the middle.
I think he's using my theory now. Give everything out and let Sri Lanka review.
Sure. Well, why not? If you've got the possibility, you can be spared. 165 overs gone. 7 for 477.
Want an internet provider with the most satisfied customers? Mate has been rated the best for overall NBN satisfaction by CanStar Blue's annual providers review. In fact, Mate are the only telco to score 5 stars in all areas. That's customer service, value for money, ease of setup, bill and cost clarity, as well as speed and reliability. So, join the most satisfied NBN customers. Choose a provider you can trust, like a Mate. Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN Test Match Cricket for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric. An overturned decision. Sri Lanka reprieved. Mahesh Tikshana on Test debut. Not much of a player with the bat, but he's there, batting at number 9 in this team, which indicates that there's not a whole lot to come with Prabhat Jayasuriya and Kasan Rajita, the two bowlers, to come in. I suppose that gives us an indication that nobody expects much from them, Russell Arnold.
Yes, as I mentioned, Tikshana can thonk it around a bit. Usually bats at number 11 in white ball cricket. He's coming in at 9. So not much, but Chandimal now has decisions to make. He's on 142, lead 113.
Yep.
Does he continue to try and trust Tikshana to hang in there, or does he try and get you up to 130, 125, whatever it may be? Because Stark, it's only a matter of time. The way he's bowling, he knows exactly where to put the ball.
Yep.
He's quick. He's a little bit of shape. New ball in hand. Odds are with Stark to pick up 6, unless Nathan Lyon, who's got the ball in hand, has other things to say and pinches a few in between.
Well, that is the interesting part, because Cummins is not bowling himself. He's bowling Nathan Lyon with the new ball, hoping for bounce from the spinner. But I would have thought Sri Lanka would be happier to face Lyon with the new ball than Cummins.
But what Cummins will be thinking is Chandimal's got to try and make the play. And making the play against Lyon with the hard ball rough is definitely a risk. He will play Cummins different, but he would try to take Lyon.
Well,
so it's a bit of bringing the carrot.
Got 4 out, effectively 3 on the lead. And then himself is effectively pulled off. Okay, everybody's going out. Now he's second out. He's sending cover out. Everybody else is 3/4 of the way on the right.
Delivers here to Chandimal, who gets on the front foot and takes the single out to long off, or deep extra cover. So it's 7 for 491. Chandimal 149. 2 balls left in the over.
But he's the partnerships that Chandimal has had, certainly you'll have to give some gifts, if you like, to the lower order of Sri Lanka. They haven't thrown their wickets away at all, have they? They've supported Chandimal, who's himself, we were talking about 30 extra, 40 extra runs. Well, Chandimal's got those on his own. And then Mendes, of course, played like a proper batsman, I thought, and getting to nearly 30.
Would it be reasonable to say that long-term, I think Ramesh Mendes might be a test batter, not a test bowler?
Well, he might be.
He just strikes me as the kind of guy who's got the technique to maybe go into the top 6.
The way he played Lion in particular.
Yeah. Stark Pratikshana bowls here, swing and a miss. No footwork there from the number 9 on Test debut.
So, I mean, it's been a really good effort from Sri Lanka, and to extend this lead from 67 when we began today to now into the 120s, that's a substantial change. Now, what do Australia do? Well, this is I know you've been talking with Russell a little bit as I came in and heard the end of that. The third innings in a cricket match can be quite tricky. What do you do? Stick or twist? Do you take time out of the game, but therefore you're not building, you know, there's a lot of kind of time for the opposition. If you're going to take that route, the opposition can pick up wickets, and suddenly you get yourself in trouble.
That's what our colleague Dan Norcross calls the third innings pickle. Last ball of the over. Tikshana faces up, in swinging Yorker, dug out towards mid-on. Nicely played into the over. 7 for 491 remains the score. Sri Lanka lead by 127. Chandimal 149. Tikshana is on 6. Yeah, I think Australia, because Sri Lanka have batted for so long, it's that they don't have that many options to win the game from here, in that they would need to, talk about sticking or twisting, they would need to really go quite hard to build a sufficient lead to either get bowled out well ahead or indeed declare.
Correct.
Now, 1-0 up in the series. World Test Championship calculations to consider here as well, in that they're in a good position, not needing to take any risks at the moment. They're way ahead on that measure, the ICC World Test Championship. So in a way, they're incentivised to play conservatively here. Win the series, bank the points for the draw, and get on with it, and return to home summer in first place on that ladder.
That is where the batting like this morning is, at least the pitch is ageing. We've seen changes of boots and so on. I just mentioned that as a possible. And I'm thinking about early ages boots, that certainly longer sprigs. So that increases the target and the depth of those targets for bowlers.
Pat Cummins gives himself an over. Away from us, pavilion end. Bowls here to Chandimal 1-4. With a pull shot out to deep mid-wicket, takes a single. For the 5th time in Test cricket, Chandimal reaches zone. And then in the game.
For Lanka from the Ratner and 80. Henderson for Matthews yesterday. I mean, there's been support right throughout this for Chandimal, who's, as I say, been at the epicentre of this innings. It's a big innings now, and they're coming up to 500. That's the next target.
Yeah, especially when he came in. It's Tikshana back on strike now to Cummins. Short leg in position. He backs away, and the ball goes over the top of the off stump, and Marnus is interested in that development. But yeah, when he came in yesterday, Chandimal, going back through the scorecard, it was at the loss of the 4th wicket. So that was when Angelo Matthews was caught at short leg just after lunch. Now, at that point, they're on 269 for 4. You can easily imagine a world where he gets out there and Australia end up with a pretty healthy first innings lead.
Yes.
All that stood between that happening was Chandimal getting in and making a count on a good surface. Cummins to Tikshana, backs away again, pops it into the offside behind point, no run. And yeah, sure, as you mentioned before, there were some moments early on, that booming attempted drive when his foot was straight down the pitch and the ball was a foot and a half outside the off stump. Had he nicked off there, very different game of cricket.
The thing about that for me, though, is, OK, he was a little bit uncertain for a start, but he found a way through. He survived it. And quite often in cricket that happens. It's not always beer and skittles, is it?
Sure.
There are times when you will feel uncomfortable, perhaps a terrific spell of fast bowling.
Cummins has a slip and a short leg. Bowls here, edging through the cordon. Frustration for Australia. Tikshana through about 3rd slip. They've only got 1 slip and a gully, though, so he moves along to 10. The lead up to 132 with Sri Lanka 7 for 496, nearing another milestone.
Yeah, just not quite getting in line at this stage. Tikshana staying leg side of the ball and just sort of playing away from himself, but he gets it through the cordon. There's only 1 slip in the gully there, so there's a bit of a gap, and through she goes for another boundary, and it runs quickly, of course, the new ball. Down goes a man now. Cummins wants a third man and out there.
Well, in the end, he's gone for a deep backward point, not a third man. Interesting how they've reset here. So slip, gully, cover, mid-off and deep backward point on the offside. Cummins arrives and bowls the Tikshana bouncer. So for the short ball, they've got only one man out at fine leg in front of the fort. And Travis Head at mid-wicket, Usman Khawaja at mid-on.
Well watched, Tikshana. He got underneath that. He didn't try and sort of just defend it by standing up, which is quite often what happens. And the bat pad comes into play. There is a bat pad there. So, well watched. And I mean, that's what Chandimal did. He got through that period, and he found a way. And that's what you want out of your players. Solve the problem.
Yeah, he really wound it back at the right time, didn't he? He's still there. Cummins bowls fallen straight to Tikshana, who pushes out to cover. End of the over. We'll have a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon replacing me to take us through to lunch. Sri Lanka 7 for 496. Chandimal on an even 150. Tikshana on 10. And the lead is 132.
Imagine homes so well designed and luxurious, all electric and solar powered, saving up to 70% on energy bills by a builder with $7 billion in backing. Henley, tomorrow's homes today.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
7 for 496. The Sri Lankan lead has been extended to 132. Mahesh Tikshana is doing his job out there as a tail-ender, not swishing and slogging at everything after he charged Nathan Lyon and deposited him down the ground to get off the mark with 4. He's looked solid enough against Pat Cummins in the previous over. And he's giving good support to Dinesh Chandimal. A century and a half to his credit. Chandimal, he's had a couple of chances. He's making the most of the. Mitchell Starc charging in to bowl to him now, and he slashes a wide ball away and won't take the single from the first ball of the Starc over. Probably sensible that he's happy to protect Tikshana from Mitchell Starc with that ability Starc has to swing the ball in the air.
Yeah, with the movement, isn't it? That just gets through the tail enders, either into the pads or the stumps. A little edge, perhaps. Much harder for... Once there's movement around, then that makes a big difference. It's been one of the features, hasn't it, really, of this match, that there's been no movement in the air until this new ball.
So attack and defence from Australia, 2 slips and a gully, then everyone else is ringing the boundary to try to give a single. Chandimal, it's a ball that gets big on him, takes the glove away into the leg side.
Into the pad. You can see him just straightening that leg now. Just perhaps a dead leg for him.
Thigh pad in the end. Yeah, just snuck in behind the flap, the top flap of the pad, and hit him on the leg.
That's the movement, you see. It beat the bat, beat the inside edge of the bat and into the leg. But yeah, it's been really good from the Sri Lankans. I mean, a partnership of 70 with Mendes and Chandimal, and now a partnership of almost 20 for these two at the crease now. Tikshana's got 10 of those.
Could have taken the leg by the previous ball, decided not to. Starc bowls to Chandimal, who drives down to long off and again won't take the run. So he'll just keep batting out this over unless he can spot a ball that he can try to put to the boundary.
Yep, so we're halfway through the over. And sometimes you take it on the 4th, sometimes the 5th. Perhaps the field comes in at that point, and you find yourself, you get a boundary.
Either or would be a decent result for Sri Lanka at this stage. Building up this lead and also just hoping to bat until the pitch starts to misbehave. 7 for 496. Starc runs up to Chandimal, who hooks. Tries to pick the gap, and he will take the single from the 4th ball of the over, so he'll give Tikshana 2 deliveries to survive. The field will come in 7 for 497. Chandimal 151.
But it will be interesting just to see the next phase of the game. What will the approach of Australia be? I mean, I think they'll probably take the approach that they'll just bat for a start, try and reduce this deficit, and then look at some point what are our options, because they are quite limited, the options at the moment, just because of the size of the deficit now and how long that's going to take, how many overs to get to that point, and then is there any time left for us to push on hard and leave what is a difficult total, and have they got the chance of bowling Sri Lanka out again? So a lot has to happen before they can take that decision.
Mitchell Starc with 2 cracks at Mahesh Theekshana in this over. Bowls to him, bouncer, and Theekshana goes down underneath it, but it was outside the leg stump. And
bit of a waster, wasn't it? Bit of a waster. I know there's a bat pad in there, Labuschagne, as we know, but I don't know whether that's... He went underneath the Cummins bouncer last over, and I don't think that troubled him quite so much.
If you've got 2 balls to bowl at him...
Oh, they've got to be full and they've got to be swinging.
They've got to be bringing the stumps into play, you would think. If you've got 6 to bowl at him, maybe you start with the short ball, but the opportunity's limited at this stage. Starc tweaks his field a bit. He's got a couple out for the hook. He's moving the fine leg finer. It's Nathan Lyon coming a few paces around to his right. They've got a deep square leg as well, a short leg, a slip and a gully. Field back to give him a single if he wants one. He keeps the Yorker out, plays it pretty well. Starc throws back at the stumps. Alex Carey has to go across to tidy up. Theekshana survives, most importantly, for Sri Lanka. 133 ahead. They're 7 for 497.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
SEN Test Match Cricket. Jeremy Coney and Geoff Lemon with you from Galle International Stadium. Australia still struggling to work their way through this Sri Lankan batting. Dinesh Chandimal still there. The former wicketkeeper, former captain, on 151, 52.
This innings has been going since just prior to lunch, hasn't it, on day 2?
Cummins starts a new over, bowling to Chandimal on that 151, who defends.
And we're now 2 days later. It's been a long time in the park in terms of time out in the field, standing out there for the period of time, concentrating every ball if they can. It leaves you fatigued. No doubt about that. And if they're able to go after lunch, out they go again, you know, and it's here we go. Exactly.
7th session in the field if they could get to lunch. Cummins bowls to Chandimal, who defends back to the bowler. And it looks like Chandimal's just happy to take time.
This is good. Yeah, absolutely. This is. He looks solid. His defensive game seems organised at the moment. He's choosing the moment to move from defence to attack. He's got those choices, and he's been very well supported. It's nice to see a tail end side, or the tail part of another side actually supporting a batsman.
Chandimal, bat raised high in his back lift, waits for Cummins, pulls. He'll take the single from the 3rd ball of the over with deep square leg out. 152 for Chandimal. So Theekshana seems happier to face Cummins than he does Mitchell Starc. 7 for 498.
Yeah, well, it's just that bounce, isn't it, now from Cummins? If he can, I think you've got to attack him with the ball up. Rather than 2. I mean, you might give him 1 short when he's got 3, hasn't he, to bowl him? Yeah. So one of them might be a bouncer, but maybe not the first one. I think you'd want to try and target the stumps and the pads. And the question, just do you need a third man or do you want two slips is a question.
Two slips is what they're going with. Warner and Smith in there. They're bringing in a third as well. No, they're sending Travis Head down to deep third so they can bring Cameron Green up into the gully. Then they'll have a point. They'll leave cover open. They'll have a mid-off, mid-on, a short leg and a fine leg.
Don't know whether you need a mid-off.
Cummins bowls to Tikshana, who is bowled off stump out of the ground. It goes cartwheeling backwards, came groping forward at that delivery, cut back off the pitch. The classic Pat Cummins line and length, the ball that just does enough, and it is more than good enough to account for Mahesh Tikshana for 10. Sri Lanka's 8th wicket goes down with the score on 498.
Yep, Tikshana just playing inside the line, not much foot movement, playing back if anything or on the crease, and that's pretty convincing, that dismissal, isn't it, for the Australian captain. Hasn't bowled a lot in this innings, or the last sort of day of it anyway, but that's he'll be pleased to take that wicket. All the Australians will be, to see that 8th wicket fall.
I did wonder about the wisdom of letting him face so much of Pat Cummins. We know that facing Mitchell Starc is difficult for the lower order, but the idea that Cummins is the easier one to face is perhaps an overestimation. He's such a quality, skillful bowler.
Almost a run for the shot, wasn't it? He hit the pull shot, and I'm talking about Chandimal. He hit it so powerfully. Thought, yeah, that's definitely worth a run.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the feeling I got when he played the stroke.
A bit like Steve Smith we saw at times where it was muscle memory. When he played a shot, he just ran because that's what he does, rather than looking at the match situation and deciding to try to protect the lower order more. We might see Chandimal do that more and try to hang in there until the 5th or 6th delivery of an over. He's got Prabhat Jayasuriya, the left-arm finger spinner on debut, coming out.
Well, I hope he's got a good arm guard on that arm that he uses, which is going to be so important for Sri Lanka, which he has. And also good, decent gloves as well. You don't want the fingers involved. So just playing the Bakerloo, really, the wrong line.
Yes.
And the ball always, it didn't do a great deal, but it was just straight outside the off stump, and it was just the pace, really.
Maybe just moved a touch off the seam away, which is so often what Cummins does. He has an angle that seems to be coming in at you, that seems to cramp a player, that makes them play, and then gets a little bit of movement away. We saw those deliveries that he bowled Joe Root with, perfect examples of the Cummins method. 8 for 498 the score. Jayasuriya on strike. He bats right-handed and he's defending the first ball. So left-arm spinner who bats right-handed in the mode of quite a few players these days do that. They've switched the conventional way of doing it.
Yeah, but it's a partnership of 21 though, between the last pair. So that's significant. Again, another 20. It's used up more time. Can they get it? Can they get this one going? Looked to me as if Jayasuriya got into line and did very well that first one.
Cummins bowls to Jayasuriya, beaten on the outside edge as he pushes forward at that delivery into the gloves of Carey. A successful over for Patrick Cummins, his first wicket of the innings. That takes him to, he's on 199 now. So 1 for 76 Cummins figures, and Sri Lanka go on to 8 for 498.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The V8 sleuth joined us to talk about his new book covering the history of HRT.
People sell them, they restore them, they bring them back to how they raced back with Craig Lowndes or Peter Brock or Mark Scaife or Garth Gander or any of the stars from over the years. So it never sits still. So it's, Johnson gets a run in this one somehow. I think it's the wrong colour and the wrong badge.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test cricket from Galle International Cricket Stadium. Jeremy Coney and Geoff Lemon watching the match unfold. Australia taking the 8th wicket in the Sri Lankan innings, but Dinesh Chandimal is still there. He's had a mighty performance. He's waiting for Mitchell Starc, who comes in to bowl, and Chandimal just defends from the crease on 152, Chandimal, and he's got Jayasuriya, the number 10. First class average of 12.5, which isn't terrible for a lower order player. That means he could stick it out there for 30 or 40 deliveries, and if he could do that, then facing not much of the bowling, then he can help build another partnership.
That's it. And Chandimal, if he still can hang around here till lunch, and looks as though Sri Lanka are going to make the lunch break here at Galle, so they'll be coming out after lunch as well.
Mitchell Starc runs up to Chandimal, who slashes it over the cordon for 4. Well, he was aiming for extra cover because there was a gap there in the end, outside edge.
No run. There's a man down there. It's the third man. That's David Warner, I think, down and sort of patrolling that boundary down there. You can't see it. It's just tucked over the sight screen here.
He's hiding behind the sight screen, which you can see him if you're standing up, but we've been gun shy about doing that since a couple of days ago, so it would have been 4 ordinarily, but Chandimal gets none for the shot, decides not to run with the field back. Well, he'll be disappointed. Didn't run for the shot on that occasion. 4 balls to come. Starc bowls to him, and he defends out towards cover. Big vacant area. Easy single if you wanted it. He doesn't.
These are the times, if you want a 2, is just to make sure you time the ball not too well. It's just so you imagine the 30-metre circle that on the ground, and just get it to reach there. You don't want to hit it as hard as Chandimal hit it then. Otherwise, these guys who are at 3/4 can get in and prevent that second run. That's what their job is, of course.
That's it, and that's white ball tactics. That's something you learn. I remember A.B. de Villiers doing that brilliantly against Australia in Port Elizabeth
Dean
a few
Jones
years
was
ago.
another.
Starc comes in and bowls to Chandimal, who tries to flat bat back down the ground, but he can only hit it hard into the pitch, and Starc fields with one hand. So you can apply that in Test cricket, but often you see players don't think of it that way, or don't take that approach. They look for the boundary or nothing.
Well, now you can see Cummins is starting to protect the singles even nowadays. In come all the players on the offside, apart from the 2 out at behind point, the third man in the backward point. Other men are the slips are being moved into positions where a single is not possible now. So he now wants to keep Chandimal right there where he is.
Now they've gone the other way and decided to move back again, so there would be a single for Chandimal from the 5th delivery. Players came in and then went back out. Peculiar. Starc bowls to Chandimal, who tries to flat bat again. This time he will take the run, and he thinks about a second. Jayasuriya wants the second. He wants to get off strike and not face one delivery of Mitchell Starc, but he will have to do that now. 8 for 499.
We get another over, do you think, or no? We're past, aren't we?
No,
so the clock.
Just the one until the lunch break. Jayasuriya with 1 to survive, although I suppose they could extend the session if the umpires deemed that it was close enough to the end of the innings. They certainly would extend the session if a wicket falls from this delivery, I would think. Mitchell Starc is going to come around the wicket, is he?
Yeah, that's a little bit strange.
Okay.
I think that's he brings it in. I suppose the bat pad comes into play a little bit more.
Well, it's also the angle. He likes to angle it into right-handers who often miss. 2 slips in a gully. Starc to Jayasuriya, who's slashing outside off stump and missing out. He hits the bat into the ground, and the umpires say that 8 wickets down is not close enough. They won't extend the session. After 173 overs, Sri Lanka 8 for 499. Dinesh Chandimal doing the job for his team. He's on 153. He's faced 293 deliveries in so doing, a dozen boundaries and a 6. And Prabhat Jayasuriya, having faced a couple of balls, will resume with him after the lunch break. Another tough session for the Australians. They're 135 in front, and they still need a couple of wickets before they can think about what they'll do with the bat. They will have to field and bowl into a 7th session consecutively. SEN Test Cricket, Sri Lanka 8 for 499. We'll be back with you for the second session after the lunch.
SEN Test Cricket.
It's the taker!
That is Test Cricket at its finest.
For Henley Homes, now solar powered and all electric. Live from Galle, Sri Lanka versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Umpire Gotham bowls and sweeps from outside the off stump, catches the call, but it lands comfortably in front of Cameron Green. Might have been a bit top edgish though.
Lyon, Ramesh Mendes down the pitch, hits him down the ground and hits him long. That goes for 4 over mid-on. Usman Khawaja just watches the ball bounce away and then waits for Lyon. Bowls outside the leg stump, swept away, and this time it'll be 4 runs. Chandimal gets down low. Sweeps that very fine. 6 for 459. Runs keep coming. The lead's out to 95. Mitchell Stark bowls full. Hits on the pad and it's given out. Well, the finger goes up for Australia that time and it will be up to Sri Lanka if they want a review. That was very full, and I don't think there will be a review there because it was smashed on the foot. Lyon bowls to Kishana, who comes down the wicket and slogs him down the ground for 4. Well, that's one way to play the bowling. If you're a tail ender hanging in there supporting your top-ordered teammate, is to belt him over mid-off.
Away from us, pavilion end. Bowls here to Chandimal 149, and he advances to 150. With a pull shot out to deep mid-wicket, takes a single. For the 5th time in Test cricket, Chandimal reaches this milestone. And what a fine innings it's been. He raises his bat and his gloves up to the dressing room.
Bowls to Tikshana, who is bowled off stump out of the ground. It goes cartwheeling backwards. Came groping forward at that delivery. Cut back off the pitch. The classic Pat Cummins line and length. The ball that just does enough.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability. Welcome back to Galle for the middle session of the 4th day of the second Test match between Sri Lanka and Australia. And the home side just keep batting and batting and batting. They're 8 for 499. They've been out there for 173 overs, so the better part of 2 days in terms of overs. And they've still got Dinesh Chandimal out there as well. He's on 153 not out. He's faced 293 balls, 12 fours, 1 6. He's got Prabhat Jayasuriya for company at the moment, yet to score. They lost wickets with the score on 477 and 498 in that session as their lead swelled from 67 to 135. I'm Adam Collins. I've got Jeremy Coney with me, the former New Zealand captain. Jeremy, we saw Sri Lanka there do exactly what they needed to do, which was somehow get to lunch. I mean, the fact that Australia are now bowling in yet another session increases the degree of difficulty on them dramatically when they bat a second time.
Well, it does, because, I mean, this is the 7th session that they'll be actually heading out across that rope to start. And those openers have been waiting. Khawaja and Warne have been waiting and waiting and waiting for the time that they can strap their pads on. But they've still got 2 wickets to claim, and one of those, of course, is Chandimal. And he could do some damage here with the newer ball flying quite a lot. You can see if things go well for him, it's not beyond him to get another quick 30.
Yeah, I did ponder that at lunch, thinking that his job was to get them to this lunch break. But now that the job changes a wee bit, because Prabhat Jayasuriya on Test debut and what we've seen of him so far in his 3 deliveries isn't overly convincing. And following him is Rajita, who's very much a number 11. So even though we haven't really seen him revert to white ball mode, there were a number of full tosses during the session which he was happy to sort of knock out to sweepers for 1 rather than take the risk of trying to hit the ball over the top. So, yeah, maybe this will be when he flicks that switch into T20 mode.
Yeah, he could. And that would, of course, just extend the total again and give Sri Lanka perhaps those extra, maybe an extra 10 overs if he can have a little purple patch here and extend the whole innings, really. So that will mean they've earned at the moment what were they, about 130 odd ahead, aren't they? Something like
they're
that?
135 ahead now.
So that's over a session. So this could extend, if these 30 runs do accrue, then you're talking more like towards 2 sessions of pressure on Australia. And if they lose an early wicket, as they did in the first innings, I think the pressure will come back onto Australia, and they're going to have to be very careful and mindful they're not totally defending or totally attacking. They've got to have that balance between the two nicely correct. Otherwise they could find themselves in a bit of a, as you mentioned, the word was pickle.
Yeah, and we're seeing teams win after conceding big first innings deficits in England at the moment. The difference is the side coming from behind is batting 4th. It's a bit different when you're batting 3rd because you need everything to go right. Whereas when you're batting 4th, at some point the team will declare and set you a chaseable target in all probability, or you'll bowl them out, as England have done a couple of times. Initially, it'll be Pat Cummins. Away from us, in towards Chandimal. Field spread. First ball of the session. Cummins delivers and Chandimal works off the back foot, gets himself an easy single, takes the single on offer. That's interesting. But what he does do is take Sri Lanka beyond 500. 8 for 500 to be precise. Chandimal 154 of those. The lead up to 136. Another little marker on what has been a wonderful journey.
I think, 500 is a great total, isn't it? I think as long as Jayasuriya is there, he might just take the runs. And every run, of course, you don't want to be turning down runs are gold for them at this stage. And maybe they're as important as time now. So those two, that sort of equation between not abusing time, they want to use it as much as they can from here.
Cummins to Jayasuriya. Away from us, 2 slips of Galle and a short leg bowls here, bumps him, gets underneath it. Jayasuriya yet to score from 4 deliveries. Of course, Cummins picked up one of the 2 wickets to fall in that first session of the 4th day when he went through Mahesh Tikshana for 10 with this 3rd new ball, which they've had for about 9 overs now. So Cummins up to 199 test wickets. His 43rd test.
Through mid-off has to be a good stroke, get a good stride in, nice straight bat, full face, whereas they're more likely to find an edge, and that's why you tend to opt for the 3rd man rather than the mid-off at this stage.
Yeah, Jayasuriya as well. He's 30. He's played a lot of first-class cricket, even though he is on test debut. Took a 6 for, of course, on days 1 and 2. Cummins to him here. He bowls over the wicket. Jayasuriya nearly off the mark in test cricket. Nathan Lyon does well to his left to cut off a single, despite the still does his job when he's out there at cover or deep mid-wicket. Hard worker. 8 for 500 the score. You can hear Marnus singing at short leg. Not quite sure what. Might turn him up. We should just have a Marnus mic, shouldn't we? That's the next innovation.
I don't think so.
2 slips in a gully. Cummins rushing in. Bowls here. Jayasuriya goes back, waits the call, deflecting down to Cameron Green at Galle, no run.
That's good. That's playing back. He's watching the ball at this stage. Isn't going leg side too much. Looks as if it's, at least he's got a slight defence that's organised.
I think we would have said things like that a couple of weeks ago when they were all out inside 23 overs and they looked a total rabble. That
he might just say to himself, well, there are certain areas, pick his moment, pick his point. Perhaps if the ball is well up, he might go down the ground with a full face, because his moment, pick his point. Perhaps if the ball is well up, he might go down the ground with a full face.
One of the tour groups out in that direction of the ground. Lots of Australian flags. They've been here throughout the series so far. They want to see Australia bat again. Can Stark make it happen? Bowling here to Chandimal, 154. Chandimal driving down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Just to the mid-off angle away from the umpire. No one deep in that direction with Kawaja set at deep extra cover. They move to 8 for 504. Chandimal 158.
It's that mid-off I was mentioning, and anything that's up, just giving himself just a slight shimmy to the leg side to create a pathway for the bat to get through. And, you know, a good solid stroke, wasn't it? Always really along the ground. No chance of getting caught out on that or going aerial at all.
Yeah, white ball shot, showing his stumps, doesn't mind. Stark to him here. Chandimal goes again down the ground. Didn't quite get all of this one, though. There's a man at long on. That's Patrick Cummins. 8 for 505. Chandimal 159. This could be fun.
Stark pulls the length back, and that allows Chandimal again to go leg side, but he actually doesn't quite get hold of that one. First one was perfect.
So for Jayasuriya, on strike here. And my apologies, they didn't take the single. So he went down to long on. They considered one. They shook hands and went back to where they started. So he's still on 158.
9 fieldsmen, folks, all on the boundary.
So we'll go through them. Fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep extra cover, deep point, deep backward point, deep third man. An astonishing field, really. The only man in the frame is Alex Carey as Stark arrives and bowls, and Chandimal just defends down towards long off. No way he's taking the single from the third ball. So we're now playing that game, that cat and mouse game, where Australia want to bowl at Jayasuriya, and Sri Lanka don't want to give him any balls to face.
And that's about the distance I think that you want to look for the two. Now, is that Kawaja back up there? It is. And he's not the quickest across the ground. And I think that he might be an area you might target and say, well, if I get this pace of this defensive stroke right, we can get 2 here.
So Stark away from the fort, looking for a 4th wicket. Delivers to Chandimal, who plays out towards deep cover. 4th ball of the over, so he'll take a single. 159. The lead up to 141. Jayasuriya has 2 balls to face from Stark, and that will be not quite the Jardine clap, but they will ring the changes and move in. Maybe there might be a couple of catches on the leg side in there for that short ball. Time will tell, but yes, the cordon will have at least a couple of catches there.
Well, I would think they'd have a bat pad. You've got to, I think, at this stage. They're desperate to claim these last 2 wickets.
You can see Nathan Lyon, poor old Nathan Lyon, warming up for yet another spell by the looks of things beneath us at fine leg. He's earned his match fee. I should say the match fee, which will almost certainly be docked due to their over 8, but nonetheless. So they'll start with 1 slip, a gully, a fly slip, deep backward point. 2 out for the bouncer, deep square and a fine leg, and the man under the lid, Labuschagne at short leg. 2 opportunities here for Stark.
You'd have to think it would be full, wouldn't you?
You'd hope so. He's going round the wicket as well to exacerbate the angle. Delivers here. Jayasuriya bowled off stump out of the ground. Just as you foreshadowed, Jeremy Coney, Jayasuriya castled for a duck. Sri Lanka 9 for 505. 141 is the lead, and the job for Rajita will be somehow to keep Stark out for 1 more ball and get the strike back to Chandimal. That's perfect.
Just a slingy kind of action from Mitchell Stark, and again, when the captain knocked the off stump out of the ground for the previous wicket, this one Stark has done it as well. Out of the ground, and Jayasuriya leaves without scoring. Stayed long enough though. There'll be a little partnership that'll be registered because of that.
I tell you what, that is the quintessential Mitchell Stark delivery to the tail ender, isn't it? It's the out-swinging Yorker to the right-hander, wide of the crease. You're right in describing it as slingy, lower arm, but somehow keeps the seam just straight enough that it can tail away at the last moment. When Stark's at his best, they're the types of deliveries that you see a lot of. As Rajita makes his way to the middle, his first Test innings at home, having played 10 times away for Sri Lanka over the journey.
Now comes the time of a slight conundrum for Chandimal. What does he do here? Does he play very aggressively with the risk of getting himself out? Or does he actually say, I want some selfish sort of thoughts here. I've deserved this to stay the entire way here, and I'm not going to take huge risks.
Well, he's not going to get long here with Rajita, who averages 3 at Test level in his 11 Test matches so far. He's only made 35 runs in 14 innings. So in context, provided he can keep this ball out, I reckon he'll go plan A and take the long handle to Cummins, or at least he'll try. Getting a replay here of that beautiful out-swinging Yorker from Stark. Seam position perfect and off-stump cartwheeling.
Just tailing, wasn't it, actually?
So Stark has 4 for 61. Gets one ball here at Regita, the number 11. Delivers way down the leg side, and Carey, to his credit, does brilliantly with his dive. It lands just in the webbing, saving what would have been 4 buys. End of the over, 175 gone. Sri Lanka, 9 for 505 in our coverage is for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Imagine homes so well designed and luxurious, all electric and solar powered, saving up to 70% on energy bills by a builder with $7 billion in backing. Henley, tomorrow's homes today.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they don't dig in, so there's no irritation or ugly red marks. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
So can Patrick Cummins finish it off? He'll have that spread field. 5 out on the boundary on the offside, 4 out on the onside. Yes, this is the number 1 bowler in the world we're talking about on 199 test wickets. Into Chandimal on 159. Cummins here bowls and Chandimal pulls out into the gap, and he finds the gap at deep square leg or deep backward square. Chandimal, another boundary, moves up to 163. He's hit a couple of 4 since lunch. And Cummins has his head bowed as he walks back to his mark. That'll annoy him. It was the cross seamer, but it just didn't get up. And the Sri Lankan Centurion did the rest.
Lovely little paddle sweep, bisecting the 2 men right on the boundary. Got really good contact, and that's what beat both those fielders. They didn't have a chance to get that one.
So Chandimal up to 163. That's his 14th 4. This will be his 300th delivery. Cummins to Chandimal, who defends back down the pitch. Good response from Cummins. So the lead's up to 145. Can Cummins finish it off, or will he have to wait until delivery 5 or 6? I suppose, Jeremy, that's the other question. Given Regita can't bat, does he just give him 1 ball to face?
Yeah.
Because last couple of overs, he took the single on the 4th ball.
Yeah. I think he's just got to face as many balls as he can now.
Cummins to Chandimal, delivers here and defends again, as he's done so well, so frequently across the 6 hours he's been in the middle, out towards cover, no single taken. Nathan Lyon walks in and does the fielding. So again, poor old Nathan Lyon, he's been out there bowling so many of the overs, 64 of them. 2 for 194, his analysis. Picked up Kusal Mendez with his 7th ball yesterday. He probably thought, well, I'm on here. Not quite. Couple of days in the dirt. Cummins, 9 men on the rope. Bowls to Chandimal on 163, and he does take the single from the 4th ball down to deep fine leg, where Mitchell Stark does the fielding. Wants a second, comes back hard. That's exactly what you talked about, Jeremy Coney. They all thought he was taking 1. Chandimal turned blind, measured risk, gets through. He's 165. Sri Lanka 9 for 511. That lead moves up to 147.
He realised very quickly it was going to be to the right of Stark. Stark, a left-hander, had to run further before he could actually pick that ball up and return it. So again, there's an element of sense about that second run there because of that.
So now we're up to the 5th ball of the over, where he'll be looking for 1, and in turn the umbrella folds in. So they'll keep the deep point, deep backward square, deep square, but everybody else in on the 1. One-day international field. Cummins bowls Chandimal, goes back and slaps out through backward point. What a shot that is, all the way for 6. Have that. The number 1 bowler in the world has been cut over backward point by Chandimal. His second 6. His first came when he was in single digits. His second takes him to 171. Fabulous batting.
Wow.
The score moves along to 9 for 517, and the lead beyond 150, 153 to be precise. Jeremy Coney.
There's a 3rd man in position there, and there's also a deep backward sort of point as well, and a man on point. And he's bisected once again, but he's gone over them this time. What a lovely stroke, giving himself room. It was on about middle and leg.
Last ball of the over. Does he try and take a single? Surely he does. Cummins bowls way wide of the off stump. They take it by. Well, how about that? Talk about it being one-day cricket. That is smart cricket. So Chandimal retains the strike. He gives the thumbs up to Regita at the number 11. End of another expensive over. 5 for 9 for 518 the score. Sri Lanka lead by 154, and our coverage is for Henley Holmes. My apologies, that must have been signalled a wide. That was the last ball of the over. I've missed the signal, but it was so wide that must have been signalled accordingly, because yes, that has been. Just seeing my scorecard update here. Yeah, 519 for 9, so that was so wide that they took the second wide effectively on Alex Carey's arm. So Rajitha onto the strike for 1 ball.
But they're onto it, aren't they?
Absolutely. So the field comes in. Last ball of Cummins over. He tries again. Bowls to Rajitha, yet to score. Back of a length, edges through the cordon. Down towards deep third man. They don't take the single. Good colour of movement. Now it's the end of the over. 9 for 519. The lead 155. Chandy Mal 171. And SEN Test Crickets for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
He'd be in his late 60s and this 3.5 metre croc is literally in front of him. This guy has attacked the crocodile. Well, the crocodile attacked him and he's come back with the frying pan.
Imagine what overseas people think of our country. It's like, Jesus, literally, guy lives in his house and a croc just walks up and he has to hit it with a frying pan.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
That 6 over backward point. Dinesh Chandimal now has a new highest score in Test cricket. This innings here, 171 from 303 deliveries. And he's back on strike for more fun against Mitchell Starc. 4 out on the leg side, 5 out on the offside. All 9 fielders on the rope. Starc with 4 for 61. Sets off, gets to the crease, bowls here. Chandimal flicking through the leg side. Straight out to deep backward square for a moment. I think he thought that he's down the gap, as he did last over. Not to be. No run.
Yeah, just looking to time that. Wasn't really swinging hard at all. The ball on his pads, just tucked it away. He's actually picked the man out behind square, so no run whatsoever. Decides against it. That's fair enough.
So it sweeps it out there at deep square. Line beneath us at fine leg. Again. Steve Smith deep mid-wicket. Pat Cummins at long on. Fielding positions these guys aren't familiar with.
No. Anything full, he can go straight down the ground.
Can Starc finish it here to Chandimal. Delivers, and Chandimal swings, little edge, 4 runs. Past the leg stump, races away. Carey had no chance. Starc smiles in frustration. Chandimal up to 175. The lead suddenly is 159. They've already made 25 runs in the session, Jeremy.
Wanted to go leg side just a little. The leg just perhaps the onside of straight. He's also eyeing up that sort of very straight mid-wicket long on area. There's just to the right of the long on that's posted there. There's got an inside edge, wasn't it? I mean, you're going to get that little bit of luck.
Nothing more enjoyable in this strange period of Test cricket with a set player going with a number 11 who can't bat. 9 for 523 the score. Starc over the wicket, bowls to Chandimal, swings again, goes long and straight all the way over the side screen, just about onto the road. Maybe it's bounced into the fort. Dinesh Chandimal into the 180s with a big one.
He's picking up length beautifully. This one again, as I say, it's just on the onside of straight. It's a length that he can stay and just get underneath. As long as he gets a good contact, it's miles.
Yeah, that's gone. They've lost the ball. They've declared it a lost ball. Out comes the 4th umpire with the box of them, because that has gone over the sight screen. And from there, it's anyone's guess. Once it hits the road, it can easily end up in the fort. So that's the third 6 of the innings. All have been from Chandimal. 2 in this session. 1 when he was on 4. Feels like a very long time ago. 24 hours ago.
.46.
The lead is up to 165. Chandimal 181. 9 for 529. This is thrilling stuff from Chandimal. Facing Starc. Goes again, goes straight. Well, I say goes straight. It ends up at long on. No single from the 4th ball of the over. The other thing they're doing here, by the way, Australia are going to have to bat for quite a long time now to reach parity in their second innings.
Absolutely.
165 in conditions where Sri Lanka have 3 frontline spinners, remember. It'll suit.
Yeah, and there'll be men around the bat. So that one there, the length was a little fuller from Starc, and he couldn't quite get underneath it as he wanted to. Got to look for length. Any length ball, just back of a length, he can go very hard and straight.
So it being the 5th delivery, they're bringing 2 fielders up, mid-wicket and cover. The rest stay out.
Not so much swing for Stark.
10 runs off the over so far, including a huge 6. Got a new ball in his hand, Stark. Delivers here, Chandimal on leg stump, whips him away down to long on, and they do take the single. So, as it's been in the previous couple of overs, they'll get 1 ball at Rajitha, and they lead by 166. Has to be that in-swinging Yorker again, doesn't it?
It does. We haven't really seen a chance of the ball to swing at the moment. We've only seen it for a couple of deliveries. Warner getting ready.
Yeah, doing his exercises, doing a bit of crow pose there nearly. Bending over and stretching out the calves. He'll be a tired boy, Warner, 35 years of age. In the field for 177 overs. Missed out in the first dig as well, Warner.
Yeah.
So last ball. They've got 4 men out still for the short ball. Slipper, Galle, a short leg. Stark round the wicket to Rajitha. Can he finish it off? It's bullet straight, but it's kept out. Well batted. The crowd recognise it as well. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket. After it, Geoff Lemon's going to be replacing me with Sri Lanka. 9 for 530. They lead by 166 runs with Chandimal 182. Rajitha yet to score. And our coverage for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Pat Cummins with the ball in hand. And fireworks taking place. Dinesh Chandimal swinging at everything. He gets Cummins bowling at the middle stump, and Chandimal plays a sort of dink around the corner behind square leg. It looked like he was shaping to pull, and then the ball was full up. Had to just get the bat down on it. He won't take a single to the sweeper out there. He hasn't been indiscriminately going after the bowling, but he has been identifying deliveries to attack. A couple of 6s in the last couple of overs. He's waiting for Cummins again. And playing with a lot of bottom hand out to deep square leg. Again, won't take the single.
It's interesting, isn't it, if you, at the moment, as you look at the construction of the innings, the 2 that we've seen, and Australia losing 5, their last 5 wickets for 66 on day 2 in the morning. And by comparison, the Sri Lankans have lost their 5. Well, they haven't lost their 5 wickets yet, the last 5, but at the moment for 397.
Cummins to Chandimal, who glances down to fine leg. Again, won't take a run.
So there's a huge difference.
Well, the lower order has helped Chandimal get to where he is. 182 not out. It's his highest score in Test cricket. He's never got this far up before. 164 was his previous best in Delhi, 2017.
I mean, the partnerships have been good generally. A couple of small ones, that's going to happen throughout the innings, of course. But the 5th wicket of 133, the 7th wicket of 68, 8th wicket of 21, and this one at the moment in the 20s.
Cummins to Chandimal, who drives. Take the single down to long on this occasion. No, he wants to come back for the second. That's sharp running again. Exactly what Jeremy Coney was speaking about a couple of overs ago, just pushing it gently enough that long on had a fair bit of distance to cover to come in. And so Chandimal is back for 2. He moves to 184, 9 for 532. The Sri Lankan lead is 168.
Very good Rajitha. He was off like a shot. He knew he was running to the danger end, and he's coming hard back, and he would have made it.
Turned quickly, knew that it was 2 from the moment it was struck. So that's the 4th ball of the over. 2 to come. Chandimal's generally looked to take a single on the 5th delivery. That'll be easy to do, lots of gaps. Or will he choose to attack this one? Cummins to Chandimal, who pulls, and he'll take a run. And just walk through for the single in the end, out to deep mid-wicket. Chandimal 185. 9 for 533.
27 between this last wicket partnership at the moment. So it just shows you. I know that Chandimal's done the bulk of that, and he's kind of looked after the strike as much as he wants, really. And he's played some very free strokes in between to get those 27 as well. But you know, the number 11 was aware, that bye that they took, you know, he was going to get down there and he was ready to run whatever happened to the ball. As it happened, it was a wide as well. But you know, it's just the thinking, almost as if Australia have been just outthought here a bit.
Cummins taking his time, eyeing off Kasan Rajitha, the number 11. One ball to survive, and he tries to play down the leg side, misses out. Cummins misses leg stump. He was trying to spear that in behind the legs of the number 11. 178 overs gone. The score is 9 for 533.
Imagine homes so well designed and luxurious, all electric and solar powered, saving up to 70% on energy bills by a builder with $7 billion in backing. Henley, tomorrow's homes today.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. A meeting between Chandimal and Rajitha mid-pitch in between the overs. Take the gloves off, have a chat about their strategy. The TV statistician is also showing us that this is the longest innings Sri Lanka have ever played against Australia. They've faced more overs here than they ever have before. 178 at the moment. So they're really punishing the Australians, who have bowled now across 8 different sessions, given that they bowled a couple of overs at the end of the first session 2 days ago. They've bowled in 8 different sessions of the match consecutively. Bowling to Chandimal, who whips it across the line. Outstanding shot for 4. Out through mid-wicket. Chandimal, that was a real one-day shot. Pick up off the pads, and he picked the gap to perfection.
Stark looking for the Yorker, but in fact it hasn't swung and it's about knee high, and so he's just whipped it away. He's a very strong bottom hand player, just flicking it as he goes, hoping it goes in between and bisects all those fieldsmen out there, and it does.
Well, Australian supporters might remember Chandimal making 50 off about 20 balls against Australia in the World Cup in 2015 at the SCG. Stark bowls to him and he clubs him down the ground for 6. That's enormous. Another one out of the ground. It bounces on the roundabout and down into the walls of the fort. Well, they've lost 1 ball already. And this has been picked up by some kids passing by. They're trying to work out where to send it back. They've thrown it back over the wall, so they're alert enough to know to return it. But the umpires are coming out for a replacement ball. They might get the old one back. That was a huge shot. The attempted cutter from Stark rolls it off the index finger, and Dinesh Chandimal rolls it out of the ground.
Yes, he does. It's just, again, a length ball, a slower ball from Stark this time. And he just opens up the front leg, holds his position, and just gets in a nice, powerful sort of base and whacks it straight back, just again on the onside of straight.
Oh, it nearly took out a kid. There are some teenagers, maybe 15 or 16.
Looking very sharp. Looking very sharp.
One of them wore the ball in the midsection. Knocked the wind out of him. Goes again, Chandimal. Big to the leg side. Big again. That one's out of the ground as well. And he's raised a double century. Dinesh Chandimal, 201 not out, with consecutive 6s off Mitchell Stark. He falls to his knees. He throws his arms out wide, blows a kiss into the stands, and turns to walk back to hug Kasan Rajitha. The number 11's done his bit. He's faced 4 deliveries. He's the Jack Leach of this partnership. A double ton for Chandimal, and he is rubbing Australia's faces into the dirt.
It's happened so quickly, hasn't it? We didn't realise how close he was to that second century. And what joy on the face of the man as he just ran straight away. As soon as he hit that, ran towards his team and at about 2/3 of the way to the boundary, and then dropped and genuflected in front of his side. Brilliant.
Are you not entertained, he seemed to be saying. Extraordinary hitting from Chandimal. He's gone from Test cricket to the last overs of an ODI. His first double century in Test cricket. Something to savour. He spent time out of the side. He was demoted as the captain. He's no longer the wicket-keeper. He's established his spot as a middle-order specialist bat now by weight of runs. And here's the vindication, his first double ton.
And hotly pursued by Rajita, and who finally catches up with him and gives him the biggest hug you've ever seen for a family.
And the biggest smile you've ever seen on the face of Rajita. He was happier than Chandimal.
Needs a bit of dental work.
Well, he was bearing his pearly whites to all corners of the ground. He looked absolutely delighted, Kasan Rajita. And Chandimal, he's back over his bat now. He's waiting for Mitchell Starc. 2 sixes in a row. Starc bowls and Chandimal slashes a cover drive out to the deep, but won't beat the fielder, and so he stays put. 2 balls to come in the over.
I mean, we've been watching some lovely hitting, no doubt about that. Clean hitting from Chandimal. But we're seeing 2 games being played, basically, aren't we? I mean, we're seeing when Chandimal's on strike, 9 fielders retreat to the boundary, the safety of the boundary. They're safe because, well, the ball's flying way over them. And as soon as we get Rajita on strike, in they all come again. They're only getting 1 ball per over because it's been so well managed by Chandimal.
Chandimal has done this expertly. He's worked it to perfection. The Australians are making it a bit easy, leaving the field back on the 5th ball there. Seems like they're happy to take 1 ball at Rajita. Starc bowls to Chandimal, who takes the single, slices the ball down to deep third. He goes to 202, and there's the 550 for Sri Lanka, 9 for 550.
Chandimal's handled it so well. Rajita at this stage, who's been in for a wee while now, he's only faced 4 balls. Hasn't got a run to his name yet. He's absolutely done the right job, however.
Chandimal looks knackered.
Well-compiled 0.
Well-compiled 0 from 4 deliveries. But sometimes, like you've been saying throughout this Test match, it is about the partnerships. It is about collaborating and working together. And I mentioned Jack Leach before, 1 of 17 balls. How critical that innings was. The Ben Stokes innings at Headingley can't happen without Jack Leach. The Chandimal double 100 can't happen without Kasan Rajita doing his bit. If he comes over and tries to slog one over mid-on first ball and gets bowled, this doesn't happen. Starc to him, way down the leg side, a wasted delivery from the Australian pace spearhead. And after 179 overs, getting more eventful as they go, Sri Lanka lead by 186. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, now solar-powered and all-electric. The score, 9 for 550.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
He's got it! 1,000 goals for Buddy Franklin! He cuts in onto his left foot, has a shot, it's in!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
And the right horse gets the job done!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability from the Galle International Cricket Stadium. Day 4 of the second Test match. Jeremy Coney and Geoff Lemon watching along with you. Partnership of 45, Jeremy, of which Rajita's made naught.
That's right. It's just a brilliant effort. Brilliant effort. Lovely, clean hitting, as I was saying, from Chandimal. Clearing the front leg, hitting using the full face of the bat when it's a bit full. Into the leg side, bisecting these 9 fieldsmen. I don't think you see this very often, this type of boundary, this field setting with 9 men out on the boundary.
They're all back, everyone except the keeper and the bowler. Cummins bowls to Chandimal, who defends. Russell Arnold has just hopped in to join us. Russell, wanted to ask you, I mean, the first double hundred in a long career for Dinesh Chandimal. Tell us a bit about the Chandimal story and, you know, the last few years and the way he's had this sort of second chapter of his Test career.
Yeah, it's been tough for him, for Chandimal, but right now I'll just highlight a point of what he's doing. He's not taking Cummins on. The reason for that is he'll be hitting into the wind. He's not afraid to take Stark on because he's hitting with the wind and using it well.
Cummins bowls to Chandimal, who just defends, as Russell says.
Picked up as a youngster. It was instinctive. He'd see a ball, hit a ball, just, I wouldn't say as powerful as Jayasuriya, but somewhat to that, and had a brilliant start. But then the expectations and whatever that you may find coming here in international cricket, because life changes, weighed him down. I thought he was made captain of Sri Lanka way too early in his career.
Cummins bowls to him and he opens the face of the bat, drives to deep backward point, won't take the run.
That caused or put him under a lot of pressure for various reasons, and since then he's not been that free-flowing player that we have known. In between, we've seen glimpses of Dinesh Chandimal and what he can do, but not consistently enough, and hence struggled to find the right tempo of his innings, to find his true talent, I would guess, to expressing himself like here. Today, he's come out at a pressure time.
Cummins bowls to Chandimal, who takes the single, just taps the ball out towards point. That's only the fourth ball of the over, so he's happy to trust Rajitha to face out. 2 deliveries, 9 for 551.
A time where a lot of resilience, the senior players needed to show direction, because we also know lots of Sri Lankans, whatever troubles or issues they have, the love for cricket helps them distract themselves and give them some pleasure. So for many reasons, this is quite special what he's done in controlling the Sri Lankan innings, the way he's played. It's a good Australian bowling attack also, you must say. Managing it with different partners, with the tail. It's been incredible when you just look at the ups and downs he's had in his career, but still kept battling on.
Chandimal doing some stretches at the non-striker's end. He's obviously weary. It's been a long innings. Cummins bowls to Rajitha, who defends solidly. Ball pitched on the middle stump, but he's right behind it. One more to survive. He gets a warm round of applause from the crowd for blocking out that ball.
Louder than the applause that Chandimal got for hitting Stark for 6 down the ground.
That's the beautiful thing about cricket. We all say that we want to watch the best players, but sometimes we also want to watch the worst players. We want to see batters bowl and bowlers bat.
And we've been harping on the fact, Jeremy, that Sri Lanka's tail is a long one after Dikwell, but they've gone on to put on close to 150, haven't they?
Cummins bowls to Rajitha, rather, who defends. He survives, plays it back to Cummins, who kicks the ball up. Bit of fancy footwork. 9 for 551. The lead is 187. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Sri Lanka 9 for 551.
Flip the switch to amazing value energy with Kogan Energy. Visit Kogan Energy's website and upload your current electricity bill to see how much you'll save by switching. You could even win a $1,000 credit on your Kogan Energy account. Plus, just by switching, you'll get a free Kogan First 12-month membership. Flip the switch to Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au/radio today. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop. Residential customers only, not available in all areas.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. The Warne Muralitharan Trophy up for grabs. Mitchell Swepson tossing the ball from hand to hand. So well, Australia will already have retained it.
So no fiver for Mitch Stark. I think he's got 30 in his career so far. It'll be spin from both ends. Yeah. Let's see Cummins signal to line. To come on and have a go. The lead right now, 187. Who would have thought Sri Lanka would have that? So effectively put Australia out of the game in terms of winning the game. And now it's about working yourself into Australia's mindset, because they'll probably need to bat 4 or 5 sessions thinking we have nowhere to go. That's where you want them to be. That'll allow the spinners to settle in,
Swepson bowling to Chandimal, who plays a late cut, doesn't take the single. Rajita was setting off. Chandimal, no interest whatsoever. So this will be interesting to see whether he takes on the spinner.
Yeah, you're talking about the number of wickets and things like that, but look at the last 5 Australian wickets. 66 was it? Something like that. 5 for 66. 418 for the last 5 for Sri Lanka.
Swepson bowls very wide of the off stump.
And the 5th hasn't been claimed.
Trying to tempt Chandimal into a drive.
I've always had this firm belief, Jeremy, that the difference in a test match where you generally put yourself in a strong position is the runs your last 5 wickets make.
Swepson bowls flat to Chandimal, who will take a run from the 3rd delivery. He wants to come back for the 2nd, and they do. He's played that well. He's dropped it gently out towards deep cover, rolling slowly, and Cameron Green had a fair bit of ground to cover, so 9 for 553, Chandimal 205.
Teams who have dominated eras, they've always had a good number 7 who scores quickly, dominates with the tail. Australia.
Gilchrist.
Yes. India had Dhoni.
Chandimal faces Swepson, drives a single on this occasion out to deep cover, 9 for 554. He's got 206.
There was a time England had a strong team. Matt Pryor was at 7. They always, teams have good batsmen at number 3, 4, who'll always get you runs, but that's only getting you up to 275, 300. The rest is created by these other players who we do not pay too much attention to. They make the difference. Teams with a good opening partnership and a good number 7, they are consistent and very hard to beat.
A long delay as Cummins chats to Swepson about how to bowl to Kasun Rajita. They've absolutely meandered in the field, the Australians. Slip and a short leg in place. 3 out in the deep on the leg side in case he wants to go big. He might. There's a deep point as well. 3 saving 1 on the offside. Nobody saving 1 on the leg side. Swepson bowls a good leg break, and Rajita plays it well on the front foot and really stretches forward, uses all of his height to get over the top of that delivery. 1 to come.
We were thinking at lunch, would Sri Lanka change gears? It was a slowish first session, but you take that. You're trying to build as much as you can. 68 was scored. But just a short while ago, when I looked at it, Sri Lanka got about 16, about 40, 45 deliveries after lunch. More than what we would have even thought.
Swepson to Rajita, hit on the pad, and he's given out immediately. Umpire Kumar Dharmasena puts the finger up. I'm sure Rajita will review. He has. Umpire makes the signal, but Swepson only got half the appeal out before Dharmasena said yes.
They look pretty straight. Swepson has been quite good in using those angles, pitching in line with the stumps and straightening. I doubt Rajita surviving this. It looks like the wrong one as well.
Yeah, that was the wrong one. It doesn't really turn back, but just goes on straight. Hits him in front of middle stump. That should be upheld.
Misses the front pad, firm right, and goes on to hit the back leg.
So the players think they know what the result is. The Australians are jogging off. Here comes the confirmation. Impact in line, and it's hitting leg stump near the top of the stump. So he will be out, Kasun Rajita, but he's done his job. He's helped Dinesh Chandimal. He hasn't scored, but he's faced 9 deliveries, which helped Dinesh Chandimal put on 49 runs for the last wicket. An extraordinary performance from the former Sri Lankan captain and wicketkeeper, now middle order bat. He walks back in unbeaten on 206, and the crowd applaud him all the way back to the steps of the dressing room. What a performance from Chandimal.
Really, really good. We were talking about where he's been in this team, where he would have been in his mindset, but that all behind him and played a magnificent innings. Total control. He's bossed the situation. It's not been an easy pitch to score runs. He's been up against very good attack and a team low in confidence after their first test defeat.
Well, Sri Lanka all out for 554. That means their lead is 190 runs. A big job ahead of Australia to try to work towards parity and stay in this game. Chandamal not out for 206. Mitchell Starc took 4 for 89. Pat Cummins 1 for 95. Nathan Lyon 2 for 194. Mitchell Swepson 3 for 103. And wicketless were Cameron Green, Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. It'll be the change of innings. Let's take a break for a few minutes and we'll be back with you for Australia's reply.
Imagine homes so well designed and luxurious, all electric and solar powered, saving up to 70% on energy bills by a builder with $7 billion in backing. Henley, tomorrow's homes today.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they stay up all day. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself.
We're number one down under for socks.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
Imagine homes so well designed and luxurious, all electric and solar powered, saving up to 70% on energy bills by a builder with $7 billion in backing. Henley, tomorrow's homes today.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
He'd be in his late 60s and this 3.5 metre croc is literally in front of him. This guy has attacked the crocodile. Well, the crocodile attacked him and he's come back with the frying pan.
Imagine what overseas people think of our country. It's like, Jesus, literally, guy lives in his house and a croc just walks up and he has to hit it with a frying pan.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash on the forehand cross, scores, he's done it. Ash Barty. Galloway and Shaw for 3.
He's striking them pure.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary White and Tim Watson.
This is Trackside.
Tim Gossage. Mornings with Ian Smith.
Bensley.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
He'd be in his late 60s and this 3.5 metre croc is literally in front of him. This guy has attacked the crocodile. Well, the crocodile attacked him and he's come back with the frying pan.
Imagine what overseas people think of our country. It's like, Jesus, literally, guy lives in his house and a croc just walks up and he has to hit it with a frying pan.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
deep square, with everybody else in on the one-day international field. Cummins bowls Chandimal, goes back and slaps out through backward point. What a shot that is, all the way for 6. Have that. The number 1 bowler in the world has been cut over backward point by Chandimal. Fielding positions these guys aren't familiar with.
No. Anything full, he can go straight down the ground.
Can Stark finish it here to Chandimal. Delivers and Chandimal swings, little edge, 4 runs. Past the leg stump, races away. Carey had no chance. Stark smiles in frustration. Chandimal up to 170-23 the score. Stark over the wicket, bowls to Chandimal, swings again, goes long and straight all the way over the side screen. Just about onto the road. Maybe it's bounced into the fort. Dinesh Chandimal into the 180s with a big one.
That one's out of the ground as well. And he's raised a double century. Dinesh Chandimal, 201 not out, with consecutive 6s off Mitchell Stark. He falls to his knees. He throws his arms out wide, blows a kiss into the stands. Swept him to Rajita, hit on the pad, and he's given out immediately. Umpire Kumar Damasena puts the finger up. I'm sure Rajita will review. He has. Impact in line, and it's hitting leg stump near the top of the stump. So he will be out, Cousin Rajita, but he's done his job.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Adam Collins back with Russell Arnold and Andrew Fidel Fernando joining us for the first time today after an extraordinary mini session. Sri Lanka advanced their lead from 135 at lunch to 190 by the time the damage was done. 554 all out, but Dinesh Chandimal 206 not out. His highest score in Test cricket, the highest score for Sri Lanka ever against Australia in Test cricket, overtaking the 192 that Kumar Sangakkara made at Hobart back in 2007. And from a man who has occasionally been in and out of the Test team, had a variety of roles over his long journey, his dozen-year career as a Test cricketer, and this may well be his finest day.
It sure would be. A day he'll remember, a day a lot of Sri Lankans will remember for many reasons. It's a time you're scrapping for joy, and when someone stands up and does something special like that, the way he controlled it, the shot selection. I mean, in life we need luck. Everyone, every batsman around the world, wherever they're from, at various stages have had a lot of luck. Even in life we need luck. That's the way it is. You count, or you try and make it count, do what's needed and look forward to what you need to do next. And Chandimal was outstanding.
And the joy that he must be bringing people across the country, Fidel. I mean, we spent a lot of time talking with you over the last 2 weeks about the broader state of affairs here in Sri Lanka. For people to see that, I mean, it'll be utterly inspirational.
Absolutely. I think cricket's always close to people's hearts here. It's something that, you know, whether things are going well or badly, people are still, it's something that, you know, draws people. It unites people long before, you know, what we've seen over the last few weeks. It's kind of the one pan-Sri Lankan passion that we have from the north to the south. Everybody likes it. Everybody talks about it. If you want to start a conversation with any Sri Lankan, the first thing you should try is to start a cricket one. And yeah, they'll absolutely have been loving watching that. And it's put Sri Lanka in such a strong position now. They're very well poised to attack in this innings. And they'll have no qualms about, we've talked about their inexperienced spin bowling attack, but they'll have no qualms about putting guys around the bat, attacking for longer, not being too worried if you know, Warner or somebody gets a few shots away. They'll be able to keep men under the lid and right under the batters' noses for a longer period of time, and let their junior spinners really get into their work.
Yeah, just picking up on what Andrew was saying, everyone loves it from north to south, good or bad. They're in the game all the time as people. Even if Sri Lanka keep losing, they're watching games, celebrating every little thing, and analysing, sledging, whatever you may like. But something I've noticed living in Australia, if Australia does lose a game, any form, the next day, people don't talk about anything. It's as though there was no game on. But here, it's different. Good or bad, they're always on to it. It's a tough situation for Australia because, to me, when you look at the number of runs, they're behind, time remaining, overs remaining. It's hard for Australia to push a result. So they're basically one result out of it. For Australia, they must not get caught in between how to approach this. Because if you look to shut shop, that will allow Sri Lanka's bowlers just to land it on a spot and work their way in.
Yeah, I mean,
be patient and let the pitch do it.
The reductive thing to say as well, Australia just bat out for a draw, right? 4.5 sessions. It won't be that easy. Your point before, Fidel, about being able to exert some pressure, turn the screws, have men around the bat in a way that's not been possible through the series so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sri Lanka have, it's been a while in any test where they've had a position as dominant as they have now. And the other thing also, Australia batters will be, you know, they'll have spent 181 overs in the field. You know, that's got to fatigue you. It's been what is it, 6 full sessions plus a little bit extra, and you're coming out and you're having to you know, in a hopeless match situation where you can't win. You have to do your job.
Okay, so Rajitha, first ball of the second innings, Warne plays and misses. Underneath the blade, Warne missed out the first time around. He was bowled by Rajitha for 5. Down the other end, Khawaja, he was bowled by Ramesh Mendis for 37.
For me, the key will be Prabhat Jayasuriya. I liked what he did. In the first innings, he's on debut. He picked up 6 wickets by not being special. He did nothing more than put the ball on a length, just on a round off stump. It's very similar to what Herath would do. Subtle variations in dropping his arm, undercutting the ball.
2 slips in a gully, round the wicket, bowls to Warne, well forward in defence, no runs to call.
And that's what's required here. So will he hold his nerve? Will he just stick to what he knows? Will be the difference in Sri Lanka, putting Australia under tremendous pressure in this game.
And it's been a fairly long time since Australia's been in a situation like this. Of course, they've drawn test matches in Pakistan. They drew one in Sydney in January, but there aren't as many draws as there used to be. And Australia haven't had to bat for a long time to save a test match for, it's years ago, I would say. As Radita arrives at the crease and bowls to Warne, defends again, back down the pitch.
I think I came across a stat a while ago. I think it's 92 times Australia have conceded 100+ leads on the first innings. Won 3, lost 58.
And 2 of the 3 they won, we noted before, were in Sri Lanka, of course, in 1992 in Colombo and 2004 here, but very different here. They're just too far behind the game. It was different in 1994 because they had more, not 92, but they had far more time in the game.
We love our stats, don't we? We're picking numbers. This can happen.
All part of the fun. Rajitha bowls and Warne leaves on the basis of length over the top of his off stump. Yet to score in this second innings. Australia 190 in arrears. Yeah, so from here, I mean, this became a bit of a talking point about 6 or 7 years ago. Australia temperamentally, were they structurally sound enough to bat for draws? And invariably they showed they couldn't. They were good at trying to rack up quick runs and, you know, third innings runs when trying to set a game up. No concerns there. But in situations like this, they tended to flounder. So a good test for Pat Cummins' side, I reckon, given they are currently ranked #1 in the world. They need this club in the bag. Rajitha bowls and Warne leaves alone outside the off stump through to the gloves of Dick Weller.
Dinesh Chandimal, by the way, hasn't taken the field. He's got his boots up and getting a well-earned rest. I think Dinith Lalor is at mid-wicket and in his place.
Will Lalor is at extra cover, number 1 on the back.
Yeah. Number 1. Good to get that number early in your international career.
Tisra Pereira's number, so since Tisra Pereira's retired, he's taken that one out.
What number did you have?
It won't be the same size.
To end the first over, bowling here, Warne again in behind it. Good start from Rajitha and from Warne. None for none after 1 over on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric. What number did you wear on your shirt, Russell?
69.
You were 69 as well as Matthews. There aren't many cricketers in the world who are bold enough to go the 69.
Matthews pinched it once I had retired.
They don't want to draw attention to themselves. Takes us at a bit of spunk, bit of personality.
I should have stuck my neck out and requested 69 be retired when I retired. It's never going to happen.
So Sri Lanka all out 554 in this middle session of the 4th day. As we say goodbye to Russell Arnold on that note. Fidel staying with me. We'll have Bharat Sundaresan jumping in at some stage.
You said a little bit earlier that it'll be a big test for Australia. They're having to now bat in a different way than they've batted all series.
Yeah.
They can't, it's not a, come out and see how many runs you get before a good ball gets you out kind of situation. It's something completely different. And it's going to be fascinating to see what kind of, some batters try and attack their way out of it and try and get the men out from under their nose and out into the field. But Sri Lanka is so far ahead that it'll take quite an innings to be able to do that. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
So Mahesh Theekshana gets the opportunity with the new ball instead of Ramesh Mendis, who took it in the first innings from our broadcast end in at Kawaja. He's got a slip and a short leg to begin. The mystery spinner starts here with an off break, down leg side, clips towards the man at short leg under the lid. That's a lot of Fernando in there. The sub.
Yes, Osha Fernando.
He's into the team after there was a COVID case in the camp yesterday. Patam Nasanka unable to take his place. But watching it here, there was an inside edge. Gee, one hand out.
He wasn't too far away from it either. Just a couple of inches.
So Theekshana immediately in the game. Round the wicket. Bowls here. Kawaja again turning it to the leg side. This time just to the left of the short leg, so they get a couple. Australia off the mark. Kawaja off the mark. Done for two.
I'm so happy that they're opening with Theekshana though. I think they sort of got it wrong in the first innings where they went with Ramesh Mendis, maybe the senior spinner. Didn't want to take a chance with Theekshana, but this is what he does throughout the year. He takes the new ball, doesn't he? And he bowls really well to left-handers. He hits their pads very often.
Theekshana, will he send down a Karen ball nice and early on? Delivers here wide of the crease to Kawaja. That's the off break again. Kawaja handles it comfortably with a push out towards extra cover.
But it depends which theory you're going with, right? I think a lot of spinners on a track like Galle like to bowl with the new ball, like that seem to be hard. Theekshana doesn't use the seam to turn it on so much.
Theekshana bounces past umpire Dharmasena. Bowls here. He flicked that one out, I reckon. And Kawaja was equal to it, defending out towards point, no runs. That's the first we've seen him flick out of the 4 balls we've seen so far.
I mean, to use a batting comparison, it's almost like getting an opener to bat at 5. And he's so used to bowling the first over or the second over.
Theekshana to the crease. Bowls here, off break. Bowled through. Looked like he bowled Kawaja there, just past his off stump and through the gloves of Dick Quiller as well. Ever so close to a wicket early in this second innings for Australia. Bye signalled. Just too good from Theekshana. Watching the replay back here, Kawaja beaten on the outside edge. That's done plenty, crashing into the arm of Dick Weller. And that just reinforces that the spinners are going to be more than a handful and more of a handful than they were the first time around. And Sri Lanka have got 3 of them to call upon.
Absolutely, and Theekshana is someone who doesn't get a lot of turn generally. It doesn't put a lot of revs on the ball, but on a pitch that is now this worn, we're seeing already that he's getting more substantial turn than
Warner's turn, facing up, first ball hits him on the pad, but he's well forward and it's missing leg stump, so there's no appeal. 2 overs gone in Australia's second innings. They're none for 3. They trail by 187. Warner yet to score. Kawaja on 2, and our coverage for Henley Holmes delivering affordability.
Want an internet provider with the most satisfied customers? Mate has been rated the best for overall NBN satisfaction by CanStar Blue's annual providers review. In fact, Mate are the only telco to score 5 stars in all areas. That's customer service, value for money, ease of setup, bill and cost clarity, as well as speed and reliability. So, join the most satisfied NBN customers. Choose a provider you can trust, like a Mate. Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Kawaja gets a look at Rajita for the first time in this second innings. It's Matthews and Kusal Mendez at first and second. Rashada Fernando, who's the COVID sub in the gully. There's a deep backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg. Rajita around the wicket, fort end to Kawaja, wearing number 1 on his back and defends out to cover. No single. Extraordinary performance from Dinesh Chandimal. I mean, to think he came in yesterday, 10 minutes after lunch, with Angelo Matthews falling. Chandimal out first ball in the first innings last week, out in unflattering circumstances the second time, because of course Travis Head was the bowler, second ball through the gate. To respond the way he did, It'll go down as one of the great innings. And Bharat, you were advancing the view on commentary late yesterday that if they win this Test match, Sri Lanka, as Rajita gets to the crease after passing umpire Goff bowls here, Khawaja defends, it should be seen as one of the great comeback victories ever. I mean, considering they were bowled out in 22.5 overs last week, they've had 4 players ruled out with COVID, they've lost another mid-test match with COVID, and you can't divorce what's going on around the country from the dressing room either. It'd be naive to think that what's going on isn't affecting the players. They're only human, and to respond in this way, it's a staggering performance so far.
Oh, it's right up there with what India did at the MCG. I mean, to come back from that 36 all-out in Adelaide.
Rajita, can he get them going? To Khawaja here, opens the face of the bat, out behind point the ball goes, he gets a single. Khawaja 3, Australia none for 4.
And like you said, multiplied with everything that's been happening around the country. I mean, 2 days ago when they had the protests right outside the stadium, I spotted a few of the reserve Sri Lankan players in the nets just having a hit. I wondered what it must be like to be a Sri Lankan cricketer. I mean, they can hear what's happening. I'm sure the news must have percolated through about what's happening, what's been happening in Colombo, and to still be able to focus on cricket, especially after that heavy loss in the first test.
Warne yet to score from 7 balls, facing Rajita on leg stump, can't put it away. Knocks it straight to mid-wicket, no single.
Yeah, and Sri Lanka is a team that kind of tends to do well in crises, or that they have in the past responded really well to crises, both cricketing and, you know, otherwise. Of course, they won the 96 World Cup while the country was at war, and you know, their board was not it was barely a professional, you know, organization at that point. The 2014 T20 World Cup came while the players.
Rajita bowls and Warne defends.
The players were essentially in a contract standoff with the board, and you know, despite they were essentially, you know, fighting with the board, the first press conference that they gave when they returned victorious from Bangladesh was Kumar Sangakkara and Mahela Jayawardene basically attacking board members right at the airport in a public press conference. So crisis is not something that that kind of irks, really. It sometimes brings out the best in them. I remember also in 2019 they went to Chandimal had been captain. They got rid of Chandimal as captain. Dimuth Karunara's first series as during the match there were injuries, and they won that series 2-0.
Rajita to finish again to Warne, who defends. No run is the call. Back down the pitch. End of 3 overs, Australia none for 4. After the break, Geoff Lemon will come in to replace me on commentary. Our coverage is for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
He'd be in his late 60s, and this 3.5 metre croc is literally in front of him. This guy has attacked the crocodile. Well, the crocodile attacked him, and he's come back with the frying pan.
Imagine what overseas people think of our country. It's like, Jesus, literally, guy lives in his house and a croc just walks up and he has to hit it with a frying pan.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test match cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Australia, 4 without loss, 3 of those to Usman Khawaja. They're 186 runs behind. It's the 3rd innings. Mahesh Theekshana off spinner bowling to Khawaja, who turns at the short leg on the bounce. And a couple of little bits of excitement. Theekshana thought he might be through onto the pad, and then he thought he might be getting a catch at short leg. Neither transpired.
Hello, Jeffrey.
Bharat. Fidel.
How's it going?
Nice to be with you both. Here goes Theekshana down the pitch. Khawaja playing a big drive along the ground to mid-on. Swung the bat like he was at the driving range. No run.
And just before you came on, Jeffrey, we were just talking about how Sri Lanka do well as a team. Through a crisis. I mean, almost inspires them, motivates them on the field.
Theekshana, little sweep shot from Khawaja, who will get a run on this occasion. Actually, he'll get 4. He's placed it fine enough. There was a man back who was trotting around, but he won't be able to get that fine. So Khawaja on to 7. 8 without loss. Well, some people say crisis, others say opportunity. And then some say crisis-unity.
Never heard anyone say that, but I'm sure they do. And one guy certainly did that. Kusal Pereira on the tour to South Africa. I remember they came to Australia right before that and got absolutely smashed by Jai Richardson and Pat Cummins.
Travis Head, 161 he made. Joe Burns made 180. Tikshana bowls to Khawaja, coming forward and defending into the covers. No run.
And I remember interviewing Marwan Atapattu, who was there doing some commentary. That's when he said the line, there is no light at the end of the tunnel for Sri Lankan cricket. And 2 weeks later, Kusal Pereira played a knock, which Andrew Fidel Fernando will tell you was better than the one that Ben Stokes did.
Well, it was original. It was the first. Gave Stokes the template. Tikshana bowls to Khawaja, who stabs at the ball outside off stump. No run.
Against a better attack away from home, too.
Yep, that's right.
And then arguably a worse match situation with a worse tail to bat with.
Yep.
All of those factors,
I think. And he made more runs. 135 to 153, if I recall correctly. Tikshana to Khawaja, again stabbing the ball away, this time towards a point. 4 overs gone. Australian up for 8.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
He's got it! 1,000 goals for Buddy Franklin! He cuts in onto his left foot, has a shot, it's in!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
And the right horse gets the job done!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric. David Warner over his bat. Kasan Rajitha, the right arm quick. Got him in the first innings. Comes around the wicket, bowls to him. Warner tries to drop and run. Can't get a single. So tell us a little more about that innings. What are your memories of it? What was the attack that he was up against?
It was a very good attack. It was Kagiso Rabada, one of Dale Steyn's final series, and yeah, Keshav Maharaj was the main spinner too, and it was just it kind of Sri Lanka just didn't want to let go of that match.
It was Durban 2019. Defends David Warner the next ball, and what was notable was the way that Kusal Pereira kept hitting sixes relentlessly. He kept taking on the quicks. He was taking on Steyn, hooking and pulling, not multiple times an over, but he would sort of hit one per over and then keep the strike, and then another per over and then keep the strike. Was it Vishwa Fernando he was batting with?
Vishwa Fernando was batting with him at the other end. Ended up on 6 not out. I think 5 of those runs came from overthrows.
Yes.
Because they tried to sneak a run so that he could get off strike.
Rajitha runs up, bowls to Warner, who's defending, straight back down the pitch.
And what was incredible was, I mean, that last week partnership had to be 70, I think it was 76, something in that region. So you know, there is no way that you think that a last wicket partnership can make that amount of runs against an attack of that quality away from home. That is almost unthinkable. But you know, Vishwa Fernando got hit in the body many times. They went at him very hard.
Rajitha bowls to Warner, who's driving to mid-off, no run.
And I talked to Kusal Pereira on the sidelines after the match, and one thing that Vishwa had told him was like, I'm going to stay here. I'll hit it with my body if I have to. I'm going to be here, and so you do your thing. And that's what they did. And in the midst of this partnership, the second new ball became due as well. So suddenly South Africa had a brand new ball to bowl with about 35-40 runs to get it, by memory. And then that was the ball that, that in the end it ended up helping Kusal Pereira. He just smacked Dale Steyn onto up into the deep mid-wicket stands in 1 over and kind of turned the momentum.
Rajitha bowls to Warner, left alone outside off. Yeah, those grass banks at Durban, I remember watching him hitting up onto those grass banks time and again.
Yeah, absolutely. And and they just kept, they just kept at it. Any ball could have got them out. Any ball could have ended this incredible resistance, this kind of valiant effort. But in the end, South Africa couldn't do it. I think it was a chase of 303, if memory serves right. Kusal Pereira gets it with a glide to third man to win.
Rajita runs up, bowls to Warne, who fends away and gets a single out towards square leg. End of the 5th over. Warne off the mark, none for 9.
And I mean, it's one of the contenders for best innings ever. I think one of the, it is definitely one of the great Test innings. Very unlikely player of a great innings. Kusal Pereira hasn't really done much else in his career.
Yep.
But it was just one of those kind of miraculous sporting days where something transpired that even now you struggle to wrap your head around how that all came together.
And the numerical symmetry: 153 not out. Brian Lara in Jamaica, 1999. Kusal Pereira at Kingsmead. Barbados.
They chased that down. But yeah, Andrew, my only argument against that is Kusal Pereira didn't do it in an Ashes game. I mean, if he can do it in an Ashes contest, even though he's Sri Lankan, then we'll talk about it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what his argument is.
Sure,
How can it be greater than Ben Stokes?
That's the only series that matters, right?
Yeah, of course.
That one. Yeah.
Sri Lanka, South Africa. Yeah, okay. It's counted as a cricket match, but...
Well, that's it.
That is the attitude of some people, it must be said. Round the wicket comes Deekshana, and he's getting Warne coming forward in defence. Bringing his back leg around, trying to get in line with that ball.
And what was in some ways even more incredible, so you had this,
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female styles of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Geoff Lemon, Bharat Sundaresan, Andrew Fidel Fernando watching the Test match unfold at Galle. David Warne and Usman Khawaja in the middle. And Warne is waiting for Kasan Rajita, the seamer, who bowls back of a length, and Warner's comfortably able to take a single, dropping the ball towards point, as we've seen him do countless times through his career. He takes his 3rd run, none for 15.
I've been waiting for this moment for the last 4 days to talk about Kasan Rajita. Every time I've been on air, he hasn't been bowling, but I remember seeing him for the first time. It was a warm-up game that India played in 2015. I don't think even some of the local Sri Lankans knew much about him. He played 7 matches, taken 8 wickets in first-class cricket. Then in the space of 12 balls, he knocked out Shikhar Dhawan, Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. And then he went from Kasun Who to Kasun Wow. That's the line I wouldn't anyway.
I think I was with you at that game.
You were,
Ketarama, our Premadasa Stadium.
That is very true. And he was bowling proper.
Yeah, it was kind of his right. He had a few really good months after that. Was the kind of bowler who would kind of hit that back of a length, get it to move around on a seaming pitch. He was remains quite dangerous. Obviously, very different surface here. It doesn't have that seam movement to work with so much. But yeah, really lives on that back of a length kind of area and asks questions from there. That's really his natural length is there. And we saw him bowl that to David Warne for the first couple of overs.
He's operating at Usman Khawaja now, who cuts him away. Get runs behind point. He'll get 4 runs. The fielder in the deep didn't even bother trying to cut that off. That was slack. Just stood there and looked at it and said, no, that's going for 4. Yeah, and just watched it go past him.
That's Prabhat Jayasuriya down there. Yeah, it wasn't that far from him. He was certainly in the game. Would have been a tough chase.
It wasn't a very long chase. It's not like he had to run 150 metres. Had to run 10 and see if he got there in time. Didn't bother.
Saving his legs for his spells, maybe.
He's been sitting on his backside the last 3 days watching them bat. I mean, I know he's bowled a lot of overs. Khawaja pulls. Gets a single this time. Fielder does bother stopping it. Takes the score up to 20 for Australia. Khawaja's got 16 of them. Plays the short ball well.
I mean, Jayasuriya's defence, it is a very quick outfield.
Yeah, but he didn't start. He just looked at it and said, no. No, that one's got legs.
It was going with the breeze as well.
Yeah. I mean, you're all telling me how it got to the rope, and I'm aware of that. The fact is he didn't start moving. He just stood there and watched it go. I'd be giving him a clip around the ear if I were the bowler. Outside the off stump, Rajitha, and David Warne leaves.
I remember an exchange between Usman Khawaja and Manas Labuschagne about the Galle outfield while they were having a net in Colombo. Khawaja hit a ball and he said boundary. And Manas was like, no chance. And then Khawaja got a little angry, or he was sounding a little angry. He was like, wait, have you played at Galle before? Manas was like, have you played at Galle before? That's a boundary in Galle. And Steve Smith in the next net thought it was the funniest thing ever.
Rajitha comes up and bowls to Warne, who leaves. I would have said in return, Usman, have you played at Galle before? Yeah, for 7 balls across your 2 innings when you've got out twice on the same day. I'm sure you retained a lot of interesting information about the batting conditions out there, champion.
Manas should have spoken to you before the little exchange. Yeah, Steve Smith might have found that even funnier, because 10 minutes after that happened, he kept saying, oh, that was funny. That was funny.
Classic Steve Smith areas. Don't laugh, just say it's funny.
And he kept looking at me after saying that was funny, so I had to giggle.
Right, you had to agree.
Yeah, 10 minutes later.
You're a people pleaser. Here comes Rajitha. Bowls full, and David Warne drives, and he throws down the stumps, Cousin Rajitha. The Sri Lankans are interested in this, whether it's a run out. So Warne took a step down the pitch, drove it back to the bowler, who threw down middle stump. I'm pretty sure Warne was home, but the Sri Lankans at least want to have a look. At least just to celebrate the good bit of fielding, I suppose.
A very agile turn and dive back into his crease from Warne there. I do think he got his bat grounded before it arrived, and he has.
He did, but only the bat. And yeah, the legs are up in the air like that Colombian goalkeeper doing the scorpion kick. So he got home. That's a great bit of work by Rajitha, though. Very agile to pick it up and throw down the stumps.
To uproot middle stump as well.
And you don't see that very often. Often it's the threat of throwing the ball, or it's a wild shy past the stumps and the keeper has to clean up.
Yeah.
You don't see the bowler. You often see them trying to threaten to hit shy at the stumps.
Right.
But you don't see them taking out middle as Rajitha did there.
Yeah, maybe because he had a clear view of the stumps as well, considering Warne was slightly wide of the stumps. Maybe he thought, not bad call to just go for it.
Good bit of work. Uprooted middle stump. All of the cameras and stuff in there with the cable trailing out of it. Anyway, the woodwork's been repaired. The new over begins. And taking Tikshana off the pad is Usman Khawaja, down to fine leg for 1. None for 21 Australia.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to see Prabhat Jayasuriya bowl. Hopefully he'll move a little more than he did in the last over, Jeffrey, to even attempt to stop that ball.
Oh, he might just bowl standing at the crease. He won't bother doing a run-up. Too hard.
Wonder if Rajitha will chase what his attitude will be in the field when Prabhat is bowling.
Tikshana, lots of air, and Warne digs out the ball as it dips on him. Here on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric.
I mean, Sri Lanka do have a big lead, but they don't quite have the kind of lead where you can just watch balls go to the boundary and not care about them.
Tikshana, flight, down the pitch comes Warne and hits it over the top of mid-on for 4. Controlled aggression. David Warne, version 6.5, whatever it is. He's been through so many iterations. Didn't try to smash that, just lifted it, just skipped down and popped it over the top of mid-on.
Immediately long off goes back. Matthews is there. It's been pushed back to the boundary.
Karunaratne is a bit of a leather chaser as a captain.
He is. He has been. I I guess there is a certain level of not having worked with these bowlers before, and there's not a trust that has developed between them. He's not the worst that we've seen in terms of Sri Lankan captains, in terms of pushing fields back and failing to kind of attack early on. Matthews, the guy he just sent back, was known for that, for being very defensive.
Tikshana comes in to bowl to Warne, who defends. Score remains on none for 25. Warner's got 7, Kawaja 17.
It's great timing.
And I don't think that Sri Lanka should worry too much about Warne coming down the track. It's we've seen Tikshana rip 1 or 2 already, and if he just needs the batter to get a little bit wrong and for one to turn.
Tikshana to Warne, who plays a lap sweep to a full toss and just dinks it over his shoulder for 4. That was a nicely controlled sort of shot. He knows that Tikshana offers a bit of pace, up above 90 k's an hour, that delivery. The full toss helps, and just that little sort of lap scoop as he deflects it behind himself. David Warne takes his score on to 11.
Shoveled it, didn't he?
It's cutely done.
Over his shoulder.
A Canadian winter sort of shot. Clearing the driveway. None for 29.
I don't think he expected it to come to him on the full, so he had to kind of adjust his shot.
Did it well, though.
Very delicately.
The delicacy and grace of David Warne. Not always an oxymoron.
Yeah.
Tikshana bowls to Warne, who drives a single down to long on, and that's what he can do now that he's pushed the field back. He gets the boundary, he gets the 1. Australia, after 8 overs, none for 30.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
He'd be in his late 60s, and this 3.5 metre croc is literally in front of him. This guy has attacked the crocodile. Well, the crocodile attacked him, and he's come back with the frying pan.
Imagine what overseas people think of our country. It's like, Jesus, literally, guy lives in his house and a croc just walks up and he has to hit it with a frying pan.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test match cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. None for 30. That's Australia's score. They're 160 behind after Sri Lanka made 554 earlier in reply to Australia's 364. David Warne on strike, waiting for Kasan Rajita, the fast bowler, defending away from the stumps. Change in commentary. Farewell to Fidel and Bharat. Louis Cameron has hopped into the commentary hot seat. Jeremy Coney making his way in. Hello, Louis. Helps if I turn your microphone on.
Good afternoon, Jeff. Good afternoon, Jeremy.
Nice to have your company, both of you.
Still catching our breath. I don't know about you, Jeremy, but I'm catching my breath after what Dinesh Chandimal just did about an hour or so ago.
Extraordinary innings, wasn't it? Just...
Ball, he kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick. Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
Indian Motorcycle challenge themselves every day to live up to the passion and trailblazing spirit of their founders by pushing themselves to be the driving force in what's next, with a commitment that defines American craftsmanship and produces the most beautiful motorcycles, recognized around the world. History remembers the game changers. Make the first move. Visit your nearest dealer today. Indian Motorcycle, America's first motorcycle company since 1901.
SEN Test Cricket.
It's the Tiger! That is Test Cricket at its finest.
For Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric. Live from Galle, Sri Lanka versus Australia on SEN Test Cricket.
Operating at Usman Khawaja now, who cuts him away. Get runs behind point. He'll get 4 runs. The fielder in the deep didn't even bother trying to cut that off. That was slack. Just stood there and looked at it and said, no, that's going for 4.
Yeah.
And just watched it go past him.
That's Prabhat Jayasuriya down there. Yeah.
Tikshanna to Warner, who plays a lap sweep to a full toss and just dinks it over his shoulder for 4. That was a nicely controlled sort of shot. He knows that Tikshanna offers a bit of pace up above 90 k's an hour, that delivery. The full toss helps. And just that little sort of...
Welcome back to Call on SEN Test Cricket. For Henley Holmes delivering affordability, the final session of this second Test match between Sri Lanka and Australia. I'm Adam Collins. I have former Victorian bowler and cricket.com.au journalist Louis Cameron with me to start the final stanza. Ramesh Mendez, who picked up a wicket before tea, has the ball in his hand and he bowls the first delivery to Khawaja, defended into the onside, no run. It's 1 for 52. Australia are 138 runs in arrears. Khawaja's 25, Labuschane's 2, and the man to go so far was David Warner. Leg before wicket for 24. Ramesh delivers and Khawaja goes back and takes 1 out to deep point, the first run of the session. He's 26, 1 for 53. G'day, Louis.
G'day, Adam. A lot of work to do for these adopted Queenslanders. One born in Islamabad, one born in South Africa. I don't know where in South Africa Marnus Labuschane's born. Is it Klerksdorp?
Klerksdorp. I doubt the pronunciation's right. Jeff will yell at us.
Yeah.
But it's something like that.
We can't even pronounce his name correctly, so...
Can you do it if pressed? Like, do you...
Terribly.
Have you got the...
No.
I wonder if we could teach ourselves the bit.
I've tried.
Ramesh bowls and Labuschagne goes back and defends into the offside. Don't know why they're excited. That was a regulation defensive stroke from the crease. That's Diquella, presumably through the effects mic.
Marnus is smiling there. I think he knows that they're mimicking him, basically.
I see. That's good. Okay, I rate it now. If they're... Oh, hang on. We might have to come back to that in a sec. Ramesh bowls. Labuschagne goes back, gets 1 round the corner. Doesn't get 1 round the corner. Labuschane's spikes went straight into the ball.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he did it on purpose.
No.
Almost certainly didn't. Why would he? But it won't be long before they try and get the ball changed.
Well, you would think that would actually be helpful to Sri Lanka, if anything.
True.
I don't see what advantage he could gain by doing that for Australia.
Exactly.
You're only going to rough up one side of the ball.
You think, yeah.
And the other part is, the bit I can't tell there is whether he has the full spikes in, where he would have the pointy metal spikes on the back, or just the soft rubber, what we'd call kind of the half spikes at the back. And if it was just the half spikes at the back, then he definitely couldn't do any damage to it.
I'll try it here. Mendez bowls to Labuschagne. Comes forward and defends into the onside. No run. No, not even attempt. It's not really close, is it? Yeah. So when he made his test debut, we were there in Dubai in 2018.
2018, yeah.
Remember we did that press conference with him and we said, look, just level with us. What do you want us to call you? What works best? We'll be respectful. Ramesh Mendez, to finish is over. Labuschagne gets forward and defends. Out to cover. Well bowled, well played. 1 for 53. Just the the session. He's 26, Labuschane's 2. Our coverage, of course, for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric. And he said to us, look, if you can do the Afrikaans bit, go for gold. If you can't, please do Labuschagne. Don't try and, contort your language in such a way that you'll sound daft like I just did.
Your uninitiated throats.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So,
but since then, I reckon he's actually doubled down on the Labuschagne and kind of gotten rid of the Labuschagne completely, because he did a video with us where we got on cricket.com.au's website where we asked every member of the Australian squad to try and say his name, and there was some hilarious attempts in there. And at the end of it, kind of asked Marnus, how do you pronounce it? And he just said, no, it's, if you're in South Africa, it's Labuschagne, and say it. But if you're in Australia,
it's Labuschagne. Khawaja on strike. Says Jayasuriya. First ball from him for the session. None for 5 from 3.1. His figures with Khawaja going back and leaning on the splice. Comfortable defensive stroke.
Yeah, and he just basically encourages people to say Labuschagne like champagne. And I believe that was at the urging of his wife.
Jayasuriya over the wicket to Khawaja. Deep in the crease defending oohs and ahs, but as we know, that's how Khawaja plays finger spin. We saw it for hour after hour in Pakistan earlier this year.
And you've got to feel for his wife, who that has the name. She's taken the Labuschagne name, but she's obviously not South African herself.
Right.
So, I mean, imagine her and her family trying to pronounce that.
True enough. Jayasuriya to Khawaja. Reverse sweep. Plays that shot so well, doesn't he? I remember when Khawaja was such a liability sweeping, they dropped him in Bangladesh in 2017. He moves to 27 with that single 1 for 54. Press fast forward 5 years, and he'd be on the podium for, you know, one of the top 3 in the world, probably, execution of that reverse sweep for one down to deep backward point.
Well, I think he set a world record for CricViz for playing, I think it was 21 reverse sweeps in that innings in Dubai that I know you want to talk about during this session when he saved that test match for Australia.
Yeah, and the reason we want to talk about it's not so much because of Khawaja himself, although he's a big part of the story. Labuschagne facing up, past the edge. We saw Surya do that once just before tea. He's got the benefit of the breeze coming over his left shoulder, so that should drift back towards Labuschagne naturally, and so it does. Then sharp spin just past the edge and just past the off bail. Almost a perfect delivery for a left-arm orthodox round the wicket to a right-hander, but gets no reward for it. Can he do it again? Bowls here, Labuschagne forward. That's a straight one. Off the inside edge, out towards backward square. Super stuff from the man on debut. Labuschagne 3, 1 for 55. Yes, we might come to that topic after the break, which follows this ball. But yes, Jayasuriya, I suspect this will be the first of many test matches.
Beautiful drift, isn't it? I mean, he's using that wind that's blowing in off the Indian Ocean, kind of coming from the far side of the fort, is just helping him perfectly. And that's what's undid Marnus those last 2 balls. One gripping and spinning away, and the other one just in towards him.
Back up to Khawaja, slipping a short leg on middle stump. Khawaja plays defensively from the crease. End of the over, 1 for 55. 55 with lane 3. Devon get back home to bring ability.
And trailblazing spirit of their founders. By pushing themselves to be the driving force in what's next, with a commitment that defines American craftsmanship and produces the most beautiful motorcycles, recognised around the world. History remembers the game changers. Make the first move. Visit your nearest dealer today. Indian Motorcycle, America's first motorcycle company since 1901.
It's 1 for 55 as Ramesh Mendis prepares to start his 5th over. He's got 1 for 10. He was the man who trapped David Warner in front, round the wicket off the index finger, the straight one. Warner reviewed. He shouldn't have reviewed. Was hitting middle stump 2/3 of the way up. Bowling here to Labuschagne, new over. He dances and defends, out towards mid-on, plays it well enough to get a single. Labuschagne has 4, 1 for 56 Australia. Yeah, Dubai 2018, we think, is probably the last time, almost certainly the last time, that Australia successfully batted out for a draw, which is what's really asked of them here. They're so far behind in the game that winning's neither here nor there, because they surely couldn't engineer it from this particular point with not even 4 sessions left.
Yeah, 100%. It's not something they have had to do, and it seems to be whenever they come to Asia that seems to be where they end up having to do a lot of their draw saving.
Ramesh bowls, Khawaja defends.
Probably the most. I mean, the most similar example to this test that so far and the way it's unfolding is Ranchi in 2017, where Australia batted first. They didn't make enough first innings runs. Funnily enough, Steve Smith was left stranded on 130 odd.
Ramesh bowls, Khawaja again defensively, but gets 1 to point. Well run Marnus Labuschagne towards the danger end, through comfortably. Khawaja 28, 1 for 57.
And then India polled up 9 for 650 odd and left us about 200 runs ahead of Australia. And I think the best part of the final day to get through. And it was Peter Hanscom and Sean Marsh who batted really beautifully. Peter Hanscom especially, I think he was not out 70 at the end of the day and saved the test for him. The thing with this one is there's a little more time left.
Ramesh bowls and going back is Khawaja. Oh, mix up! And it's gone straight through the hands of Wellalage. The 12th man on the ground. Labuschagne was coming, Khawaja wasn't. They had time to kind of debate what was going to go on. And you hear Labuschagne. Well, they're making their feelings known. Of course, they're close, Labuschagne and Khawaja. Khawaja played it out to cover. Wellalage collected it. And I think it was Labuschagne saying that was an awful run.
Just a fumble from Jayasuriya. His sunnies just went flying off his head as he tried to.
My apologies. I thought it was Wellalage. It was Jayasuriya.
The other left-arm spinner.
Yes. I misread the number on his shirt. Weird, given that he wears 77. Wellalage's wearing 1. Anyway, Ramesh continues on leg stump. Khawaja easing a single this time behind square. He's 29, 1 for 59. So yeah, Ranchi, you're right. Smith did. They after Maxwell and his big partnership, they both made centuries, of course. Then it did fall away quite quickly, didn't it? And they were 2 down overnight on day 4, miles behind. Warner was out. I think Lyon as well. Ramesh bowls on leg stump, tucked around the corner. No run there. Labuschagne there. Goodness me. End of the 18th over, 1 for 59. You can hear it. We don't need to comment about it. He's 5. Khawaja down the other end on 28. So, yeah, they lost, I think, Warner and the Night Watchman Lion, and they were left with Renshaw and Sean Marsh starting up the following day. Renshaw got through a session. No, sorry, Renshaw and Smith. Renshaw got through the better part of a session, and he and Smith fell in quick succession. So they were 4 down. In walks Marsh and Hanscom to deal with 2 sessions against Ashwin and Jadeja, and that pitch by then was just all rough. It was just covered in rough, and the way they used their pads, the way they used their feet, it was oppressive heat as well in Ranchi that day, and they got through pretty well in the end with Khawaja. Inside edge, the short leg is gone. Jayasuriya, fabulous bowling. It's that drift once again. The 30-year-old on Test debut now has 7 wickets for the Test match. Australia have lost Khawaja for 29, and that task of saving the match gets that much harder with a man who's done it before now back in the pavilion. The visitors 2 for 59, Louis Cameron.
And this is precisely the way Khawaja doesn't want to get out. We've seen him in Pakistan and now in Sri Lanka playing almost exclusively off the back foot unless it's a half volley, and he didn't stick to his game plan there. He went forward. It wasn't quite a lunge, but he did press forward, and you can just see the look on his face. He knows that's not how he wants to play spin bowling when he comes out here. And whether it was the little, not the mix-up, it was a mix-up with Marnus Labuschagne. He had an over before. They had the mid-pitch meeting to kind of address what was going on with their running between the wicket. Whether he was just had his mind on other things, whether Marnus had distracted him with all his boundless energy, who knows? But that was 100% a deviation from how he wants to play spin.
Oh, I think it's a reasonable point. A lot of chat in the previous over about running between the wickets. Maybe he did just momentarily have that lapse because, yeah, spot on. How often do you see Khawaja thrusting out the front pad against spin these days? You just don't see it.
Yeah.
That is not his plan. So the fact that he falls against, what do they say? Fail the way you want to play.
Yeah.
You know, fail good.
Yeah.
He won't feel as though he's failed well there, Khawaja. And that's not being... I'm not trying to sort of question his capacity or say he should be left out of the team or anything, but that'll be frustrating for him, given to this point in the innings he'd been going back on the stump so well. That was his main mode of defence in Pakistan. It was working for him here. Indeed, it worked last week on the raging Turner, and yeah, round the corner, Fidel Fernando brought into the 11 today as a COVID sub. Takes a sharp catch just behind square at short leg. Super work, Sri Lanka, and Australia still trailed by 131 as Stephen Smith joins Marnus Labuschagne. They are a long way behind in this Test match. They've not won a session since the first day, final session on the first day. And even that, they lost 3 wickets. Jayasuriya bowls here. Labuschagne defends back down the pitch.
And to put it another
Smith,
way,
rather.
Smith, that is, yeah. To put it another way about that, you're talking about failing there, and Pat Cummins put it really well during a press conference in the first Test where he said that
Jayasuriya bowls Smith, looking to drive. Wade on's the call out to cover no single. Chandimal does the fielding.
He's happy for guys to fail as long as they're failing in, following the game plan, following the thing that they'd set out with coaches and their teammates before the game. And so, to put it a slightly different way, if Khawaja had gotten out top edging a reverse sweep and, was caught on the boundary, he would rather go out that way than how he just went out there.
Analysis from Louis Cameron. Smith facing up, back in the crease to defend. No runs the call. Lines mid on. Yeah, I think you're sort of hearing that more and more, aren't you? Broadly in keeping with Brendan McCullum's coaching philosophy as well. He doesn't care if players don't do well. It's the way they don't do well that informs his attitude towards their performance. Smith, his 4th ball, Jayasuriya. Oh, hit on the pad. That's really close. That's really out. A very straightforward decision by the looks of things for umpire Goff. His finger went up with the appeal. Smith litigating the case to Labuschagne that he should go upstairs. He's pleading with Labuschagne, please let me review. Please let me review. They've already burnt one of them. 3, 2, 1, and they're upstairs. And I tell you what, if it's not going over the top, I mean, Smith was gesticulating that he thought it might be spinning too much, but he was deep in the crease, hit on the back pad. Louis, they're only got to be trimming the stumps. It's been given out on the field. Warner's blown one already. Some tense moments for Australia here. Talk us through it. First replay.
I'm going to wait to see the replay, but I don't like the look of it. It's pitched in line with the stumps.
Oh, goodness me.
It's hit him on the back pad right in front of the middle and leg. And Smith is walking. Smith is already walking. He was trying to legislate the case to his partner, Marnus Labuschagne, to call for this review in the first place. We're just seeing the ultra edge now. He hasn't hit it. It's not going over the top of the stumps. It's going to take a miracle to save him here, and he's going to be regretting this. We're looking at the...
Here comes the projection, 2 reds, and here it comes. It is 3 reds, hitting the same part of the middle stump that David Warner's hit on review earlier in the day. They've blown 2 reviews. They've lost 2 wickets in the space of 5 deliveries. Stephen Smith is gone for a duck. Australia are in all sorts of 3 for 59, and Sri Lanka are well on their way to a famous victory.
Yeah, it comes back to what we're talking about there, about how you're happy to fail, and again, they're not going to be happy with Smith using that review, especially after David Warner had just burnt one, especially going back to yesterday when they burnt all 3 of their reviews far too early, and then Dinesh Chandimal, it cost them, you know, it was 30.
It cost them nearly the better part of 175 runs, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Now, look, I understand philosophically, if you are the best player in the team, that you are given license to use DRS with greater, I guess, greater license.
Yeah, he's your best batter, so why not use it?
So
why not
use it, right?
That might be the theory.
That might be the theory, but Stephen Smith's played international cricket with DRS for 12 years. Just because you don't want to be out, just because you want to keep batting, doesn't constitute evidence to send it upstairs. The way he was going up to Labuschagne saying, it's missing off stump, isn't it? Well, that hit middle of the leg. I mean, it's an abysmal review, even with the caveat that they might review anything if it were to be the case that Smith's on strike. Warner's blown 1, Smith's blown 1. They are in all sorts.
And I just think the strikers end for a decision like that. I just don't think it helps at all. I mean, Marnus is not going to be able to have a good view of whether that's hitting him line or not. The only thing he can tell him is, mate, I think that's going over, or I think that's, you know, hitting middle stump. You know, it's on the right,
I guess my thing is,
length.
if Labuschagne said to him, I think it's hitting middle stump 2/3 of the way up, I suspect he would have reviewed anyway. I mean, this is the problem,
He was
right?
looking for an excuse to review.
Yeah, this is the decision-making process that is flawed with Australia at the moment when it comes to the use of technology, and they're paying a big price for it, because you can be sure, you can be almost certain on a pitch that's starting to really grip and turn that there'll be other decisions around the bat. And we know umpire Dharmasena doesn't get an awful lot right around the bat. Sorry to be overly critical, but it's just the truth. Jayasuriya, last ball of his brilliant over to Travis Head, who goes back and defends. The end of a double wicket maiden for Sri Lanka. Australia in a world of pain at 3 for 59 after 19 overs. Labuschagne on 5, Head on 1, and our coverage is for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Adam Staples, who's pressing the buttons for us today back in Melbourne and producing the show, just said, gee, we thought it might be a day 5 finish all the way. Could be over in 4. And he's not wrong. It could be over in 4 the way this has started in the final session as Ramesh Mendez prepares to start a new over. He's got a slip and a short leg bowling at Labuschagne on 5. He goes back, cuts and cuts well. Out through the gap at point. He'll get himself his first boundary. Labuschagne to 9. It's 3 for 63. Australia trailing by 127 runs. Hey, Louis, Andrew McDonald was asked about the use of DRS yesterday at his presser.
I asked him, yeah.
And the answer that he gave, which you can elaborate on, cuts across what happened there with Smith and Warner to an extent as well.
Well, I mean, that'd be a question for them whether it did cut across. And, I mean, you could see Steve didn't just kind of go up to the umpire and straight away signal review and demand that it be given not out. But I mean, the fact was that for Andrew McDonald and for this team, these guys are process and procedure kind of driven operators, and they just want to strip out all emotion. That was basically the subtext of what McDonald said last night.
Ramesh Mendez bowls Labuschagne forward. The inside edge wasn't far away. You know what Smith also does? He joins a fairly elite club of those who've made a century in one innings and a duck in the other. And And of course, the great people at House Stat have catalogued that. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 23 Australians before him. Labuschagne round the corner. No single there. The most recent was... It's not done in date order, unfortunately, but believe me when I say it's pretty unusual. 100 duck in the same test match, Stephen Smith.
Has there been one this century?
Let's have a look here. David Clarence Boone in 1986 against England. Recent, relatively. Well forward here. Labuschagne defending into the offside. Bradman a couple of times. Once at Melbourne, once at Trent Bridge. Ian Chappell, Michael Clark. Oh, there you go, Michael Clark at Newlands in 2014. Brilliant unbeaten 100 in the first and duck in the second. Back of a length. Carved away again by Labuschagne for the second time in the over. The first was a cut shot behind point. That was more a force in front of point where there's a gap at cover. Labuschagne on to 13. 3 for 67 the score. Too short for Ramesh Mendez.
Too short, and it's one of Marnus's great strengths as a batter, and I've seen him do it a lot to Nathan Lyon in the Shield, is being able to hit off it.
Gilchrist, including when he made that brilliant 100 at Perth in the first innings, he made a blob. He was on the cusp of retiring. SEN's own Adam Gilchrist, of course. Mendez bowls last ball of the deep backward point. Get the score from one delivery. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Geoff Lemon replacing me. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
Still hunting around for incredible value? Ditch the magnifying glass and check out the Kogan Money credit card. There's no annual fee, plenty of tantalising rewards, and if you meet the spend requirements, you could earn $400 in credit to spend on Kogan.com.
SEN Test Cricket, Australia in licorice all sorts. 3 for 6.
And you're not doing it with that real guttural thing as well. You're working within your limitations.
You don't have to be bringing up a wad of phlegm when you do it. Prabhat Jayasuriya, the left armour, bowls to Marnus, who's coming forward and defending, back down towards mid-off. So a lot riding on him and his innings, his contribution after he played well in the first innings.
We're seeing a lot of Prabhat Jayasuriya's nails on the broadcast.
Right. He bowls now. Marnus sweeps out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Tumbling stop out there from Kasan Rajitha. 3 for 69.
It seems that the Sri Lankan physio has brought out some nail clippers after he got that wicket of Steve Smith to do something with his nail. I'm not entirely sure.
He's got a little split in the top of the nail, and it's obviously starting to bother him.
How's he done that? You shouldn't be spinning it off your nail.
Well, I suppose maybe when it got hit back to him. It's the end of the nail. It kind of cracked the top of the nail, which would be quite uncomfortable, I imagine.
Would be, yeah. I've done a few toenails.
Yeah.
I had a toenail fall off after playing a season.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, those kind of stories.
It's nasty, that.
Yep. If that's happening, you're playing too much cricket, or you're playing it too hard.
Yeah. Or not well enough.
Beach
bowling
cricket.
Too many overs.
Yeah. Jayasuriya bowls to the left-handed head. He gets down and sweeps hard. In fact, he picks up 4. They have 2 men out for the sweep to protect the rope. Travis Head has put it right in between them behind square. Beautifully placed. So he's away. First boundary. And that might be his technique to get the sweep shot out wherever possible.
It's a gutsy shot, second ball, isn't it? Under some pressure for his spot. Hasn't made a whole lot of runs in these. We know he's player of the Ashes not so long ago, last Australian summer, but he's been shorter runs this Pakistan and Sri Lankan tours.
3 for 73. And certainly under pressure for his spot away from home more so. I don't think there's any doubt that he'll play in the home summer, but they would reconsider taking him to India perhaps next year. If he gets a score here today, that will go a long way towards changing that conversation. Travis Head, left-hander, sweeps again, hits it hard, a little bit further behind square. finds the sweeper this time, 3 for 74. Head's got 5.
And you think during that first test, one of the things they spoke about, this Australian team, was that sweep shot almost being like a defence, because the forward defence was such a dangerous shot to play on a spinning wicket, but that kind of volatile wicket that they got in the first test. Late on day 4 of this second test here, it's been a better batting wicket thus far, but maybe now it's the point where you bring out the sweep a bit more.
Surya to Labuschagne, straight that to short leg on this occasion, and also the sweep shot can help you reach the ball just after it's pitched. You know, as long as it's pitching within a couple of metres of you, you can get to the pitch of the ball without having to leave your crease. Can be a defensive option in that way. Surya to Labuschagne, who just plays a conventional forward defence. 21 overs gone. Australia still 116 behind. They're 3 for 74.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat, with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The V8 sleuth joined us to talk about his new book covering the history of HRT.
People sell them, they restore them, they bring them back to how they raced back with Craig Lowndes or Peter Brock or Mark Skaife or Garth Tander or any of the stars from over the years. So it never sits still. So it's, Johnson gets a run in this one somehow. I think it's the wrong colour and the wrong bag.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test match cricket. Australia battling to stay in the game. 3 wickets down already, 116 runs behind. So they need to knock off those before they could even make Sri Lanka bat again, before they could think about building a lead. Hold up in play as Travis Head pats down some spots on the pitch. Got a slip and a short leg. Got a short cover in, about 15 paces from the bat. Ramesh Mendes, the off spinner. Bowling now round the wicket. Travis Head, he's gone right through him. Knocked him over. Travis Head is bowled. He tries to play off the back foot, and the ball goes straight through. Australia falling to pieces here, 4 for 74. And Travis Head had no idea what was happening with that delivery. Didn't see it. He's still looking back at the stumps, looking for a replay, trying to figure out. He got beaten on the outside edge again. That happened to him in the first innings, and it's happened to him again here as he just prodded at the ball, turned too much for him, clips the outside of the off stump. Sri Lanka right on top here, and a very good time to welcome Fidel Fernando and Estelle Vasudevan, who is a journalist for the Papare, is joining us for the first time during this test match. Lovely to have your company, both of you. Estelle, welcome to commentary with a bang.
Thanks for having me, guys.
That's quite the moment for Sri Lanka now.
It's a dream dismissal for an off spinner, isn't it? To beat a left-handed batter on the outside edge, clip the outside of the off stump. The kind of wicket where you know that he's been bowling, you know that he's been getting in the batter's heads. I don't think he's bowled a lot to Head in this innings, but Head would have been watching what was happening on the screens. There's some going on with the arm, some turning. He paid for less turn than ended up happening. The ball spun past his edge, and the Sri Lankan, there's always something right about spinners running riot on a day 4 afternoon at Galle. It just seems to be what this ground was made for. We've seen it so many times, and this is kind of how Galle tests play out. And after the chaos that we've had earlier in the week, there's something kind of comforting about watching spinners put on a show, even if in this case they're kind of quite inexperienced spinners. They're not kind of household names in Sri Lanka yet, but they're still doing what they need to be doing on day 4 in Galle.
They could be on their way to being household names if they can finish this off. Australia on a path to defeat at the moment. 4 for 74, still 116 runs behind. Labuschagne and now Cameron Green in the middle. Alex Carey, the last recognised bat to come, the wicket-keeper, and then the bowlers. A huge amount of work for these players to do. It's only day 4. Green comes down the wicket, drives a full ball towards mid-off, and the pitch is starting to turn. This would be a kind of rhythm we'd expect from a test in Galle. Yeah. It's about halfway through the fourth day, and suddenly that turn starts to get more pronounced. Green defends, gets off the mark with a single.
Doesn't look completely at ease. Still kind of pushing at it with hard hands there. Green came down the track first ball. Fair to say that there'd be a little bit of nervousness and panic in that Australian dressing room, do you think?
There'll certainly be a bit of anxiety at this stage. Ramesh Mendes. The ball in hand. Bowls to Labuschagne. Drives to cover. No run. And Estelle, this would be some accomplishment if Sri Lanka can bring this home from here.
Yeah, definitely. After that batting performance in the first game, I think they'll be really thrilled to have gotten to that 550. And now with the ball, they've looked so much better than they did in the first game, when conditions were much more suitable to the bowlers as well.
Ramesh Mendes bowls to Labuschagne, who defends. And everything they've had to contend with, the disarray in the camp, the COVID tests, it's been the worst possible preparation they could have had, really. Last ball of the 22nd over. And Labuschagne knocks it away to square leg. They run through for a single, throw it in at the striker's end, and could have had Green in a bit of strife, but he gets home. 22 overs gone. It took 22 overs to bowl out Sri Lanka in the last innings of the first test here. And at this point, Australia already 4 wickets down, 4 for 76.
Indian motorcycle challenge themselves every day to live up to the passion and trailblazing spirit of their founders by pushing themselves to be the driving force in what's next, with a commitment that defines American craftsmanship and produces the most beautiful motorcycles, recognised around the world. History remembers the game changers. Make the first move. Visit your nearest dealer today. Indian Motorcycle, America's first motorcycle company since 1901.
4 for 76, 22 overs gone. Labuschagne on 16. Cameron Green on 1. The Sri Lankan women's team just finished a series against India as well. That was going on at the same time as this test series here with the men.
Yeah, Estelle was all over it. TV commentary, I think, Estelle, for all of those matches in Dambulla and Pallekele.
Prabhat Jayasuriya. Start a new over, bowling to Labuschagne, who sweeps. And he'll pick up a boundary out for deep mid-wicket. Hits that hard in front of square, the way he's been practicing in the nets. He goes to 24. They're 4 for 84.
Yeah, 6 games in that series, 3 T20s and 3 ODIs from the Women's Championship. Sri Lanka results pretty expected. India dominated, but some positives to come out from that series as well.
Yeah, there was a 16-year-old making her debut, I think. How did she go? Vishmi
Gunaratne.
That's right.
Sri Lanka did pick up one win in the T20 component. Jayasuriya to Labuschagne on the back foot, pushes the cover, no run.
Yeah, they did get a win in the final T20. Thanks a lot to Chamari Atapattu once again, who they're quite dependent on.
Jayasuriya bowls to Labuschagne, who defends. I often think that Chamari Atapattu must have very sore shoulders. She's carried that team for a decade.
Yeah, and you're beginning to see it now on the field as well. The pressure is really telling on her, whether it's with the bat or the ball. In fact, she can be a key with the ball as well.
Jayasuriya to Labuschagne, forward defence, inside edge. She'll get a run as it rolls towards mid-wicket, 4 for 81.
Yeah, it's one of the most fascinating, I think, Sri Lankan careers at the moment, and perhaps ever. You know, someone who's been such a talisman for the team. Oppositions must spend most of their time trying to figure out, you know, how to deal with her. And yet she continues to put up these big runs, continues to be extraordinarily good. And even when she's extraordinarily good, Sri Lanka still often lose.
Jayasuriya bowls to Green, who comes down the wicket, tries a single to mid-off. They throw at the stumps, but Green gets home, 4 for 82.
Yeah, and we've seen that right throughout doesn't get much support from the other end, whether it's the more experienced players or not. But there are a couple of new players like Vishnu Gunaratne, who you mentioned, the 16-year-old, who looks promising. But there have been a lot of promising youngsters who've just fallen by the wayside in the last couple of years as well.
Is there a reason why no one else has quite been able to step up and support Chamangalathapattu?
Around the wicket comes Jayasuriya, tapped away by Labuschagne, a short leg on the bounce. We'll come back to that in just a moment. 23 overs bowled, Australia 4 for 82.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith, or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick. Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric. Ramesh Mendis, the off spinner, going to continue. From the pavilion end of the ground, slip and a short leg. There's a short straight mid-off, a few paces away from the non-striker as well. He bowls to Labuschagne, who goes back and cuts, Green rather, out to deep backward point for a single, 4 for 83. So what is the situation with the domestic cricket, the limitations of domestic women's cricket that have made it so hard for Sri Lanka to be competitive?
I think it has a lot to do with the fact that it's not as competitive as we see in the men's side, particularly at the schools level. So you don't get those quality cricketers coming into club cricket, and then limited number of teams and very few games a year. I think they play less than 10 a year.
Mendis bowls to Labuschagne, who defends.
Yeah, so with the limited number of matches they play, it's very difficult to pick out the best out of that. And then also, I mean, there are a lot of mental issues also where the dependency on Athapattu really affects them in games.
Mendis bowls to Labuschagne, who turns away to the leg side, can't get past square leg, no run.
You can see it on the playing field when Athapattu is gone, the heads drop, you know. So that confidence and that belief in the rest of the team is really lacking, I feel, despite like a high-profile coaching setup as well.
Mendis bowls to Labuschagne, who will get a run to square leg this time, just taps it a little bit more lightly away, so buys him a bit of extra time to get through to the other end. 4 for 84, he's got 22.
Yeah, and you touched on, women's cricket in schools or girls' cricket. There are a few more schools picking it up, but it's not a process that's happening especially fast, is it?
Ramesh round the wicket to Green, who defends, coming forward, no run.
Yeah, it's not, and the issue is also that there's only one division of cricket, so the teams that have resources and the teams that have been playing for a while compete with much weaker teams, and that doesn't help either team at the end of the day.
Ramesh bowls to Green, who drives out towards mid-off. Oh, it gets through. That's a sloppy piece of fielding there. So it goes for 4. Angelo Matthews, who's made the error there and let the ball through for a boundary. 4 for 88 the score after 24 overs.
Dived over the top of it.
Flip the switch to amazing value energy with Kogan Energy. Visit Kogan Energy's website and upload your current electricity bill to see how much you'll save by switching. You could even win a $1,000 credit on your Kogan Energy account. Plus, just by switching, you'll get a free Kogan First 12-month membership. Flip the switch to Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au/radio today. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop. Residential customers only, not available in all areas.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. 4 for 88. Labuschagne on strike. Prabhat Jayasuriya. This will probably be the way it is for a long while. Ramesh Mendis at one end, Jayasuriya at the other, and Labuschagne plays off the back foot down to mid-on. So I imagine a big part of the issue is that women aren't being paid to play domestic cricket, and so there's a point in your life, a relatively young point, where it's not a career, therefore it's not a viable way to earn a living, and so talented girl players will drift away in their early 20s to go and work, to make a living, have families, all of those sorts of things. Labuschagne comes forward and defends.
Yeah, I think there was some development in that area when the Forces kind of took over women's cricket. A lot of there are 3 teams, in fact, in the top division that play from the Forces.
From the military. Jayasuriya bowls to Labuschagne, who sweeps that to deep mid-wicket. 1 run, 4 for 89.
Yeah, so what happens is basically the younger players play for clubs like Coles Cricket Club, Sinigama CC, but when they reach a certain age, they are hired by the armed forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, and then that again thins out the quality in the other clubs.
Right, so you need to get a job with one of the branches of the armed forces who then allow you to be a cricketer while they pay your wage. Jayasuriya bowls to Cameron Green, who defends.
Yeah, that's exactly it, because there is no funding to the other clubs, or no significant funding to the other clubs.
And is that sort of a matter of pride for the armed forces to have a team that competes and to go up against the other branches? Jayasuriya bowling short, Green's cutting and missing.
Yeah, and in a sense it is, and we've seen that in other sports in Sri Lanka as well. Rugby, cricket, basketball, the forces kind of really have a strong hold in a lot of divisions.
Jayasuriya comes in and bowls, and Green forces off the back foot, won't get a run. Out to cover point. 25 overs gone, 4 for 89. So it's a fascinating approach from an outsider's perspective to think that you're not becoming a professional cricketer, but you're getting hired to do another job where they will let you train and play as part of as an optional extra, I suppose.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think if not for the forces' involvement, women's cricket would have fallen away a lot in Sri Lanka. So it's a good thing from one hand, but it also, like I mentioned before, kind of takes away the talented players from other regions and other clubs, and thins out the competition within the top division.
And then will those 3 military teams only play each other? Is that it? Is it a 3-team comp?
No, currently I think there's a 5 or 6 team Division 1 tournament where some of the forces teams actually they field 2 teams, so an A and a B. And then you've got teams like Coles CC. Chilau Marians is a new club where Atapattu plays. And Sinigama CC, which has produced a lot of new young promising talents in the last few years.
Right.
Chandimal, by the way, who's scored the double hundred, unbeaten double hundred, plays for the men's army team. I think in the last couple of years has moved over to the army.
And Tikshana as well, right?
Yeah.
Here goes Ramesh Mendes bowling through Marnus Labuschagne. It's popped up to short leg. The Sri Lankans like it. The umpire says no. That turned sharply and bounced extraordinarily high. And Labuschagne saying he didn't get any glove on it because it came off the left nipple is what he's gesturing to. So you can't be given out for a nipple catch. He survives. That ball exploded. Big puff of dust came up. Hit him in the chest. Extraordinary.
Yeah, just in the ribs.
Like a roll-on deodorant in the end. It rolled up his armpit. He defends the next ball off the back foot. Well, that's going to have him worried. That'll be in his head.
And the next one doesn't bounce anywhere near that high. In fact, it keeps a little low, if anything.
Well, it's only going to get tougher to bat out there. I'll tell you what, Sri Lanka wouldn't want to be chasing anything on this. Ramesh Mendes gets turned to Labuschagne. Will take a run. They're rushing through. The throw comes in as Green reaches the striker's end. That was a sharp single. 4 for 90.
Yeah, up until a couple of years ago, the biggest chase at Galle, the biggest fourth inning successful chase had been 99.
Right.
That was overturned when I think Dimut Karunaratne and Lahiri put on a big partnership against New Zealand and chased down 267 2019. But that's really been the only significant chase we've seen here.
Was it at Kandy where Yunus Khan masterminded the big?
That was in Kandy. That was in Pallakali.
Green. Waits for Ramesh Mendes. Tall Australian drives down to mid-off for a single. I don't know why they've got everyone back on the offside for Cameron Green. Peculiar field from Karunaratne.
A lot of singles on offer for a batter who's just arrived.
Similar for Labuschagne. They've got a mid-off who's set deep enough to probably get a single to. And then cover and backward pointer in the deep, and there's a slip. Labuschagne walks down, makes it a full toss, and clips it to mid-on and runs one. So easy runs on offer for Australia. They've got the deficit down into double figures. It's 98 now. They're 4 for 92. Labuschagne 25. Green 8.
For a team that's on the hop, this is quite a defensive field.
Green walks at the bowler, just blunts the ball back down the pitch. 26 overs gone. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Australia 4 for 92.
Oh, a good mark to Wilson. He plays on at full pace and kicks a beauty to Thomas. Thomas gives off to Harris. Harris closes in on 50, but wait, he's tackled by Smith. Or is it Williams? Williams scrabbles for the ball, kicks it to a guy in blue, who kicks it to some other guy in blue. Now some tall bloke has the ball. He kicks it to an even taller bloke. Kick, handball, kick. Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Proudly brought to you by Drinkwise.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, now solar powered and all electric. 4 for 92. David Warner was out for 24. Usman Khawaja 29. Steve Smith a duck. Travis Head 5. It's been quite the couple of hours for the Australian cricket team. Sri Lanka right on top in this game. Still 98 ahead. Jayasuriya bowls to Labuschagne, who comes down on the sweep from high to low out to deep mid-wicket for 1. 4 for 93. So, is there any chance still that SLC will eventually start investing some money in the women's game in a meaningful way in this country?
I'm a bit skeptical on that, because what we've seen in the recent past, particularly with the game growing so fast in other countries, there doesn't seem too much interest on SLC's part.
Jayasuriya bowls to Green, who defends, no run. Yeah, there's something of an arms race happening in Australia, England, and sort of in India, half and half, kind of tentatively. There's more investment. Pakistan starting to do that as well. New Zealand, in part, there are national boards who are realising they need to invest to grow that side of the game. Hasn't seemed to. There haven't been any noises about that happening from here.
No, there were some competitions. I think there was perhaps a T10 competition that for women that SLC had floated at some point, but nothing's come off that. Am I correct?
Jayasuriya bowls to Cameron Green, who goes back and swats a ball into the gap out at deep mid-wicket. A chase on to save the boundary. They'll take 2 runs and won't try to take a third. 4 for 95.
Yeah, I think that was late last year when they were planning for a T10 tournament. But again, without building the domestic, setup and having some quality cricketers, it's very difficult to have a franchise-based tournament.
Jayasuriya bowls to Green, pushes to cover, and if you don't have the funding for it, you can't then attract overseas players to come and be the marquee players, raise the profile, help lift the standard.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like it's a bit performative, the types of decisions that are taken, because there isn't meaningful investment in this in the game yet.
Jayasuriya to Green, who walks at him and thumps it straight back. And where has that ball gone? It's gone down the ground for 4, and it nearly took Jayasuriya's head with it. That was a frightening one. Umpire got out of the way.
It possibly came at Jayasuriya at a kind of catchable height, but it was hit so hard, I don't think he was thinking of catching it.
I don't think he saw it. I think he just
get out of the way. He just wanted to get it. It was hit extraordinarily hard by Green.
He had his hands up, Jayasuriya, but it was more to protect his face. And
the umpire was...
umpire Michael Goff was ducking for cover. Yeah. Straight back down the ground. 4 for 99. It was a powerful man, Cameron Green. huge pendulum action as he swings the bat. Looks absurdly small in his hands, a full-size cricket bat.
It's raced to 14 or 15 as well. We saw this from a couple of Australian batsmen today. They're kind of attacking their way into an innings.
Yeah. Foot to the floor. Jayasuriya to Green, who nudges it off his pads. He'll keep the strike. Labuschagne will think about hustling him for a second, but they won't take it. 27 overs gone. Australia 90 runs behind. They raise their 100, 4 for 100.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
He's got it! 1,000 goals for Buddy Franklin! He cuts in onto his left foot, has a shot, it's in!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
And the right horse gets the job done!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
SEN Test match cricket for Henley Holmes. Now solar powered and all electric. We've got Prabhat Jayasuriya with the ball in hand. Labuschagne on 26. Cameron Green on 15.
Acres of free space for Cameron Green to score singles. Offside is completely on the fence.
Now this is truly bizarre. Green defending off the back foot. They've got 6 out.
Yeah.
It looks like the field they had for Dinesh Chandimal batting with Kasan Rajitha, the number 11.
When Chandimal was on 180 yards.
So they've got 3 catching positions effectively. It's Mendes bowls to Green, who walks at him in defence. Got a slip, a short leg, and a sort of straight short mid-wicket, I suppose you could say. Those 3. Then they've got 3 in the deep on the offside, 3 in the deep on the leg side. I cannot for the life of me figure this one out. Mendes bowls to Green, who walks at him in defence.
I think the theory is to prevent boundaries so that when Australia do attack, they don't bleed too many runs, but to have a few catching men in so that when they're defending, something comes off the bat, they can catch it. It's an in-out field, but there's nobody saving us in.
There we go. Green backs away, just forces a single to deep cover, easy as you like, 4 for 101. It's not an in-out field per se because it's all out and no in. And
yeah,
you've got to have a bit of both. I mean, the point of the in-out field, yes, you have a couple of close catches. Then you have some single saving positions and you protect some boundaries. I mean, this is bizarre. There is very little pressure because all they have to do is drop a ball away to the offside. Labuschagne defends. Gets down on one knee in the end, coming forward in defence.
And they've got a slightly more aggressive field, or slightly less defensive field, I should say, for Labuschagne, with mid-on and mid-off up, which wasn't the case for Green, who had those fielders on the boundary as well.
Another delivery outside the off stump. Arnold Labuschagne skips forward to defend. 28 overs gone. 4 for 101.
Still hunting around for incredible value? Ditch the magnifying glass and check out the Kogan Money credit card. There's no annual fee, plenty of tantalising rewards, and if you meet the spend requirements, you could earn $400 in credit to spend on Kogan.com. So go on and make the switch to a great value credit card at koganmoney.com.au/radio.
Offer ends August 21. T's and C's, credit criteria, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider National Australia Bank Limited.
SEN Test match cricket, 4 for 101. Australia, got a text in, Estelle, from Freddie in Northcote, who says, continuing to enjoy the cricket on the radio on another winter day in Australia. Listening to your conversation about women's cricket in Sri Lanka, it struck me how unusual it is that in Sri Lanka they have a huge interest in rugby union, which appears to be unique in South Asia. It would be interesting to hear more about why this is so. What do you think?
I think it's the school structure. There's a very long history of kind of these competitions between particular schools, which has really kind of grown, like the big matches. I'm sure you guys would have heard about the cricket big matches that Sri Lanka has. So similarly on the rugby field as well, it's a school system that has really kind of brought the interest in rugby union as well.
It's kind of a posh school sport.
Right, so it's like a British colonial legacy thing that they would have the wealthier schools who would play rugby with each other. Okay, start of a new over, Jaya Surya with Cameron Green driving down the ground for a single, 4 for 102. And then that becomes a major social event, that there are these big games between certain schools.
Yeah, definitely. Similar to the big matches. But I think now a lot of smaller schools are also getting into it, because rugby doesn't maybe need as much funding as a cricket team would. So we do see a lot of teams in the outskirts taking on the sport.
Jaya Surya to Labuschagne, who drives to mid-off. I suppose the cost of upkeep for cricket pitches and grounds and so on is harder to maintain than just an open grass field for rugby.
Equipment costs also much higher. But what I do understand happens is that even the new schools...
Jaya Surya bowls to Labuschagne, who comes forward and defends outside edge. He'll get a run, maybe a couple, just the one. 4 for 103.
Even new schools that get in, if they have some promising players, generally they're poached by the bigger schools who use them to kind of strengthen their own teams. So that happens as well, but that also happens quite often in cricket. Richmond College, which is close by.
Jaya Surya bowls to Green, comes forward and drives to mid-off. It's interesting that on average Sri Lankans don't tend to be huge people. So taking on, the Samoan team or something like that might be a slightly frightening disparity.
Yeah, I think we've seen that on the Asian level, teams against like Malaysia.
Jaya Surya bowls to Green, who drives through the covers for a couple of runs, 4 for 105.
Teams like Malaysia, who have a couple of Nigerian players or Samoans coming in, so that's definitely been a struggle. But I think rugby union at the schools level is huge. Budgets are huge for schools, but club level and beyond, I mean, there's a massive decline from the schools level.
Right. Estelle, it's been a pleasure to have you on for a chat. Thanks for joining us today.
Pleasure to be on, guys. Thank you.
Jaya Surya bowls the last ball of the over, and it is defended away to mid-off. 4 for 105 after 29 overs here on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, now solar-powered and all-electric. After the break, Adam Collins replacing me.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Sri Lanka have Australia 4 for 105 in their second innings, still 85 runs behind. Good little partnership forming between Labuschagne and Green, but good enough to have only 2 catches in close. Fidel, I mean, this is the time to press, surely. Mendez to the crease. Bowls to Labuschagne on 27. Pushes out towards extra cover where there shouldn't be a single, but there is. Yeah. Labuschagne 28. 4 for 106. Time to turn the screws.
Yeah, truly bizarre. I think particularly to Green, he's so new at the crease. Labuschagne didn't look like he was particularly comfortable out there either. But the last 10-15 minutes, there's just been no pressure on them.
Ramesh bowls. Green goes back and defends from about the leg stump line.
Yeah, you just feel so much better as a batter. I think the team seems to be going so much more when you can knock the singles around, and there's just a complete lack of any kind of vibe out there suddenly for a team that's got four them down.
Ramesh bowls Green forward and kicking it away. Does that well. Yeah, I mean, they've put on 32 runs since Travis Head was knocked over by Mendez, caught on the crease. He was out for 5. At that stage, it was 4 for 74, and they'd lost 3 wickets in about quarter of an hour. 2 in and over to Jaya Surya. With Khawaja caught it short leg, and Smith leg before wicket for a duck. Ramesh bowls here, Green forward, pushing out to a huge gap in the offside, where there are 2 sweepers, one at long off and one at deep extra cover. weird. Green 20.
Yeah, and it's not as if the bowlers have been going badly. They had stuck to their lines. They're getting plenty of turn. They're beating the bat pretty often. The bowlers are doing their bit, but are seemingly okay with these fields. You haven't even seen either Jayasuriya or Ramesh Mendis ask Karunaratne to bring any fielders up. They seem to have bought into what's happening here as well, which is also strange.
Ramesh Mendis got good bounce earlier in the over. Doesn't hit to Labuschagne, who handles it easily behind square, but no run. So, yeah, there's still 26 overs available tonight after this one. And Sri Lanka being Sri Lanka, they'll get through most of those because they actually care about their over rate and they rush through between overs. That's one thing they're going for them. Australia might be in the lead by stumps. Ramesh bowls and Labuschagne plays just in front of square, out towards another sweeper, deep backward square. End of 30 overs, 4 for 108 on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Labuschagne on 29 and Green on 20.
Flip the switch to amazing value energy with Kogan Energy. Visit Kogan Energy's website and upload your current electricity bill to see how much you'll save by switching. You could even win $1,000 credit on your Kogan Energy account. Plus, just by switching, you'll get a free Kogan First 12-month membership. Flip the switch to Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au/radio today. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop. Residential customers only, not available in all areas.
Australia remain 82 runs in arrears. As I say, 26 overs left on the day, and this pair just stabilising things for Australia. For a moment, it looked like this could be all over today. Look, it might still be all over tonight, but Labuschagne is in good nick. And Green, we saw last week, saying Brown, that when he gets into a groove dancing at the spinners, he can smother the spin and place the ball out to the sweepers, of which there are 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, with Jayasuriya preparing to bowl a new over. In fact, up comes long on to mid-on. That's better. So 2 slips to short leg. Around the wicket, 2 for 32. Labuschagne sweeping a full delivery that would have hit middle stump. Gets it away down to fine leg. The bowler has his hands on his head. 4 for 109.
Suddenly a much better field for Labuschagne there. He had a gully in as well as a slip. Short leg and a short cover, and mid-on, mid-off are both up. But still, even so, it still seems like an odd. The other thing is that on this kind of surface, generally what we've seen is batters are fairly, once they get into an innings, it's that first 20 balls, first 30 balls of an innings that they find incredibly tough. It's a very hard pitch to start on. Once you get in, you can see big partnerships, and Sri Lanka absolutely do not want that out of Labuschagne and Green here.
So we've got 2 catching covers in addition to the slip. In fact, just when I was about to praise Karunaratne for that, the second catching cover goes out to a conventional extra cover. So one man about 10 metres from the bat on the offside and a slip. Jayasuriya bowling at Green on 20. Reaches the crease here. Green forward, down the track, down towards long off. One of 4 men back when he's on strike. He's on 21, 4 for 110. We saw this a bit last week. It's as though they've watched Green play that innings against India a couple of years ago at the SCG and think that he's some master blaster, when in practice, Green does tend to start slowly. I mean, at test level, that is, as Russell Arnold jumps in to join us as well in the expert chair.
And he's 21 off 28.
Yeah, Labuschagne goes back in the crease and defends. And I think he's 21 off 28 because he's been free to knock the ball around. Yeah, a couple of boundaries, but most of it's been accumulation to the sweepers so far.
And he's looked, apart from that first couple of overs he was at the crease, he's increasingly looking comfortable.
Jayasuriya round the wicket to Labuschagne on 30, sweeping from outside the off stump. Nice shot out to deep mid wicket, struck it well enough to prompt a dive from Rajitha. Drags it in, they come back for a couple. Well fielded. Labuschagne 32, 4 for 112. They trail by 78. G'day, Russell Arnold.
Good day, good day. Yeah, Sri Lanka just need to pay a little bit of attention to that run rate. It might sound negative, but it's about keeping Australia behind. This is not a bad pitch where you're going to lose wickets or you blast the opposition out. You still have to work hard. Moments are there when you can sneak in. That's what happens after you picked up Warne. The new batsman struggled and all of a sudden there were a few wickets that fell. Right now, they're leaking a few too many. Ramesh Mendis
Jayasuriya bowls to Labuschagne, who defends after coming forward.
Offering that short delivery far too easily. It might not be going for 4, but you're letting the batsman breathe. Now, Jayasuriya, on the other hand, is sticking to what he does. They're playing good shots. They're taking him off the stumps. He's making them do things, which is acceptable.
Last ball of his over. Slipper to Galle. Jayasuriya to Labuschagne. Sweep again. Leap before wicket. Yes. Very much yes. And this time he surely couldn't burn a review. They've only got one left. Hit him just about on the full on the back pad. It's hitting middle stump. Marnus walk off.
Don't waste your time because it's Goff, not Dharmasena.
Surely. 4, 3, 2, 1. He's out of here. Had he reviewed that time after Smith and Warner had before, there would have been something of a revolt back home in Australia. Labuschagne is gone for 32 via the sweep shot. Jayasuriya around the wicket. That beautiful drift using the wind. Labuschagne down, back pad or back thigh pad. Bang in front of middle stump. Would have hit it halfway up. Australia back in the hole. They're 5 for 112. Labuschagne walking off for 32. Russell Arnold.
Yeah, that's what you keep doing. You keep doing the basics. Marnus was sweeping quite well, but that's where the risk is. And Jayasuriya all the time stays in that little zone on a round off stump on his length. What he did different, he tossed it up a little bit more, slightly fuller, expecting Marnus to keep trying that sweep. And when someone's sweeping, the ideal way to control it is slow it up. Make him create the pace, and that's what Jayasuriya did. The third one for him.
With Alex Carey walking to the middle, end of the 31st over. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket. Australia 5 for 112. Green on 21. Carey the new man, and our coverage is for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
He'd be in his late 60s and this 3.5 metre croc is literally in front of him. This guy has attacked the crocodile. Well, the crocodile attacked him and he's come back with the frying pan.
Imagine what overseas people think of our country. It's like, Jesus, literally, guy lives in his house and a croc just walks up and he has to hit it with a frying pan.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Alex Carey batted really nicely in the first innings last week for 45. He made 28 in the first dig here. He was one of Jayasuriya's 6 wickets on that occasion. He has 3 already here, 1 away from a 10-wicket match on Test debut. He's been super impressive.
Incredible, and he's not special. He's not done anything special. It's a way.
Ramesh bowls, new over to Green, back of a length. He knocks it down to long off, gets a single, gets off strike. Australia 5 for 113, Green 22.
They should think of Theekshana to dot up the other end because once again, very short from Ramesh Mendis and the pressure relieved. Well, going back to Jayasuriya, basics, man. What does Glenn McGrath do?
Yep.
Hit the top of off stump all day long. Maybe it'll hit the seam, jack one way, the other way, all the time.
Remember talking to Phil Tufnell about finger spin, about his own career and what he'd observed over the years, and his view was you don't totally master your craft as a finger spinner until you have a 3 in front of your age. Jayasuriya making his Test debut at exactly 30. He's got, before he started this Test match, 236 first-class wickets. He's been around the block. He knows what he's doing. He can use things like the wind that's been strong throughout the match, bowling round the wickets of the right-handers from the fort end. It's blowing beautifully into the pads. That's how he got Labuschagne. It was drift, as you say, basics. Ramesh Mendis bowling here to Carey. His first ball, it's a full toss, and he gets 1 down to mid-on easily. 5 for 114.
5 as Karunaratne, you get Ramesh Mendis off. Carey facing his first ball, a juicy full toss. But he's bowling from the right end, he's going around the wicket. It's just about keeping Australia behind. That's what the pressure comes from. Australia looking up and seeing there's still a long way behind. If it was an even game, you'd see that the way the bowlers think, the way the batsmen think is so different.
Here comes Mendis, changing the angle to Green round the wicket, tucked just in front of square. He'll get a single. He's 23, 5 for 115. Australia trailing now by 75.
Just like in the first innings, Prabhat Jayasuriya, when the second day started, Alex Carey swept him. Reverse sweep, went for 4, but he kept persisting. The miss hit came. Marnus scored most of his runs against Jayasuriya, sweeping them well. but he persisted with that length. You should not go away from your plans too early, because that's where the risk lies. That's why the batsman's agitated.
Ramesh round the wicket to Carey. His second ball, well forward in defence. I wonder whether this might be time for Thikshana to squeeze out a few carom balls. I mean, against the lower order, especially if they get into the Australian bowlers. I mean,
not also about the wickets, Adam. It's about dotting it up.
Mendes bowls and Carey off the inside edge, just behind square, gets a single. He's 2. 5 for 116, deficit 74.
Jayasuriya is controlling matters from one end.
Yep.
You're playing good shots to get runs off him. That's fine. That's a battle on there. Help him out. Make Australia work for their runs rather than any free ones. That's the idea.
Ramesh now has a short leg, and I think they're going to go with a leg slip as well. Operating round the wicket to Green. Yep, they do. So 2 catching men on the leg side. Last ball of the over. Bowls to Green. Works him off his hip into the man at short leg. End of the 32nd over. Australia 5 for 116. Green on 23. Carey on 2. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Now solar powered and all electric.
Still hunting around for incredible value? Ditch the magnifying glass and check out the Kogan Money credit card. There's no annual fee, plenty of tantalising rewards, and if you meet the spend requirements, you could earn $400 in credit to spend on Kogan.com. So go on and make the switch to a great value credit card at koganmoney.com.au/radio.
Offer ends August 21. T's and C's, credit criteria, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider National Australia Bank Limited.
5 for 116. Adam Collins and Russell Arnold with you on the call. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And Sri Lanka, with still 80 minutes left on this 4th day, they could win the match tonight. That should be their objective. How can we keep the pressure on? How can we squeeze Australia? One more wicket here into the bowlers. Positive attitude. And Jayasuriya is the man for that job.
I wouldn't think that far. I would be thinking just bowl dots. Let's keep doing the basics. Let's make it tough for Australia to score. They will make a mistake. The moment the runs are not coming, the shots are coming out. And it's not convincing because of the pressure, the scoreboard pressure. Let the game take care of itself.
Okay. How do you feel about when they had 5 sweepers out a couple of overs ago?
They needed that to stop him playing, but they stopped him playing the big shot, which is not, which was the easier option. Getting him to play into gaps caused him to change what he was trying to do. He misread a fuller one, was hitting it well in front of square. Because of the fielders there, he was trying to go square and yorked himself, Manas.
Jayasuriya over the wicket to Carey, sweeping not far away from the man at, well, let's call it backward short leg, not forward short leg, just behind square. Fidel Fernando over his head. Carey gets a single. He's 3, 5 for 117. They trail by 73.
The issue more in my mind was the fact that Ramesh Mendes was giving them few too many loose ones, short ones, full tosses, which allowed the batsman to breathe. Let them work and look for different options. You want to force the batsman to do things rather than give him those freebies.
Big responsibility on the shoulders of the big man from WA, Cam Green. He's 23 from 31. He started well.
There's one thing you notice, Adam. Yes, it's all well and good to bring the fielders up.
Jayasuriya bowls to him here. Green. Oh, stops! Dick Weller stops him. Green's gone by a mile. Down the track, looking to force him through the onside. He's gone for 23. The coach, Chris Silverwood, is elated on the balcony. Australia are reduced to 6 for 117. And I'll say it again, Russell Arnold, this could be over tonight. And Jayasuriya on test debut has 10 wickets in the match. And still more to come. You fancy the way that he's bowling.
Simple stuff. Same area all the time. But I'll tell you how Green played it was a little different to how he played it earlier. You mentioned the 5 fielders on the boundary. Green was looking to knock it into a gap. He's gone for 23. Australia are 6 for 117.
With drinks coming onto the field as well. So we'll take a break on SEN Test cricket. We see the Sri Lankans having a couple of plates of fruit, also brought out by one of the men in the fluorescent vest. The umpires out there as well consulting. This could be a very interesting final stanza of the 4th day on SEN Test cricket with Australia back in the hole. They're 6 for 117. Carey will shortly be joined by the captain Cummins, and our coverage is for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash on the forehand cross course, he's done it. Ash Barty. Galle with Shaw for three.
He's striking them pure.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
This is Trackside.
Tim Gossage.
Mornings with Ian Smith.
Bensley.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The V8 sleuth joined us to talk about his new book covering the history of HRT.
People sell them, they restore them, they bring them back to how they raced back with Craig Lowndes or Peter Brock or Mark Scaife or Garth Tander or any of the stars from over the years. So it never sits still. So it's, Johnson gets a run in this one somehow. I think it's the wrong colour and the wrong badge.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Bowling now round the wicket. Travis Head, it's gone right through him. Knocked him over. Travis Head is bowled. He tries to play off the back foot and the ball goes straight through. Australia falling to pieces here. 4 for 74.
Last ball of his over. Slip of the gully. Surya to Labuschagne. Sweep again. Leap before wicket. Yes. Very much yes. And this time he surely could have burned a review. They've only got one left. Hit him just about on the full on the back pad. It's hitting middle stump. He's out of here. Surya bowls to him here. Green. Oh, stumps. Dick Weller stumps him. Green's gone by a mile. Down the track looking to force him through the onside. He's gone for 23. The coach, Chris Silverwood, is elated on the balcony. Australia are reduced to 6 for 117. And I'll say it again, Russell Arnold, this could be over tonight. And Surya on test debut has 10 wickets in the match. And still more to come. You fancy the way that he's bowling. Well, it remains that score, 6 for 117 on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability as the players make their way back to their positions. We are seeing some wonderful shots on the television of the Sri Lankan fans celebrating wicket after wicket, as they should. It's been a tough time for Sri Lanka more broadly over the last couple of months. That's been well documented. And this test match has been right in the middle of that a couple of days ago during the protest. For the team to respond this way, ravaged by COVID-19. A man on debut, Prabhat Jayasuriya, with 10 in the match already. Still 4 to take. They are miles ahead in this test match. Still 73 runs to the good. Drinks are off the field. Mitchell Starc walks in at number 8, not the captain Cummins. And this game is speeding up as we expected it might, Russell, as you predicted it would.
You keep saying it'll be over quickly, so I want to get this point out fast.
I've seen this one before, Russell.
All right. Fielders in the deep. If you notice, a lot of games in the subcontinent, slower conditions.
Jayasuriya, the first ball to Starc, he's forward into fence, squeezing it out to the onside.
It's always the in-out field. It doesn't mean that it's negative.
Okay.
Powerful shots. Shots with intent, you give it the power looking to clear, you tend to make it.
4 men around the bat. One of those are catching mid-wicket. Jayasuriya to Starc. Caught it slip. 2 in 3 balls. It's just about game over now. Prabhat Jayasuriya, a second 5-wicket bag on test debut. This is magnificent bowling. Mitchell Starc, a second ball duck. Australia 7 for 117. Just thrust the pad forward with the bat. Followed it with his gloves. Just past the wicket-keeping glove of Dick Weller. And there was Kushal Mendes diving behind the keeper. He's had a good test match, Kushal Mendes. Australia are reeling.
It was a hard catch. This time bowled over the wicket. The ball didn't turn. He was fishing, was quick. Kushal Mendes unsighted, but he picks up a brilliant one. He did so in the first innings as well to pick up Mitch Starc. The ball was flying. There you go, you pick up a wicket.
2 in 3 balls.
2-3 wickets.
This is magnificent bowling.
Just sit back.
Mitchell Starc, a second ball duck. Australia 7 for 117.
Quickly going back into the field and the slower conditions, getting batsmen to milk it, work it into open areas is the threat. But you don't give the shot. Ramesh Mendis with those loose deliveries is giving them the shot. Prabhat Jayasuriya is dangling the carrot out. They come at him and look to work it. You make a mistake. Cameron Green, when he came down the pitch looking to hit straight and powerful, effective, but trying to work it for a single, it's a risk. Milking is the harder one. Dangle the carrot, not ball lollies, and give them the shot.
Well, I'll tell you what,
the difference.
It has absolutely worked. The plan you're articulating there from Dimit Karunaratne has got Australia into this situation. Patrick Cummins walking out in just, what are we, the 33rd over of the innings. They're doing to Australia what Australia did to them. What a difference a week and a half makes in Test cricket.
Fielders are still 4 in the deep.
Yeah, slip Galle short leg catching cover. Jayasuriya past the edge of Cummins' first ball. Again, that drift. Gosh, he's used that breeze well.
And he's not turning it square. He drops his arm just a wee bit. He bowls the undercutter. 4th day pitch. This is the last session of the 4th day. In line with the stumps, it's consistent bounce. Outside from the rough, yes, it's pitting at you. But Jayasuriya is using the good area of the pitch.
Last ball of his over, and again he goes past Cummins' edge, trying to play from the crease. Wow, what an over that was. Prabhat Jayasuriya, 2 wickets in the over. He has 5 for 37 after taking 6 in the first innings of this Test match. Australia 7 for 117. Carey's on 3. Cummins yet to score. After the break, Geoff Lemon will replace me with 3 wickets for Sri Lanka to take for a famous victory. Our coverage for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
He'd be in his late 60s, and this 3.5 metre croc is literally in front of him. This guy has attacked the crocodile. Well, the crocodile attacked him, and he's come back with the frying pan.
Imagine what overseas people think of our country. It's like, Jesus, literally, guy lives in his house and a croc just walks up and he has to hit it with a frying pan.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test cricket, the first ball of the over flicked away out to deep mid-wicket. Couple of runs for Alex Carey. Angelo Matthews getting a big cheer from the crowd.
Took him an age to get down to it, but he did.
So, at the moment, as things stand, Russell, Jayasuriya has the best figures for Sri Lanka on debut. Forward press from Carey, defended away. So Joe Vikrama, the player who was supposed to play in this match, who he replaced, took 11 for 178. Jayasuriya currently 11 for 155. So Mendes bowls to Carey, who defends. So Jayasuriya could concede more runs and drop down to second on that list, or he could take 1 more wicket and guarantee that he goes top of the list. That would be one of the best debuts ever. There have been a couple of 16 wickets on debut, and then the next best is 12. So if he picks up 1 more, he'll be in very esteemed company. Yeah, well, he already is. Defended from the crease by Carey.
It's been a lot easier to negotiate Ramesh Mendis. Full toss off the first delivery. There's always a short ball in the over as well.
Surely Tikshana should have had a go by now, or another go, just to see what's what. Carey defends. Straight back to Ramesh Mendis.
So simple, Jayasuriya. Amazing. He probably wouldn't have played this Test match. There's a lot of discussion with the way Lalage.
Mendes bowls short. Carey cuts. Will pick up a run to deep backward point. We'll come back to that in just a second, Russell. 7 for 119 after 34 overs.
Flip the switch to amazing value energy with Kogan Energy. Visit Kogan Energy's website and upload your current electricity bill to see how much you'll save by switching. You could even win $1,000 credit on your Kogan Energy account. Plus, just by switching, you'll get a free Kogan First 12-month membership. Flip the switch to Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au/radio today. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop. Residential customers only, not available in all areas.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Australia crashing 7 for 120. They're still in deficit to the tune of 70 runs. There's an hour and 6 minutes left to go. It could be over tonight. They need an impressive partnership between Cummins and Carey if they're to avoid losing in 4 days, take it into a fifth, and see if they could get some kind of lead.
An hour remaining in the day's play.
And here comes the man of the moment, Jayasuriya, to Carey, who sweeps, as he will, to just about every delivery he faces. Gets his 7th run to deep backward square.
And in terms of light, we haven't seen the sun out all day. It's been like this, you'd have to say.
Gloomy and humid. Gloomed, if you will. Jayasuriya, left spinning finger.
Yeah, Geoff, I was trying to make the point that where Lalor, there was a lot of thought being given to him making his debut.
Jayasuriya to Cummins, who slogs across the line. Really aimed a fairly big swing at that and gets a run down to long on.
And there was a lot of confusion how Sri Lanka should go into the test match. Who's going to be your X factors? How are you going to get wickets? But then, well, was it fortune or unfortunate or misfortune, you'd say? COVID struck. And the only options remaining, they opted to go with the tried and tested first-class player who gives you control. Now, Jayasuriya.
He bowls to Carey, who sweeps a single. 7 for 1, 2, 3.
Plays his first-class cricket with the captain. They play for the Sinhalese Sports Club. So, and they just couldn't control the run rate in the previous game. No one to put it on a spot, ball after ball, and that's the reason they went with Jayasuriya. So thanks to COVID, they were left with not many options.
And
that's worked in their favour brilliantly.
That first chunk of overs that he bowled, he didn't control the run rate. He was nervous, perhaps. He got taken to a bit by the Australians. He bowls now to Cummins, who sweeps. Captain prepared to play that shot, gets a single, 7 for 1, 2, 4. So his first 12 overs in the first innings went for 54 runs, which means that since then he's taken 11 for 102.
It will come down to energy at that period. It's not that he was bowling badly, he was getting it in that spot, but Australia were playing shots. But once you settle in and you relax, then you're thinking of energy, getting the ball to dip, subtle changes that come in, which tends to cause the problem for the batsman.
Jayasuriya to Carey, reverse sweep. Get a run at the deep backward point. 7 for 1, 2, 5. Carey up to 9.
Nothing different should be the call towards Jayasuriya. And he'll know that. How he worked Marnus out. Marnus sweeping off a good length, quietly slid one in fuller. Marnus yorking himself. So he'll continue to do that. He'll try and go slightly wider, drop one into the rough to see if he'll get extra bounce, and the batsman sweeps.
He's coming around the wicket, the left armour, to Cummins, a right-handed bat who goes big across the line, drags it out to the deep, and it goes just over the top of Rajita out there. Carries for 6. So Cummins.
Powerful hit with the wind.
35 overs gone. Cummins hit a lot of sixes in the first test match, and he's just hit another one here. Australia 7 for 131.
Want an internet provider with the most satisfied customers? Mate has been rated the best for overall NBN satisfaction by CanStar Blue's annual providers review. In fact, Mate are the only telco to score 5 stars in all areas. That's customer service, value for money, ease of setup, bill and cost clarity, as well as speed and reliability. So, join the most satisfied NBN customers. Choose a provider you can trust, like a mate. Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Australia 59 runs behind. Russell Arnold's off for a break. Bharat Sundaresan is back. Ramesh Mendis is bowling to Alex Carey, who's on the front foot defending. He's going to have a whole lot of defending he has to do if they're going to hope to pull anything out of this match, Bharat.
There's a party on in goal.
Ramesh Mendis to Carey, who defends front foot. Same again.
You can hear the papara music blasting through. Not the loudspeakers, but it's a live papara band. It's rocked up to the ground today. Everyone on their feet. Sri Lankan flags flying high.
Mendes to Carey at leading edge, pops up into the covers. He gets away with it, falls safely.
We have very different scenes to what we experienced a couple of days ago. This is pure joy, jubilation of another kind, the cricketing kind.
Carey waits for Ramesh, comes forward to defend. So if you were Australia at this point, let's have a look at the other side of the fence. Now Sri Lanka, sure, they think we just need to take the last 3, and that could happen quickly. It could be done in 10 minutes. Ramesh bowls to Carey, who defends. Maybe we'll come to this at the end of the over with Ramesh Mendes racing through them. Carey on 9, Cummins on 8. 7 for 131. He bowls to Carey, hit on the pad. Half appeal from Ramesh Mendes, who then elects to go and field the ball instead. 36 overs gone. They're still 59 behind. If you're Australia and you're thinking, well, you never want to concede that it's over. No. You're not just going to give up. Here's what I would think that you would think. You'd say, all right, we just need to get through to the end of the day. That's step number 1. Doesn't matter what runs you score today or don't score. You can play a bit positively to try to put a little bit of pressure back on them to sort of make it not just easy for them to bowl at you. Get through to the end of the day, come back on day 5, and then think, okay, 59 behind, you know, even if that's still 30 behind by the end of the day, or by the start of tomorrow, you think, well, on this surface, even if you get 80 in front, let alone 100 in front, there's a possibility. That gives you something. Like, it shouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility to turn a team over on the 5th day on this surface. So I know they're a long way behind at the moment, but they're not 300 behind. They're 59 behind. And Cummins tries to make that 53 behind by aiming for another 6, but he just gets a bottom edge into the pitch. Welcome HT Ackerman back to the broadcast as well. We're just talking, HT, about how the Australians can think about this in a way that will enable them to have some positivity about what they're doing. As Jayasuriya comes in and bowls to Cummins, who edges past slip. He runs here. It's going down towards the boundary. It might just stop. It rolls into the boundary now. 7 for 135.
Well, I think the way that Cummins is going about it is he's probably had a chat with Carey and said, look, I'm going to take it on. I'm going to take it on. If I can find a few boundaries and we can somehow get in front, then maybe Sri Lanka have to have a little bit of a rethink around where they put their fielders, not so many close-in catches, and maybe, as I caught the back end, if we can get to 80 or 100, who knows what can happen. But, I mean, that is the very best case scenario.
Oh, yes, yeah. But you've got to think about the best case scenario when you're out there, I imagine. Jayasuriya defending as Cummins. There's a shout, a little edge, rolls out towards point. He gets through for a single. Cummins has 13, 7 for 135.
Yeah, but again, I think what will happen here is, whatever the result is, a lot of people will look at the way Australia have batted in the second innings, but I think they've got to look further back that first innings.
Yeah, absolutely.
History tells you that 350 is not good enough in Galle when you win the toss and you bat first. You've got to bat big. You've got to put the opposition out of the game at the very first opportunity. And Australia let Sri Lanka in the back door at 290 for 5. Well, they ended up getting bundled out. They lost 5 or 6
now around the wicket. Reverse sweep from Alex Carey, away behind point. He'll get another run, take his score to 10. 7 for 137.
I mean, this is how games have panned out at this venue for as long as we can remember. You know, 2 decent-sized, well, 1 decent-sized score, a big score, and then 2 low scores have seen results. I think Sri Lanka did it to Pakistan. Yeah, Pakistan got 400 and lost the test match.
And that's test cricket in the subcontinent. Most pitches, unless you get a rank turner, where you have to, that first innings is what decides the game.
Jayasuriya bowls to Cummins, who doesn't pop this one over the mid-wicket fence. He just leaves it alone outside the off stump, stepping across.
It's almost been a sort of a replica of the first test, not the surface, but the way that Australia have gone about batting in the second innings.
Jayasuriya. Big shot from Cummins. Across the line, out to deep mid-wicket along the ground, though, this time. They'll only get one run with the boundary rider protecting the rope out there. 7 for 138. Cummins 14 off 10 balls.
You think about the amount of wickets that have gone down through the sweep shot.
Absolutely. 37 overs gone. 7 for 138. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And yeah, that back end of the first innings, as you say, when you have a player who's left on 145 not out, that's almost criminal to not give that player the support. You know, when you look at the way the tail played, the way Nathan Lyon came in just sweeping at everything, and sure, you know, top order as well. There were some failures in the top 6, and that can happen. But they didn't make the most of their strong position after the first day. Sri Lanka did. Their tail did the job.
And that's the risk of batting first in the subcontinent as well. Because like you said, HD, if you don't get enough runs, then that second innings of the test becomes very, very crucial. And India had done it for years now. I mean, teams would come, often win the toss. Virat Kohli had rarely won a toss when he was captain. And they would get to 280, 300, and then Pujara will start batting and finish 50 days later. Yeah. And they would have had put on 50 on the board, and that's it. That pressure, scoreboard pressure, is what would then lead to a collapse in the second innings.
And you can leave moisture in the surface here in Galle. It's not going to matter come day 5 because there's always that sea breeze, and it's dry and it's hot, and the moisture disappears. And come day 4 and day 5, bowlers start to control proceedings.
Ramesh Mendes bowls to Cummins, who'll take a run as the ball rolls out towards point. 7 for 139. Bharat, I want you to talk to me a little bit about Prabhat Jayasuriya, because if you look at figures on debut, Herwani and Bob Massey 16 wickets on debut. You've got Jason Frazier, who took 12 for Australia, famously, along with Fred Martin, who played for England in the 1800s. And then the 11s, as Mendes bowls full to Carey and gets a run. 7 for 139, becomes 7 for 140. A few 11s as well. Clary Grimmett, Father Charles Marriott, Andrew Hall, Mohammed Saeed, Alec Bedser, your favourite.
Oh, yes.
Praveen Jayawickrama, Alf Valentine of the West Indies. Yep. And our fellow Jayasuriya today, along with Sydney Burke, was the other one. So, you know, a handful of players who all took 11 on debut. That's about 10 in all. As Patrick Cummins knocks it away into the onside. He's already got 11 in the match. There are more wickets to fall.
And when Alec Bedser got his 11 wickets, they even wrote a calypso about him. One, I'm sure there's going to be a Papare song about this fellow.
Pull shot from Cummins down the leg side. He misses out on Mendes' quicker delivery.
If Mendes gets this up to Cummins, I have a sneaky feeling he's looking over the clubhouse.
Pop one in a gin and tonic.
Yeah.
And in the Galle Cricket Club.
He's been reluctant to get it up there, though, Mendes. He's just dragging it back a little bit.
Well, you would too, perhaps. He does get one up now, and Cummins gets on the front foot and defends, confounding all of our expectations. It was outside off stump.
Yeah, a good piece of bowling here. Just at the line, well wide. Almost tempting Pat Cummins into it so that he gets a top edge.
That breeze going across Cummins away to his offside. The ball just drifts away from him.
Ramesh Mendes to Cummins, very studious in defence. Just blocks out the last ball of the over. Australia exactly 50 behind, 7 for 140. Runs the deficit. Pat Cummins might knock some of that off pretty quickly. But yeah, Prabhat Jayasuriya coming into this side unexpectedly. I'd be interested to hear from both of you about what you've made of his performance and what you knew of him beforehand.
No, not much is known about him except the fact that, he's been doing this for years now. I think 8 or 9 years. He's played a lot of first-class cricket. Plays for the same club as Dimuth Karunaratne, so he has that confidence in him. When he's used him in these conditions for years now. And the SEC actually can be very, very flat.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, ask Mahela or
Can
Kumar.
be. Oh, I mean, it's up there with Antigua as the two biggest featherbeds in world cricket.
So that's where he's grown up, mastering his craft.
Well, he's carrying on now, bowling to Carey, reverse sweep to slip. It didn't come off the bat, must have popped up off the arm. Because
I just think he's another great example of why I'm dumbfounded by our fascination with youth. We think of Michael Hussey for Australia.
Jayasuriya bowls to Carey, who sweeps, gets a run away to deep backward square leg, 7 for 141.
It's almost as if every administrator and every coach wants to be able to say, I found this player, rather than let people mature at the pace that they mature at. Some people, the Ricky Pontings, the Sachin Tendulkars, the Graham Smiths, they mature at a young age as cricketers, not as people necessarily, but as cricketers. Michael Hussey maybe a little later, this fella a little bit later. And understand that and respect that. They always talk about how spinners age like fine red wine. Well, here's someone that knows his trade. He's worked with the breeze beautifully over the course of this test.
He bowls to Cummins, who sweeps, premeditated, gets a run out to the deep, 7 for 142.
Which is something that Embaldinier, I thought, really struggled with. I thought that Tikshana from this end, from the city end, he struggled to bowl with the breeze. That's not suggesting that they won't become very fine bowlers one day, but maybe they just need to go and learn their art.
Yeah. But this guy certainly has control over his art. You can just see, it's a pretty classical action.
He bowls to Carey, who drives back to the bowler. No run.
And like Rangana Herath, he has these interesting release points. He bowls a few round arm deliveries. He's bowled 2 to Alex Carey. Maybe he senses a plan, because he's going for the reverse sweep, possibly.
Jayasuriya, left arm around to the left-hander, who does reverse, gets it on the full, and takes it down to deep third for a single, 7 for 143.
What he's done really well, I've thought, is he hasn't bowled any rank bad balls. Even Ramesh Mendez, we've seen drag the odd one down where you think, oh my goodness, how's he done that? And Embaldinier in the first test match. This guy's just run up and he's hit an area and said, well, I'll let the variances in the surface do the job. One will turn, one won't turn, but I'm going to land the ball in an area.
He certainly got turned on occasion. He bowls to Cummins, who leaves the ball outside the off stump, stepping onto the back foot. 7 for 143. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. After the break, Adam Collins replacing me.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
He'd be in his late 60s, and this 3.5 metre croc is literally in front of him. This guy has attacked the crocodile. Well, the crocodile attacked him, and he's come back with the frying pan.
Imagine what overseas people think of our country. It's like, Jesus, literally, guy lives in his house and a croc just walks up and he has to hit it with a frying pan.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Adam Collins back in for Geoff Lemon. There have been 11 wickets today. After 4 yesterday, 7 on day 2 and 5 on day 1, reinforcing the point that you and Russell Arnold both made, HG, that test matches at Galle, they can speed up in the blink of an eye. Tikshana gets another opportunity, replaces Mendez. First ball taken out into the onside by Carey. He moves to 14, 7 for 144. I don't mind this, but Tikshana against the Australian lower order. A couple of those carrom balls, it won't be quite so easy for Pat Cummins to pick it as it might be someone like David Warner or Usman Khawaja.
And especially because Pat Cummins has come out with evil intentions. He's just going to swing his bat every time a ball lands in his half. And that's what Tikshana does throughout the year. Bowler batters are always going after him.
Tikshana delivers to Cummins. There it is, carrom ball, close for leg before. Umpire Dharmasena says, yes! Up goes the finger. He certainly took his time. Cummins sends it straight upstairs. I sense he thinks it's going down leg. It was a marginal call, I think. The last review Australia have after Warne and Smith inexplicably burnt the first two. The ball will only need to be touching the leg stump. But your thoughts?
Yeah, that looked very out to me. It's only about where it pitched. I think it's a question of where it pitched, and it might have pitched outside leg stump.
So that's the one he flicks off the front finger, HD.
Yeah, the television replay comes from an angle that's just off centre. It's when we get to Hawkeye that the camera will straighten itself out. So whether it's just clipping the leg stump or not, it's going to be a tight one. But the key is, it's in Sri Lanka's favour because Dharmasina's put his finger up.
Here's the projection. It's pitching in line. Umpire's call on impact, and it is umpire's call on the stumps. The ball is clipping the leg stump, a decent chunk of it. Patrick Cummins, the captain, has to walk off for 16. Australia have no reviews left. Australia have little hope left. They're 8 for 144. They still trail by 46 runs. And after winning so emphatically here at Galle last week, they're well on their way to an innings defeat, Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, Pat Cummins' shoulders are slouched, and you don't see this often from him. But he knew it. He knew it was really, really tight. You could see as he completed the single, or at least ran to the other end. And things have really picked up here in Galle. It's very similar to how Sri Lanka collapsed in that second innings. Australia have not batted with conviction at all. The sweep shot, like HT said, has not come off for them. And yeah, who would have thought a 4-day finish?
Just the 40th over of the innings. Tikshana back into the attack at the right time, just when it felt like Mendez was struggling for penetration. They make the boulder change to go for the more attacking bowler. Gets a wicket second ball.
Yeah,
spot on.
You love the decision from up here, and it was a great bit of captaincy. That's what you picked the mystery spinner for, to say to him, right, here's the tail. These are the guys not as skilled as the top order. Do your job. And Tikshana comes on first over and bowls that mystery delivery out the front of his hands and does just enough. Lands on leg stump, straightens ever so slightly, and umpire Dharmasina, he picked it. Pat Cummins didn't.
Australia have been out there for 39.2 overs. Poor old Nathan Lyon, he sent down 64 in Sri Lanka's first innings, 2 for 194. And now he has to face the music, as he's had to do so often in his Test career, walking out when it looks like Australia are heading towards a big defeat. Tikshana bowls, line sweep straight away. Always does, always will, and finds the gap and gets a boundary first up. They go up to 8 for 148, but they still trail by 42 runs.
Yeah, you could see it after DRS upheld his decision. Dharmasena explaining to Michael Goff that he picked the carrot ball. Showing him, yeah, of course it was the one that was going the other way.
It is a lot in life of a player like Nathan Lyon, isn't it? When, as a lower order player, you often are out there when things are grim. And so it is for Lyon today. He's facing Tikshana. That's the off break. He picks it, he sweeps again, out to deep square. He's 5 from 2 balls, 8 for 149.
That sight of poor Jimmy Anderson walking out every time. Last summer, especially against India, you feel so bad for him. You forget all the 600 odd wickets he's taken. It's just about, you want to walk out with him, put an arm around him.
This isn't surprising given how many Test matches he's played, but he's been out there for the last wicket in a lost ball than any player in Test history. So, but Lyon will be right up there too, I reckon. Okay, so facing up is Carey, who wants a quick single into the onside, and given how many players are back for him, they get through comfortably. That's the 150 up, but they won't be celebrating it. 8 for 150 at the end of the 40th over. We'll take a break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability with Carey on 15, Lyon on 5, and Australia still 40 runs behind.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear, anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
He's got it! 1,000 goals for Buddy Franklin! He cuts in onto his left foot, has a shot, it's in!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
And the right horse gets the job done!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Leap before wicket, Tikshana gets Lyon. Bang in front, no reviews left, no hope left. 9 for 150. He has got a review because the previous one was umpire's call, so he's going to use it.
Yeah, but he's walking away as well.
So they've taken their last review again for the second time in the over. Tikshana has got it spot on. Is it going to be 2 wickets in the space of 4 balls for the third time in the innings? Flicked out the front, Karen ball.
That is so out.
That is absolutely stone dead, and Nathan Lyon knows it. He's seen it on the big screen.
Yeah.
This is finishing quickly at Galle. Lyon making his way, unless there's a little edge here, and I can't fathom that there's going to be, based on the first replay. Oh, hang on. That's spiked from the back hitting the ground. Low on the front pad. The ball has some way to travel, but it's hit him just above the boot. So it won't be going over.
He persisted, didn't he, Tikshana? He knew that Lyon was going to sweep and sweep all day, and he just needed to get it full enough and get it under the bat, and he did it. It took him a few deliveries, but he gets it right.
How's the response from Chris Silverwood on the balcony, giving it the big ones? And Willie May, after the dreadful series in Australia, losing his job as the England cricket coach, coming out to coach Sri Lanka, getting trounced in the first test match in barely 2 days, to respond this way. This will mean an awful lot to him, an awful lot to Sri Lankan cricket, and indeed the nation. H.G. Ackerman, 1 wicket to go.
Yeah, it's great for him. What a lovely man he is, Chris Silverwood. And he took over Sri Lanka when they went to Bangladesh. They won the series here, there. They came here. Everyone thought that it was going to be an uphill battle for Sri Lanka, specifically after losing those first T20s. Yeah. Everyone thought, well, this is going to be the longest 6 weeks of their lives. But they fought back. We go back to that moment, and sorry to bring it up, but when Dasun Shanaka, the Sri Lankan captain, won from an impossible position, it gave them the belief that they needed. And they've really played some sensational cricket since then. Stumbled a little bit in the test match, the first one, but they fought back, as you rightly point out, and they can be extremely proud of what they've achieved here today.
Yeah, Chris Silverwood, 4 out of 5 tests leading into this one that he had coached against Australia, had finished in 3 days with his team, his respective teams, England and Sri Lanka, really putting up 0 fight. So to see him, like the way he celebrated the Dickwalla stumping, the Kusal Mendes catch, and now that one. It was an interesting finish to that last over. I think Dharmasena had miscounted.
He called over. We went to the break, and then he called Tikshana back, which is why we missed the ball. But we did get the wicket.
We did.
Got there in the end. Okay, we won't go to a break now with Prabhat Jayasuriya, ball in his hand. 5 for 58 his figures, 11 in the match. Can he make it 12? Bowling to Carey, 9 for 150. Carey sweeps and gets off strike. Out to one of the 3 men back for that shot. He's 16. It's 9 for 151. Australia trail by 39. What an afternoon this has been. 13 wickets on this 4th day so far.
They might have to readdress that stroke, because that sweep shot has got some wickets in this test series.
They've let the ball slip under their bat. It's one thing they say a lot of times they shouldn't be doing, and yeah, it's the premeditation, I think, HD. They just come out there. So many teams come to this part of the world and think that's the safest shot to play, but it is not.
Well, I think that's what happened in the first test match. Sri Lanka didn't know how to bat on the wicket, so they just went to the sweep. Australia have come out here thinking, well, how do we survive? Well, we'll sweep.
We're seeing Kamindu Mendes put the wicket-keeping pads on underneath his whites in order to go under the lid. So there'll be, well, it'll be fielders everywhere for Swepson, and it should be.
I think he'll look for his front pad. He'll look to slide it on and try and hit him straight on the shin bone.
With that use of the breeze, you mentioned it before I jumped on HD. I was going on about it earlier as well. The way he's used that gorgeous sea breeze from the Indian Ocean, blowing across his left shoulder into the right-handers of Australia around the wicket. He'll do so again here. Bowling at Mitch Swepson, catches everywhere. Jayasuriya, 1 wicket for victory. Swepson goes back and nearly sneaks it through. Swepson played that with both feet off the ground. Right. Not orthodox.
Just off the paint as well.
This could end any ball. Jayasuriya, 11 wickets for the match. Bowls here to Swepson, and he's beaten him outside the off stump. For a moment, I thought it was going to be big Angelo Matthews diving across at first slip to finish the job.
It's good to see him smile as well.
Yeah, no hat on, just in his, just with the hair on the top of his head. Couple of slips, silly point, short leg, catching cover. Jayasuriya to the crease, bowls to Swepson. Swepson beaten again outside the off stump.
Isn't it amazing how they get wind, the locals? They get wind when their team is about to go to victory. The grass bank is filled.
And so is the fort.
Look at the fort.
Walls are filled with Sri Lankans and Sri Lankan flags. They're not protesting anymore. They're just celebrating.
To the crease here, Jayasuriya bowls to Swepson. He goes back in the crease and deflects down to Kushal Mendez at second slip or gully. You're spot on. There are the binoculars on them now. There are hundreds of people up on the fort, up on the ramparts as well, and beneath the clock tower here. To think that they were denied access to that public space on the final day of the first test and the first day of this test, for shame. But they're up here today, ready to see something special. Jayasuriya to finish, bowls to Swepson, and he's bowled him! Sri Lanka win the test match. They've won it by an innings and 39. Mitch Swepson beaten all ends up. Prabhat Jayasuriya finishes with 6 for 59, 12 for the test match. They're all out for 151. But what an inspired and inspirational performance from the home side. Destroyed inside 2.5 days in the first test. Decimated by COVID-19 between times. All of the off-field complications that have riddled this country over the last couple of months. And what a response it has been. An innings and 39 runs, the winning victory margin. One of the greatest test victories in Sri Lanka's history.
Tyson Fury getting knocked down by Deontay Wilder springs to mind. You know, after that first test match, they weren't getting up. They were not getting up, but they have. They've got off the canvas and they've knocked the opposition out.
Bharat, try and put in perspective. You followed Sri Lanka cricket for a very, very long time. What this will mean to the local fans, to the people around this country who've been through so much of late.
Yeah, I think it's not just one of Sri Lanka's greatest test wins, Adam Collins. This is one of the greatest days in Sri Lanka's history. They just witnessed one 2 days ago when people power won, and this is the power of a team playing together. You know, the way to lift themselves up after what happened last week. They were embarrassed. They were humiliated. Bowled out for in 22 overs in that second innings. To lift themselves up from that, we're talking about a country with no fuel. We're talking about a country that's struggling for cooking gas. We're talking about a country who's struggling to find a reason to smile. They will smile tonight and they'll keep smiling for a long time to come.
Absolutely. Cue the celebrations, HD Ackerman, for the Sri Lankans, and indeed for Chris Silverwood. We mentioned him before, the Sri Lankan coach, and all that he's been through in the last few months in his own professional career. The smile on his face, how wide it is, and the celebration he will personally enjoy tonight with his team, who are going very nicely indeed. This isn't in a vacuum. They've had a good year or so, Sri Lanka. They're on something good here, and the players they've brought into the team. Prabhat Jayasuriya with 12 wickets, the 4th best figures ever for a man on test debut. Full stop. The best ever for Sri Lanka. Kamindu Mendez making an excellent 61 when they really needed him, when times were tough yesterday. And then that extraordinary double 100 from Dinesh Chandimal that made the innings victory possible.
Well, he must have been sitting in his hotel the night before the test match when all those players went down with COVID and they had to bring in some new players to make debuts. He must have been thinking that everyone's conspiring against him, or everything is conspiring against him. But now he sits with a massive headache for the first test match against Pakistan. Who to pick, who not to pick, because there's some boys that'll be available for selection, but the debutants, they've covered themselves in glory.
They're dancing on the grass banks, they're dancing on the Galle fort. There are Sri Lankan flags everywhere. It's a really wonderful scene here at Galle. Putting all parochial interests to one side, this is very special. We've been here for a few weeks now, Bharat. You're a fraction longer than me. You've seen what it's like in Colombo as well. You've seen how life has been for everyday people, day in, day out. And getting to have this moment of respite, this moment of joy. I mean, it means more than cricket, an awful lot more.
Yeah, the Baila song that's playing around the stadium right now is about various forms of alcohol, and various forms of alcohol will be consumed for many, many more hours, leading into the wee hours of tomorrow. I don't think anybody wants to go to work. We certainly won't be coming to work. We have the day off as well. No, Adam, I remember speaking to a few people as I was entering the Premadasa Stadium during the ODI, and they said, this This is our only respite. We come into the cricket ground to forget about everything that's happening in our life. We don't want to talk about politics here. We don't want to talk about the fuel crisis here and forget everything. But 2 days ago, the political scenario, the politics came to the stadium. We saw the crazy protests outside, and as that day wore on, it turned from anger to celebration. They got their way. And, you know, it's exactly what's happened on the field as well. Like, to lift themselves up, like both HD and I said, after that terrible first test loss. And it's a comprehensive victory. It's an innings win against a strong Australia, ranked #1 in the world, who came here looking with that swagger of having won in Pakistan. And they have really humbled them.
You talk about humble. I mean, they're such humble people. It's a humble nation. They're so welcoming when you come here. And if you guys weren't privileged enough to be here for the one-day series, but the scenes at the grounds, the thankfulness that the locals showed to, we call them the old enemy, I suppose, for Australia to come here and be welcomed with the open arms that they've been welcomed has been an incredible sight.
Oh, that Thank You Australia Day, the final ODI, Adam, you speak to Pat Cummins or any Australian cricketer who was there when they did the little lap of honour at the end of the game, and thousands and thousands of Sri Lankans dressed in yellow, screaming Australia, Australia, thank you Australia. It's a moment they'll never forget. It's a moment any of us who were there will never ever forget.
Let's go through the particulars here. Australia all out for 151 in 41 overs. Their top scorer was Marnus Labuschagne with 32. One of the 6 wickets that Prabhat Jayasuriya took, 6 for 59 to go with his 6 for 118 rather, the first time around. Mentioned it before, but the 4th best figures on Test debut ever for a man who gets his opportunity at the age of 30, and he's absolutely made it count. 2 wickets for Ramesh Mendez and 2 wickets at the end for Mahesh Theekshana, brought back into the attack, a double wicket maiden, if you don't mind. And running through the list, a lot of low scores, 2 reviews used, one by David Warner and one by Stephen Smith, where it was hitting middle stump 3/4 of the way up, which added to the sense of drama and the sense that it was just slipping away from Australia after having a 190-run deficit on the first innings, which, well, when they returned today, it was a 67-run deficit. They had 4 wickets to get, and they were thinking about, well, if we get those 4 wickets by drinks, we're right back in the game by the close of play. Instead, 14 wickets on this 4th day, and game over.
And not to take away from the significance of this win for Sri Lanka, Australia have been using these tours, Pakistan and Sri Lanka, as preparation for that big tour to India, where they will be tested against spin. Their sweep shot will be tested, their defensive techniques will be tested, and on the basis of how they collapsed today, there's a lot of scope for improvement there. They really panicked on a pitch which wasn't doing too much. It was just classical left-arm spin bowling, and we have to talk about Prabhat Jayasuriya in an era of Ravindra Jadeja and these guys who like to dart it in and, you know, use angles. To see someone use the breeze to get batters in the head and then, then get them out is so good to see.
And we're also going to take the presentation from down on the ground. This might be the right time to take a break. Before that, a mindful HD, you'll have TV commitments as well. So Australia have been thumped. Sri Lanka victorious by an innings and 39 runs, just their fifth victory ever against Australia, and they square the series 1-1. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. On the other side of the break, the presentation with the captains.
Hi Australia, this is Sam Kerr, Australian football team captain and Chelsea FC footballer. Aussies have voted Mate as having the most satisfied NBN customers in the country in CanStar Blues 2021 Satisfaction Awards. Mate scored 5 stars in 5 categories, beating all its competitors. If you want award-winning Aussie service together with great value internet, then Mate has your back. Search Mate online to find out more.
Still hunting around for incredible value? Ditch the magnifying glass and check out the Kogan Money credit card. There's no annual fee, plenty of tantalising rewards, and if you meet the spend requirements, you could earn $400 in credit to spend on Kogan.com. So go on and make the switch to a great value credit card at koganmoney.com.au/radio.
Offer ends August 21. T's and C's, credit criteria, other fees and charges apply. Credit provider National Australia Bank Limited.
Stay in pole position position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The V8 sleuth joined us to talk about his new book covering the history of HRT.
People sell them, they restore them, they bring them back to how they raced back with Craig Lowndes or Peter Brock or Mark Scaife or Garth Tander or any of the stars from over the years. So it never sits still. So it's, Johnson gets a run in this one somehow. I think it's the wrong colour and the wrong bag.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
He'd be in his late 60s, and this 3.5 metre croc is literally in front of him. This guy has attacked the crocodile. Well, the crocodile attacked him, and he's come back with the frying pan.
Imagine what overseas people think of our country. It's like, Jesus, literally, guy lives in his house and a croc just walks up and he has to hit it with a frying pan.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The V8 sleuth joined us to talk about his new book covering the history of HRT.
People sell them, they restore them, they bring them back to how they raced back with Craig Lowndes or Peter Brock or Mark Scaife or Garth Tander or any of the stars from over the years. So it never sits still. So it's, Johnson gets a run in this one somehow. I think it's the wrong colour and the wrong bag.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Syria to finish. Bowls to Swepson. And he's bowled him! Sri Lanka win the test match. They've won it by an innings and 39. Mitch Swepson beaten all ends up. Prabhat Jayasuriya finishes with 6 for 59, 12 for the test match. They're all out for 151. But what an inspired and inspirational performance from the home side. Destroyed inside 2.5 days in the first test. Decimated by COVID-19 between times. All of the off-field complications that have riddled this country over the last couple of months. What a response it has been. An innings and 39 runs, the winning victory margin. One of the greatest test victories in Sri Lanka's history. That it most certainly is. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Adam Collins still with you. I've got HG Ackerman and Bharat Sundaresan with me. We're waiting for the presentation. I'll tell you what, player of the match, that's not easy. Prabhat Jayasuriya, 12 for on debut, and I mean the way that he did it. Remembering he was a bit skittish to begin, and you sometimes see that in Test cricket. Your first spell can often be your worst spell of your Test debut, but his second spell, he found something using that gorgeous sea breeze, and thereafter he was such a handful, so consistent. That's on one hand. On the other hand, the reason they've won by an innings is because, remember a couple of hours ago when Dinesh Chandimal pumped Mitchell Starc onto the forward a couple of times to bring up a double ton? I mean, that came from nowhere. It wouldn't be possible without Dinesh Chandimal. So which way do you two fellas go?
Well, I can tell you where I've voted.
Okay, let us know. No one's betting on this, mate. Who have you voted for?
I've voted. There's a number of people that are allowed to vote, but I've voted for Chandimal as man of the match, and I've gone for Jayasuriya as man of the series.
Very good.
Very good.
That's elegance. I can see Roshan Nabasinghe down on the ground with a microphone in his hand. We can't be far away from the presentation beginning. Brett, while we wait, who would you give player of the match to?
I would actually go with Prabhat Jayasuriya. I mean, yes, Dinesh Chandimal set this up, but, you know, the innings defeat really has come via Prabhat Jayasuriya's spells in both innings. Australia were well set when Smith and Marnus were batting together to take that game completely away. And then he really brought them back. He never let Steve Smith settle, even though he got to 140 odd. And in the second innings, he was unplayable. And without doing anything extraordinary or without any mystery attached to it.
It was a great innings. It really was. I just think special mention needs to be made to those. The tail, the Sri Lankan tail from Ramesh Mendis down.
Absolutely.
They hung in there. They showed great resilience. Mendis got a little bit confident and scored some runs as well. But they stuck in there, and that ensured that they had that big lead.
Yeah, and contributions like when they were laying the foundation, Chandimal comes in at 4 for 269. That's broadly in balance, I reckon. Yeah, they're within 100 of Australia, but a couple of wickets at that juncture, and we were expecting to see a pretty poor lower half from Sri Lanka. In the end, it didn't quite play out that way, but Australia, with the wind at their back, they would have fancied themselves bowling them out yesterday. Now, instead, Chandimal, after a skittish start himself, we must remember, he nearly got out a couple of times inside his first 10 balls. But after that, he shifted way down the gears. I think he didn't hit another boundary until his 95th ball. Actually, we have got the presentation starting with Roshan Abhisinger. We'll just try and pick that up now through television. Bear with us a moment.
With the presentation.
And here it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of this Moose Cup, Sri Lanka versus Australia, powered by SkyX.net. And what a remarkable tour this has been. Australia winning the T20 series, Sri Lanka coming back strongly and winning the one-day series, and the Test series, perfect ending with a 1-all. So let me first start off by thanking our sponsors, Moose Clothing Company, SkyX.net, Fair Play, Mango 777 News, Nippon Paints, Cycle Pure Incense, CDB and ITW. And we also have the Honorary Secretary of Sri Lanka Cricket, Mr. Mohan De Silva, here to give away all the trophies. Let's start off, ladies and gentlemen, with the ITW Man of the Match. He'll receive a check of US 1,500 from Mr. Mohan De Silva. Now, he is someone who's just created a Sri Lankan record, getting the highest number of wickets match bag on his debut, and it goes to Prabhat Jayasuriya. Well, I'm going to try and speak in the Sinhala language, and I'll try and summarize in English. Prabhat, pratamenma obe me Mangala Tarangedi kadlu 12ක් ලබාගෙන ශ්‍රී ලංකාව වෙනුවෙන් ලබාගත් වැඩිම කඩලු සංඛ්‍යාව. මොකද හිතන්නේ?
ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි මේ අවස්ථාව ගැන. ඉතින් අන්තිම කාලේ ගොඩක් මහන්සිලා පුහුණුවීම් කරා. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා ඒකේ ප්‍රතිඵලයක් තමයි කියලා.
Yeah, I asked him about he being the best achiever as a debutant bowler, and he's extremely happy because he's worked very hard in the last few days. Then, ඔබ ඉස්සල සංචිතේ හිටියේ නෑ. ඉතින් ඔබ ලෑස්ති වෙලා හිටියද ඕනම වෙලාවක අවස්ථාවක් දුන්නොත් මෙතනට එන්න? අනික එක ඔබව සංචිතයට එකතු කරගත්තාම මොකද හිතුනේ?
ඇත්තටම අවසානයේ පැවති ATM තරඟ සංචාරات මම ක්‍රීඩා කරා ඔස්ට්‍රේලියාවත් සමග. ඉතින් මම ලෑස්තිලා මම හිටියේ ඕනලාක කණ්ඩායමට කැඳෙවොත් 100%ක් මගේ දෙන්න මම ලෑස්තිලා හිටියේ.
Well done, Prabhat. All the best. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, I asked him about his preparation, and he says that he was prepared and he played in some 18 games and he's extremely pleased. Right, now it is time to go with the ITW Man of the Series. He will receive a check of US 1,500 again from Mr. Mohan De Silva. And for his outstanding batting, ladies and gentlemen, it goes to Dinesh Chandimal. My first question is, tell us about that knock. You went from 50, I think, 150 to 200 in 35 balls.
Yeah, I'm over the moon, especially if you're performing well and your team is winning. I mean, that is really good feeling I have. So, yeah, I'm really happy with that I played, and especially, in goal, it is a really tough track we are getting. So, I'm really happy about where I played.
Any specific target that you had in mind, or you were just planning to score runs quickly?
No, I didn't have any plan at all. I just went there and I just want to be proactive, especially for the spinners. So that's what I did. And at the same time, I just want to rotate the strike. So, that's what I did. And finally, it works.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Now, in the first game, you didn't have a good outing. It was a tough surface. Anything different you want or you tried to do in this game, or just stuck to your basics?
Yeah, we all know about it. It was a tough wicket in the first game. And then I thought that when I saw the wicket in this game in the first day, I thought that the pitch is going to be good in the first 3 days. So I just wanted to capitalize in that time, and I just capitalized. And after that, I thought that if we can get more than 100 leads, that will be a really good total, and we can put them under pressure in the third inning.
One final question. Coming back on your 100, or at least on the back of your 100 against Bangladesh, bad test, the first one. Well, you can't help it. How pleasing is this?
Yeah, it is really good. I mean, thanks to my family. They also behind me. I mean, there was a lot of up and downs. I was in the side. I was not in the side. But your family and your wife is there. So I just thank to them and my teammates. They always give their support, and my support staff and my fans. So thanks to all of them.
Congratulations. Very well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Right, that is the ITW man of the series. Let me now talk to the Australian captain, please, Pat Cummins. Right, you guys had a completely different looking surface here. By contrast to the first one, and batted well, and then Sri Lanka got over 500 runs. Just looking back, what do you think you would have done differently in this game?
Oh, I think there's a few things. We probably got ourselves in a position where I think 400 plus in the first innings was achievable, and probably didn't have someone to go with Smithy down the other end, and had plenty of chances over the last couple of days, and didn't quite grab them, and unfortunately Sri Lanka too good.
Yeah, we spoke about the learning experience of your youngsters, but just digressing a little bit more, you think they've really come up with a new experience playing on pitches like this, particularly in the subcontinent, being challenging?
Absolutely, yeah. These are the tours where you learn heaps. We learned heaps during a win last week. Unfortunately, it's through a loss this time, but I thought so many of the guys who were here on either their first tour or others, coming back, and everyone found a method that worked. Unfortunately, it didn't work out there today for batting and bowling group, but I think we can go home pretty pleased.
Yeah, one thing about this tour is the entire Sri Lanka just thanked you for coming here. It's been a historic tour, and the white ball side was overwhelmed by the response they got. But of course, we haven't had the type of crowds here. But still, what are your thoughts on the tour?
Yeah, just a huge thank you for the love and I guess host that you've been to our team. We've felt it. As soon as we got over here, we felt it straight away from on the streets, in the crowds, even cheering for us. We've never felt that before. A whole stadium full of people cheering for us. So thanks really very much. We've had a great 5 weeks here. We've absolutely loved it and can't wait to get back.
Pat, thank you for coming, and thanks for the entertainment, and we wish you a very safe journey.
Thank you. Ta.
Right, that is the Australian captain. And ladies and gentlemen, now can I ask Dimuth Karunaratne to step forward, receive the ITW match winners check of US 2000 from Mr. Mohan De Silva. And let's have a quick word, Dimuth. Right, must be very pleasing for you. Been somewhat humiliated in that first game, defeated in 2.5 days, to come back strongly and win this game.
I think, as I said earlier, in first match we couldn't do much, and even the bat, I said if we can put a big score in the first innings, we can have a great match. I think that's what we focus on, and we were trying, keep trying, and we were focusing on to get a big one here. I think all the batters put their hands up and batted really well in the first innings.
Yeah, obviously the toss wasn't very important in the context of the game, but how did you see losing that toss in Australia, taking first lead of the wicket?
We knew it's going to be a good wicket for a couple of days. I think that's why I asked the batsman get the maximum out of that. I think they put their hands up and batted really well. Even the Chandimal get a great 200, and the others are supported really well.
Now, in the first test, you guys really didn't come up to what was expected with the batting, particularly falling to spin. Anything different that you tried to do? We heard that different players in the net started adopting their own method.
I think we just want to bowl line and length. That's what we.
I'm talking about the batting.
Batting, yeah. I think the first one it's spun a lot, so that's why we have to do something else. But in here we have to play normal cricket and let's try to basics. I think that's succeeds us.
So 1-all series performance, obviously at home. How does it sit with you?
Yeah, it could have been 2-0. That would be great, but I think boys are bounced back really hard after losing it first match, and all the debutants did really amazing job. And Prabhat, I think I knew from the beginning he would be the key. I think he did a great job for us.
One final question. Another big series starting in a few days' time against Pakistan. Completely different opposition.
Yeah, it's this confidence booster for the Pakistan series, and we just want to keep the basic and play our heart out. I think the batters are bowling a good shape. They will do the best.
Dimuth, well done. Congratulations on the series leveling. I think you got to sign 2 balls for Moose Clothing. No, okay, we are not doing that. So now you could go ahead and receive first the $10,000, which will be received by both Pat Cummins and Dimuth Kanuratha. Pat, can you come forward and receive your winner's check? Joint winners, that is. And then they will receive the Moose Clothing Cup. The 2 captains, the winners, the joint winners, and then Mr. Mohan De Silva will present the Moose Clothing Cup. That's for the series again. That's also shared. So the Moose Clothing Cup to Mr. will be presented. That's quite heavy. Actually, Mohan, yeah, right, okay, well done. And finally, one more trophy to be given. The historic one, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, if we can move on. Okay, the historic trophy. The Warne Muralitharan Trophy, which is being played by Sri Lanka and Australia, will now be given away by Mr. Mohan De Silva. Quite a few to be given away by Mr. Mohan De Silva and for the 2 captains to have. Right, ladies and gentlemen. It's a joint series win, and with this we conclude the series, a very enjoyable series, a historic one, and our post-match presentation.
Thank you to the television broadcasters for letting us pick up the post-match presentation there. The historic Murali Warne trophy held up by both captains. Likewise, the gigantic Moose Cup trophy, which was just for this series. I don't know how they're going to share that. Whose hand luggage is that going in? And also they split the prize money, as is the custom in these matters. Dimuth Karunaratne, the winning captain, obviously very proud of his side for bouncing back. HD straight into the Pakistan series that begins very soon. This is a team, and we detected this during the World T20 last year, that might just be on the rise quietly.
Yeah, look, they've got some lovely young players in their squad, in their setup. I think the greatest challenge they're going to face now is getting that final 11 correct. I would love to see they've got a number of fast bowlers as well that don't seem to be available for Test cricket. I'd love to see them make themselves available. Dusmanta Chamira is one of them. Lahiri Kumara, another one. I think Sri Lankan cricket is certainly on the up. This victory is going to set them in good stead for the next few years, and obviously now Chris Silverwood can breathe a sigh of relief because he will get some time to build with this side, especially when you beat a side like Australia.
Speaking of coaches, Brad, it's the first loss for Andrew McDonald and also for Pat Cummins as skipper. Of course, they went through the Ashes without losing, the Pakistan series without losing, so it is a little bit of a setback that can't be avoided. He talked about first innings runs, how they didn't maximise their position on day 2. They didn't grasp their chances, especially yesterday, before he did offer some very kind words comments about the 5 weeks they've enjoyed in Sri Lanka.
Oh, yeah, it's been quite something for them, and Pat Cummins has really come out and spoken about all the difficulties faced by the Sri Lankans, and he's contributed as well. You know, he tweeted about it the other day. He's paired up with UNICEF and trying his best to do anything you can to help people in Sri Lanka. And to those listening to us as well, please go ahead and contribute. This country is still not out of the water yet. Like, you know, there's a long way to go before they can, you know, get some sort of normalcy going in their everyday life. So he's done that, and yeah, I mean, even here, what he spoke about, the lessons you can learn from a loss as compared to the lessons you pick up from a win. And this is his first ever loss as captain, right? He had it pretty easy during the Ashes. England didn't really put up much of a fight. He worked his backside off in Pakistan, and he led the way in Lahore to finally win that 15-day test match, like he called it. So this would be a very unique or a different challenge. Last week was different to this week, and that's the magic of playing cricket in the subcontinent. There is, you know, things can change very, very quickly. And Australia will learn from what has happened today. Andrew McDonald will sit with his coaches and Pat Cummins and say, the next time we are here, the one thing we can't do is panic. And that's what they did today.
Yeah, they used to talk about India being the final frontier in this part of the world in Steve Waugh's era. Well, from that series they won there in 2004, they've only won one subsequent test match in India. So that's going to be a massive challenge next February and March. Between times, they have 5 tests against the Windies and then South Africa in the home summer. There's quite a wait until then. 11th of July today. I think the first test match is scheduled for the start of December. So they'll have some time to regroup after this.
Yeah, they will. And, you know, there have been some performers put their hand up. I guess Marnus Labuschagne needed that 100 away from home, which he's got here. Steve Smith is back scoring 100, or at least he scored 100 and followed it up with a duck, yes. But that would be like a monkey off his shoulder as well. Some question marks. Travis Head, now Pakistan tour, followed up by the Sri Lanka tour after his player of the tournament performance during the Ashes. Where does he fit into the scheme of things? You have to back him at home, but is he good enough to play against spin away from home? That question mark will be asked. Mitchell Swepson, he bowled well, yes, much better than what he did in Pakistan. Got a few wickets compared to there. But is he your second spinner? Is Nathan Lyon comfortable bowling with Swepson at the other end? So there will be question marks being asked. But overall, the whole tour, if you look at it, there's so many successes for Sri Lanka. The way they won the ODI series. This is a very closely fought ODI series. They lost the first game, then bang, 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 won 3 on the trot. And you know, that gave them so much to feel happy about. Like, you know, the thousands who packed the Premadasan and Candy HDU were there. You know, that's pretty much where the turnaround started to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the turnaround with Dasun Shanaka, because it looked as though it was going to be a long 5 weeks for Sri Lanka after those first T20 internationals, and it's amazing when a captain plays an innings like that, what it does for an entire team, and actually what it did for the nation, because every single ground was just jammed to capacity. And suddenly we started seeing runs and wickets come from everywhere. Just with regard to Australia, one test match loss doesn't make them a poor side. They're still a very fine side with arguably the best seam attack in the world. But as you rightly point out, Bharat, I think there's some questions around when they play away from home, particularly in the subcontinent. We think of how good Nadal is on clay and how good Djokovic is on grass. You don't necessarily have to pick the same team when you go to different countries. You can pick players like a Glenn Maxwell. Maybe he is better suited to a Travis Head in these conditions. Those are the kind of questions I think George Bailey and the Australian sort of administration need to find out.
You certainly won't find any arguments from me on that. HD Ackerman and Bharat Sundaresan, thank you both. Also on behalf of Russell Arnold, Geoff Lemon, Andrew Fidel Fernando, Louis Cameron, and of course the great Jeremy Coney. My name's Adam Collins. Thanks for your company over the last 2 weeks. It's been a total joy being here, not least on this wonderful day for Sri Lankan cricket. The home side victorious by an innings and 39 runs to square the series 1-1. This has been SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Until next time, goodbye from Galle. Deep square, but everybody else in on the one-day international field. Cummins bowls Chandimal, goes back and slaps out through backward point. What a shot that is, all the way for 6. Have that. The #1 bowler in the world has been cut over backward point by Chandimal. Fielding positions these guys aren't familiar with.
No. Anything full, he can go straight down the ground.
Can Stark finish it here? The Chandimal delivers, and Chandimal swings, little edge, 4 runs. past the leg stump, races away. Carey had no chance. Stark smiles in frustration. Chandimal up to 170 for 23 the score. Stark over the wicket, bowls to Chandimal, swings again, goes long and straight all the way over the side screen. Just about onto the road. Maybe it's bounced into the fort. Dinesh Chandimal into the 180s with a big one.
That one's out of the ground as well. And he's raised a double century. Dinesh Chandimal, 201 not out, with consecutive sixes off Mitchell Stark. He falls to his knees. He throws his arms out wide, blows a kiss into the stands. Sweeps it to Rajita, hit on the pad, and he's given out immediately. Umpire Kumar Dharmasena puts the finger up. I'm sure Rajita will review. He has. Impacts in line, and it's hitting leg stump near the top of the stump. So he will be out, Cousin Rajita, but he's done his job.
Ramesh bowls round the wicket. Shout for leg before Warner sweeping, and it's given by umpire Dharmasena. That was going on with the arm. I suppose the question will be for Warner whether he thinks he might have got a feather on it. He goes up to Khawaja and consults his colleague and sends it upstairs. And yep, that will be hitting middle stump.
Oh dear.
2/3 of the way up. It's a bad review from David Warner as well. His leg before wicket for 24, 8 minutes before the tea break on the 4th day. In the end, with Khawaja inside edge to short leg, he's gone. Jayasuriya, fabulous bowling. It's that drift once again. The 30-year-old on Test debut now has 7 wickets for the Test match. Australia have lost Khawaja for 29, and that Smith, his 4th ball, Jayasuriya. Oh, hit on the pad. That's really close. That's really out. A very straightforward decision by the looks of things for umpire Goff. His finger went up with the appeal. Smith litigating the case to Labuschagne that he should go upstairs. And they're upstairs, and Smith is already walking. Here comes the projection, 2 reds, and here it comes. It is 3 reds, hitting the same part of the middle stump that David Warner's hit on review earlier in the day. They've blown 2 reviews. They've lost 2 wickets in the space of 5 deliveries.
Bowling now round the wicket. Travis Head, it's gone right through him. Knocked him over. Travis Head is bowled. He tries to play off the back foot, and the ball goes straight through. Australia falling to pieces here, 4 for 74, and Travis Head had no idea what was happening with that delivery. Didn't see it. He's still looking back at the stumps, looking for a replay, trying to figure out. He got beaten on the outside edge again. That happened to him in the...
Jayasuriya to Labuschagne. Sweeping again. Leg before wicket. Yes. Very much yes. And this time he surely couldn't burn a review. They've only got 1 left. Hit him just about on the full on the back pad. It's hitting middle stump. Marnus walk-off. Jayasuriya bowls to him here. Green. Oh, stumps. Dick Weller stumps him. Green's gone by a mile. Down the track looking to force him through the onside. He's gone for 23. The coach, Chris Silverwood, is elated on the balcony. Australia are reduced to 6 for 117. And I'll say it again, Russell Arnold, this could be over tonight. And Jayasuriya on Test debut has 10 wickets in the match. And still more to come, you fancy, the way that he's bowling.
Simple stuff. Same area all the time. But I'll tell you how Green played it was a little different to how we played it earlier. You mentioned the 5 fielders on the boundary. Green was looking to knock it into a gap.
One of those are catching mid-wicket. Jayasuriya just caught it slip. 2 in 3 balls. It's just about game over now. Bharat Jayasuriya, a second 5-wicket bag on Test debut. This is magnificent bowling. Mitchell Stark, a second ball duck. Australia 7 for 117. Just thrust the pad forward with the bat. Followed it with his gloves. Just past the wicket-keeping glove of Dick Weller. And there was Kushal Mendis diving behind the keeper. He's had a good Test match, Kushal Mendis. Australia are reeling. Jayasuriya to finish. Bowls to Swepson. And he's bowled him! Sri Lanka win the Test match. They've won it by an innings and 39. Mitch Swepson beaten all ends up. Bharat Jayasuriya finishes with 6 for 59, 12 for the Test match. They're all out for 151. But what an inspired and inspirational performance from the home side. Destroyed inside 2.5 days in the first test. Decimated by COVID-19 between times. All of the off-field complications that have riddled this country over the last couple of months. And what a response it has been. An innings and 39 runs, the winning victory margin. One of the greatest test victories in Sri Lanka's history.